Nexus turrets are falling as Doublelift hops forward, unkilled, untouched, and unthreatened.
All right, well, I'm obviously the best AD carry in the tournament right now.
Team Solo Mid strike first in Rift Rivals 2017.
But excluding me, Sven for sure. He's really good.
Nifty with the engage. Oh, down. Dead impact. Dead Jensen. Smoothie and sneaky fall. And G2 turn the fight around.
TSM is probably one of the strongest teams from NA right now. I mean, it's definitely not Phoenix 1, that's for sure.
Rockstar Let's Bounce delivers 2 to the back line. Easier for Reckless to stun them in the maelstrom. A Valkyrie forward from Captain Fnatic Ace Phoenix 1.
I like to be the only team that goes 6-0 and wins every single game because I think we've adapted to this meta pretty well. We can show to be a really strong team and beat everyone.
Well, welcome to Berlin for day 2 here at Rift Rivals. The Unicorns of Love lost their first 2 games against Phoenix 1 and TSM yesterday, and now they're looking to strike back as they go up against Cloud9 in our very first match of the day. The crowd is hyped, so are we here on the desk. You'll see us in just a second, but first we're going to take a look at some more stuff, some more crowd, because everyone is super excited to be here. And Romain, the manager of the Unicorns of Love, has lost his hair because Bjergsen shaved his head because he made a bet that they would never lose to TSM. Well, he's gonna have to pay for it. And
one of those foolish bets where there's no reward if you win.
Exactly, but he just loses the hair. Luckily it's summer, so it's probably a nice breeze, and now he can just wear all those cool wigs he wants to and his costumes, and it'll be much easier. And there we have C9 as well. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Evie Schok-Supporter, joined here on the desk by Trashy, Prawley, and Jat. And I think for an NA versus EU tournament, this is perfect. We have a European player who used to play in NA.
Also relegated in NA.
Relegated in NA, we have...
Shows how strong North America as a region is, really.
In NA,
These two people who are pillars of the European community couldn't cut it in NA.
Yeah, I don't think that's really it. I think it's kind of like we see this growing region of dominance and we needed to join it and jump ship. Okay. And that's kind of where we ended up in Europe.
And then we have Jat, NALCS caster, coming to cast in EU. And Canadian, covering all bases.
Most of North America.
We learned that it was easier to play in EU, so...
Was it?
Trash is on my side. Look at this.
Yeah, I mean, look at that.
Jat told me I should say that, so... No, I did it.
Well, for now in the Rift Rivals, NA is looking superior. Yesterday, the NA and EU teams, they kicked off with the tournament with 6 action-filled games. And here's how the field is stacking up after day 1. Well, let's talk about the good. TSM is 2-0 and is the only 2-0 team. Probably. How impressed were you with TSM yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think TSM did anything like super out of the ordinary for them. Like they did, you know, their classic like 4-man dive bots. They're like really strong in team fights, and they like to group around mid. Cohen's their name, Team Solo Mid. So I feel like they just play like a really strong, like normal style that they do. And I wasn't really surprised they were able to like win these games because they just played like they were given the champs that they're good at, and they did well with them.
Yeah, I like their game against G2 because they were able to exceed with the Galio comp, which they succeed with Galio, which they didn't do much of in North America. And to me, the big surprise of the day was actually UOL being so poor. The fact that Phoenix 1 got their 1 win off of them, and then since TSM played them the second half of the day, that's kind of what propelled them to 2-0. That was the big surprise to me.
Well, Trashy here is on Splyce, and Splyce beat the Unicorns of Love, and some of your teammates famously said they only have one style. They are actually not that hard to beat. I didn't believe it, but you are one of the only people who can say it. Probably can. He didn't beat them.
Yeah, I mean, so personally, I thought UL, if they were going to show up in this tournament, it would be in the start of the tournament. And since they're 0-2 at this point, I actually don't really have many hopes for them in the tournament because I actually feel like the NA teams have done their research on them and actually are counteracting some of their moves. So yeah.
I mean, I think when NA did their work to figure out UOL, they just watched one of your interviews where you guys after a win are just like, hey, just camp Exile. He just overextends all the time. And then NA's like, maybe we should just try this. This Splyce team is smart. And that kind of really was yesterday.
Also, interesting pronunciation of Exile. I know it has an H, but...
Yeah, come on. I'm in Europe. I'm just living the style. Like,
okay.
more European that way.
Well, on top of all that, we also want to take a look at the differences in the early game between the two regions, because on the first day, the NALCS teams got off to a great start in most of their games. The inverse, actually, gold difference at 15, especially being down over 1K gold as an average for the European region is surprising to me. Maybe especially because of Fnatic, because they had such a high average, but none of the teams are showing up early.
Yeah, that was the thing for me as well, because Fnatic had such a dominant early game in Europe. 81% of their games they'd get first blood. They'd be up 1,500 gold at 15. And the North American teams we sent actually aren't the early game powerhouses of the region. They're either average or if you're Phoenix 1 behind. So when NA jumps out to the early leads like that, that's one of the big things that contributes to their 4-2 start.
Yeah, and I think the European teams in this previous week before Rift Rivals have been taking this really like more scaling approach a lot of the teams have. And then, yeah, Fnatic is always, this early game powerhouse. And then you see them with all these like scaling picks again, and I'm like, yeah, it looks like they're just not going to play early game hard. And then NA showed up big.
And it turns out you don't get to scale that much when 3 people dive your mid lane turret at 3 minutes and 54 seconds, and the ball snowballs. So
it also seemed like Fnatic didn't really know what to do when they're in a situation where Caps was the one being pressured, because usually they tend to pick a lot of scaling from the bottom side and putting Soas on a tank, and then suddenly your playmaker in the mid lane and jungler are being pressured, and then there's no real way out in the early game, so they just needed to farm up and hope for the best.
Hopefully they find some answers today. We're going to check out the matchups. We start with Cloud9 versus Unicorns of Love in just a few minutes, and Fnatic will have to find some answers. They're up versus TSM in the third match of the day. I'm definitely very much looking forward to that one. Probably quick thoughts?
The C9 UOL, I hope UOL watch the C9 game win, because UOL and Fnatic both play these kind of like losing early game bots where they play a lot of playmaking, but they don't win the early push. I hope they learned like, C9 gets blitz and they have a pushing lane. They're going to just roam mid and destroy Exile. So I hope they learn something about this and they're not going to just like give up a pushing bot and allow them to all, 3-man mid.
That'll be interesting to see. It is time to kick off our second day here at Rift Rivals. Let's send it over to casters for game 1.
Thank you, Jacques, and hello to all of you joining us on the Rift. I'm Daniel Dracos, here with Martin Fischer-Lunger and Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler to get this day started. Now, Kobe, I imagine you have to be feeling good. 4-2 day to start for NA yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday it was actually pretty unexpected, because we would think that like the first day for NA, the most jet lag day or whatever, they would come out a bit slower.
Already the jet lag talk. Already the jet lag talk.
I mean, you started it.
I did start it, that's true, because when G2 lost, we kind of had to find an excuse.
We needed some excuse, okay? We had to have something.
I feel like the air in the studio is different. That's probably why.
Honestly, though, they are best of ones, and it's the beginning of the tournament. I think people are overreacting. There's only a couple.
We always do. All of us.
All right, well, here are the players fighting for the win in this game, starting on the blue side with Unicorns of Love, jumping right into it. Vizichachi, Xerxes, Exile, Samix, Hillisang, and their coach, Sheepy. Now, this team, bit of a struggle yesterday, gentlemen. Cannot dance around it.
Tiny bit.
Tiny bit of a struggle.
So, I think probably talked about this already. We talked about it before we went live. Like, when you see different kind of pick and ban phase, like, come on, we need to see some early game playmaking and some help for Exile in the mid lane.
Definitely agree there. I mean, the mid lane was a huge issue. Everybody is well aware of that issue, so that should be #1 priority for them.
Yeah, definitely not an issue for their opponents, because when we look at that Cloud9 roster, Ray in the top lane, Contracts in the jungle, mid lane, Jensen, AD carry Sneaky, support Smoothie, and Coach Reaper. Look at that! And that's the man you got to be scared of.
Wait, he has a weapon?
All right,
that's cheating.
I didn't know we were arming them now. That seems unfair. But the man I want to talk about is that man in the mid lane, because he has been the one who has shown up so well for Cloud9. They're willing to play around him, and he's going against, I think what we can say is looking like the weakest mid laner of the tournament so far.
I think it's a pretty safe statement right there, Dracos, which is obviously why you saw yesterday stuff like this happened, where C9, famous for also playing around the mid laner, had a jungler ganking early, had a support roaming as well, and they had probably the best mid laner to snowball in LeBlanc. Like, I think actually C9 got almost a perfect comp for them as a team, and that's one of the reasons they dumpstered Fnatic.
Yeah, definitely. One key thing that you mentioned there is Contracts and his performance, because they actually had wildly different performances from him just in that single day, right? First game, they drafted a bunch of losing lanes, and he was not proactive at all because it's very difficult for him to create in that situation. Second time around, though, some winning lanes help out.
And it has been interesting to see how vastly different the drafts have been just across teams at this tournament. I feel like so many teams won one outside of TSM, and we just see two shades of pretty much every team that's been on the stage.
Yeah, I just feel like we've seen from the European teams like a lot of these scaling comps where you have like multiple lanes not really winning, and you get under a lot of pressure then from the North American guys. You see very active junglers, supports roaming a lot, and then suddenly you're down like 5k gold before you even realize what happened. So I really think we're going to see a massive change in the European playstyle and drafting, just to be more early game focused and try and really challenge NA right there at that point.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Also, probably we'll see this baseline of crowd control that they draft somewhere in the composition. Unicorns tried in their second game to have a little bit more split pushing with the Aurelia, and were unable to stick to that game plan.
We'll have to see if that's what they want to opt for today, because despite drafting split push, I don't feel like it's ever what we see from the Unicorns level. See, maybe this time they want to play to those team fighting routes, or if they draft that split push strategy and focus on those side lanes. But already bans coming out quick. Zac, Elise, Orianna already off the table.
So obviously one of the things for Unicorns of Love is they don't really play Elise a whole lot at least, so they often have to remove it instead of maybe threaten it as a potential first pick. I think it is a good ban though, because again, you don't want to have this enemy jungler that can just gank so early and really start snowballing, most likely Jensen in the mid lane.
That's interesting because, you might not want to use it as your first ban, even if you are going to ban it on blue side, and on the off chance that Cloud9 haven't, researched that, or haven't gone that in depth, that would be a very common follow-up as far as red side bans there.
I think the Unicorns are just respecting C9's research. It is the most banned champion by the Unicorns of Love as well in the ULCS. So it's kind of like going on the page. The first thing you see is Elise ban all the time. Okay, they probably don't play. Let's see what happens though. C9 are banning away the very standard red side bans in Caitlyn and Zac, two of the absolute best champions in their role.
Also happens to be two champions that Unicorns are very comfortable with, so doubling down on that power. Tristana now taken away from Cloud9, interesting enough, and that does leave open the first pick, Gragas, to come in either for Vizicsacsi or Cersei.
Yeah, NA team's been super happy about flexing the Gragas, but instant lock-in here for Jensen's LeBlanc once again, and you would expect another jungler that will have early game.
Right off the bat, guys, is this just going to be all about mid lane again? Is this every time we see the LeBlanc, is that all it's going to be?
C9 loves to play around mid, and now to get the best champion to play around.
Well, it's just that her gank setup is so ridiculously good. She has her own dash and her own crowd control level 6, so it is very easy. It is a very easy option. This time around, they're also drafting some split push here for Ray, which is something that they have done.
Have to remember, it is technically a flex pick. Sneaky could take it as well in the bottom lane. We have seen that a few times. I'm kind of surprised to see Kennen this early. Unicorns of Love, though, coming in with a plan saying, we know you're going to pick the LeBlanc. That's why they're leaving it open. They get the Kassadin, which is actually the one champion Exile managed to play super passive on in the EULCS and not fall behind early. And then he actually managed to get to like the mid-game stage where he could really start being a carry for his team.
And it was a good shade to see from him. Of course, now with the Thresh locked in as well for Hylissang, though, it looks like comfort across the board for the Unicorns of Love as C9 look at that last pick.
And while Kassadin is, a decent answer into LeBlanc, and a lot of people kind of have that in the back pocket for a long time as this, quote-unquote counter, it's still abusable early. And especially if you have an attack damage early game jungler. That was kind of the mouse over there from Cloud9. They don't end up locking it in, but they still have multiple options there. Could either be that Lee Sin, could be the Rek'Sai,
Kha'Zix,
or the Kha'Zix. Like, there are many opportunities here for them to still go with that mid pressure if they want to.
Yeah, there's always a big point in the pick and ban phase when you go into that second phase where if there's only 2 main picks left in your role, you often feel forced to pick one of them, otherwise both are going to get removed. But when Kobe just mentioned 3 different junglers right there that are all fine choices, well, Cloud9 says we can wait. We can obviously still get one of the best ones, even if Unicorns ban 2 junglers.
Interesting to see, too, now that Cloud9 are banning away 80 carries. Is this kind of maybe heralding Sneaky playing this Kennen already, or is it just trying to take away power picks from the hands of Samix?
Could be both there. A bit of mind games. Sneaky also very willing to take that in the 80 carry role. And Cloud9 could kind of do that divert attention, sleight of hand here down to the bottom lane and actually just trying to do a little bit of a impression of Fnatic, maybe?
I mean, they could. Again, we've seen them do it before. Samax's champ pool is kind of interesting, this split. Like, it's Caitlyn Twitch is number 1 and 2, and then it's Xayah, and then 1 game of Kalista. Varus and Ashe used to be pretty big picks for Unicorns of Love in the spring split, but they haven't touched those champions, which is a bit of a shame, because I actually still feel like they are 2 of the absolute best AD carries, especially if you don't play around your bottom lane that much. So I would love to see one of those 2 come in from Samax to pack some more engage from that bottom side and some CC.
And Fisher, you bring that up, but with Exile struggling in the mid lane, it feels like Unicorns of Love have been all about putting that Twitch into the hands of Samax, these big late game scaling kind of hyper carry picks to make sure that they have one player to play around. This time though on the Cassin, it could be different.
Yeah, if you already have now massive scaling in mid, which means if you also go Twitch, well then you most likely have multiple losing lanes in the early game against C9 with LeBlanc. Like, that doesn't sound like a good thing. We saw Fnatic try that yesterday.
Exactly. The key is, yes, Cassin is very good at scaling, but the wave clear is always the issue that is brought up with this champion early on. And if Cloud9 do try and have one of those high-paced games, then that is definitely going to be an area that they can exploit. There's the Lee Sin that we kind of did expect, that attack damage, early ganking jungler. So Contracts, has those multiple options.
So once again, looking at Samax, and I think Varus would fit that comp extremely well to add that wave clear Kobe just mentioned as well. But it really depends what Samax feels comfortable playing at the moment. Gnar is something we've seen more and more locked in for the top lane.
Does also confirm the Gragas will be going into the jungle. Gnar into the hands of Vizicachi. One final pick for the 80 carry role on the side of Unicorns of Love. Ashe Varus, maybe the predicted what would round out this draft well. Can't trust that, folks, if you haven't watched the Unicorns of Love. Always hovers a couple different
I do definitely agree with Fisho's earlier point about trying to get the wave clear from the 80 carry role so that they can do the classic swap bottom out there, but not going to be the case.
C9, they're going to take their time with this last pick, gentlemen, but I brought up Twitch. You doubted it, unfortunately.
No, we said we didn't want to see it.
All right, well, you're seeing it now. So talk to me.
0, Draco's 1. I'll keep score, boys.
Fine. So talk to me about what this means now, because we do have it locked in. You said there was some weakness in wave clear. What does this mean for the team overall?
I mean, it just means you have a comp that purely relies on scaling.
Forget it. It doesn't matter anymore. Riven time. Kobe, go.
Oh my God, we have been waiting for Ray's Riven for so long in North America because he plays it all the time in solo queue. He was rank 1 in North American solo queue, played a ton of this champion, and this is definitely, we talk about keeping options open. It does not have to be a mid lane camp, boys. This is very, very easily could snowball in his favor.
Yeah, you look at both solo laners for C9 and Contracts, like no matter where you go almost at this point, you're like, yes, I'm so happy I got a kill for that guy because he can now take over the game. We know in the Gnar matchups that when Gnar's in mini Gnar, he's so squishy, and champions with mobility can get onto him and actually all in him, especially after level 6.
And we saw that proven yesterday when Vizicachi took the Aurelia up against it and just leapt onto Haunster every single chance he got.
And the thing that Riven has here, even over Aurelia, is the interrupt on Gnar's hop. So many interrupts here from Riven. And the possibility of animation canceling it to get one of those definitely there. When Ray hits level 6, you really need to pay attention to this lane.
Remember, guys, it's the first time during the day. It's not about whether or not you love Unicorns of Love or Cloud9. It's about NA and EU. So head over to Twitter at LO Esports, hashtag EU win, hashtag NA win. It's been a close and contested vote. We'll see if we find the same in this game. So you're ready for the first one of the day.
And I want to go back to that Twitch just before we saw the Riven. Because that's kind of the problem now for Europe that we saw yesterday, where it's a lot of scaling, and it's great when you get to like 2 or 3 items, everyone is happy, everyone is celebrating. But getting to that point has proven very difficult against some of these North American teams. And Unicorns, they're banking fully on the late game and just saying we can stop C9 from snowballing.
Gonna have to see if they can make it. Unicorns of Love, of course, on the blue side, C9 on the red. Riven ready to bring the dawn. The NA already happy to see it, and looks like Unicorns of Love maybe trying something special here in the level 1.
All right, see if they catch Contracts sleeping or not. Should be expecting it though. Gets a little sight there. Maybe it'll just be an invade. 5-man strong actually for this Raptor ward.
Well, if you are Unicorns of Love, you know that you have to try and follow Contracts early on, because level 3 Lee Sin, either top lane or mid lane, can be so impactful for C9.
Yeah. And while we all are super excited for the Riven pick, obviously, very rare and exciting, we do have to keep in mind, as Deficio said, the scaling on Unicorns. And they do have, if Cloud9 mess up in this early game, if they give over gold, and if they're not able to snowball off this early game, then you have to keep that in mind, because the Kassadin, because of the Twitch, a lot of late game scaling there, as well as the Gnar even, actually.
And that's just always the thing, when you call out the risk in a draft, then you get cursed as a caster. Suddenly the enemy team feeds like 4 kills to the Twitch, and Twitch carries the whole thing, and you're just like, well, I mean, I guess it worked, but C9.
Fight over the Raptors. Who will get them? 1 for C9?
Oh, they're getting a unicorn now.
Saying flash forward, exhaust on a Smoothie. He's in trouble. This could very well be first blood.
Remember when I said that thing about Twitch then getting random kills?
1-1 Deficio.
Yeah,
1-1.
that was a good prediction right there. Oh, they just paused.
Oh, I'm glad we slipped in that part about being cautious and giving over gold there to the scaling composition.
Well, I guess Twitch was a great pick after all.
All right,
genius. Totally because of the Twitch pick that they got this kill.
There we go.
Side a mile away.
They lost 3 Raptors, though.
Look at the smiles on their faces. Okay, not that face.
Classic.
He's focused. He's focused.
Right. He's like, please don't take away our first blood.
It's actually Hillsang who paused the game, so we'll find out more context in a few moments.
He wants a real challenge. Start over.
Yes.
No first blood for Twitch.
Yeah.
All right, GG, guys, go next. We definitely win this one. Well, Unicorns of Love, they started off well. We talked about the late game scaling composition. The other thing we brought up in Champion Select was the focus around mid lane. But I feel like now, with a Kennen Braum bottom lane and a Riven in the top lane for C9, it feels to me like contracts can just go anywhere.
Exactly. Like early game, I think it's easier for him to go around, mid lane with LeBlanc or maybe the Riven top. But after you hit level 6 on Kennen and you get his ulti, that's where we see Fnatic always play around the Kennen lane. Same can happen here from contracts. We know Jensen is running teleport on LeBlanc. Like, that's kind of the thing Smoothie and C9 showed yesterday. And Smoothie talked about this in an interview with Kelsey Most as well. Like, once you get an advantage with these roaming champions, playing the game just gets so easy because you can just go everywhere on the map with globals.
Yeah, it is interesting because, especially for Cloud9's composition, I mean, if they're able to have if an opportunity comes up in the bottom lane where they can use their teleports and get a counter and get some extra kills there, then I would say definitely go for it. But I don't think that would be the main game plan, especially for a Riven, right? Trying to keep her isolated, trying to keep her in the 1 versus 1 up on the top side, with a little bit of jungle pressure and get her off to the snowballing.
And I hate to interrupt, gentlemen, but we do have more context on the pause. Hillsang had experienced some lag issues. So League officials will be swapping out his computer before we resume the game. So just a few moments. We know what the issue is. Now working on a solution. So in the meantime, we can just keep our focus back on that draft.
Yeah, just remember, guys, at home, it doesn't work for you. If you lag, no one comes in and switches out your PC. It's only for the pro players on the big stage. But I think also...
I can't call up Deficio.
You can call up me. You can definitely call me up. And I won't really fly over and swap out your PC, though.
Okay. Just listen to me cry.
Try. Try next time you lag at home.
The Deficio tech support. You know nothing about computers, Deficio.
I can probably swap out a PC pretty easily. Cables out, cables in.
All right, we'll see. Well, gentlemen, we do have a replay of First Blood waiting for us, so let's take a chance to look at it. And walk me through
the level 1
the level,
mechanics.
okay, I understand.
Let's take the Raptors.
I wasn't mean, let's talk about the thought process here for C9.
The big thing here is that Unicorns of Love duo lane is sitting here protecting and waiting for this, and the immediate collapse is so easy for them.
So I was watching C9 versus TSM in week 5, and C9 were actually sitting in that brush looking for that Raptor play as well. They didn't actually go fully all in like we saw here against TSM, but one of the reasons also, a lot of teams like to do the leash on red buff, where you try and you do a few Raptors, you do all the small Raptors into a quick red buff, and then you go to top side and you try and gank the enemy top laner. And you can obviously do that against a Riven fairly easily. So having that dual lane sitting there from C9 is also to try and prevent the Gragas getting all the small Raptors and red buff into a quick level 3 after another camp. They also got 3 of the Raptors, so technically they succeeded in denying the experience early. They didn't obviously all in. They didn't expect the Unicorns of Love bot lane to be there. I think that was a big surprise for them.
The risk reward may not have gone in Cloud9's favor this time, but you brought up a good point. going for a slightly greedier jungle start means it is a little more vulnerable to that interruption from C9.
It is. We have actually seen a curious amount of mistakes around the Raptors early. You know, ever since the Raptor pit became so important as this, you know, #1 jungle camp to start over, we've seen top laners go to try and stop Raptors and steal some away and get, you know, tunnel vision basically takes over. They stick around for 1, they stick around for 2, and then they, you know, get collapsed upon by the enemy, who's going to have bigger numbers simply because they're on the enemy jungle side and you're not bringing your jungler. So it's actually quite curious that we see this so often, and teams continue to get collapsed upon.
Also just because in this invade, not a single ward was actually placed by C9 beforehand. So normally if you want to make these kind of moves where you're denying camps, you have like 1 or 2 wards there just to see, you know, is anyone around, but not in this case.
Well, we're going to have to see what comes next as we are now getting back into game. Hylissang needed a moment to adjust his settings, but now we're off. It'll be interesting to see exactly what now the options are that come in. Of course, contracts not interrupted.
Just in case you forgot.
If you're just joining us, Smoothie died. Other than that, you haven't missed much. Contract's going for an aggressive invade, though.
So obviously, with him dying, not great, but at the same time, they actually did slow down this start from Unicorns of Love's jungler. You can see that Gragas didn't get all the Raptors.
I like it.
You know, now he finally got his red buff.
Goggles on.
What is
there we go.
C9 Deficio?
It is unbiased Deficio, which is my goal for Rift Rivals. Took me 5 minutes yesterday to break that, but Ray's going nuts.
Yeah, the other thing, though, you do kind of touch on a good point here, Deficio.
Thank you.
Quite rare for you. Honestly, though, Contract's going in to steal this blue quadrant of the jungle. This is something as a jungler, when you have a top lane that you do want to isolate and you do want to, you know, get snowballing and try and take advantage of a 1 versus 1, you take out the jungle camps on that side of the map. So if Xerxes actually wanted to spend his time ganking top lane, he would have to give up so many camps. It's so much efficiency. You know, by counter jungling and basically trading sides of the jungle, you eliminate that possibility.
They might dive here.
Not about the top lane right now, but the mid lane. Contracts goes in, gets a bit aggressive, throws it in, flash forward, first blood, 30 minutes in, Exile already going to drop second
look at
blood,
the river, because there's a possibility that maybe Xerxes can get a flash or something. Okay, we're reaching a little bit here.
He got one, don't worry, he got one.
That's respect.
As I said, genius.
This whole setup, though, is so smart, actually, from C9, because after Contract steals the topside jungle, they had a ward already placed on their own blue buff. So they saw Xerxes, went in there to take that blue buff. So they know there's no one defending Kassadin in the mid lane, and that's why Contracts can go for this early dive.
Exactly, and again, this is made possible because of the LeBlanc pushing in. We talked about Kassadin can still be exploited early on in this matchup, and he does just that. So Cloud9, again, off to that mid-lane start here for Jensen. And Contract's gonna stick to the game plan here, use some extra wards around mid-lane to continue the pressure.
I like Jensen getting early control ward, put a bit more pressure there. No flash from Exile, which of course is the Kassadin Nightmare pre-level 6. And you can't really do a whole lot as Exile here. I think maybe if you flash the Lee Sin Q, he can't obviously then follow up and get even extra damage onto you, but he was kind of stuck on the tower at the same time, and it was a very, very short travel time. So really tough spot to be in when your jungler is obviously not nearby.
And yesterday we saw 2 completely different forms of Cloud9. The LeBlanc playing around the mid game, powerhouse in the early game Cloud9, and kind of the scale for late Cloud9. It looks like the second one is showing up today, gentlemen.
Definitely true. As we said, you know, a lot of that did have to do with the team compositions that they drafted in those 2 games as well. You know, pushing lanes, allowing Contracts to make early moves. You know, maybe Smoothie dying wasn't part of the plan, but in the end, they are able to kind of right the ship and actually turn that gold lead back around for themselves because of the large CS that is currently in Cloud9's favor. There are a lot of extra minions, though, for Unicorns to pick up.
And obviously, if Jensen ends up going, you know, 10-0 on LeBlanc, a bit like yesterday, everyone will be saying, why would you not just ban LeBlanc? Why would you ban Orianna instead of it? The reason Unicorns did it here was for that Kassadin counter pick, the game plan. Yeah. You can then argue if that's a good one or not. Bot lane, Hylissang taking some damage.
3 stacks, 4 stacks, cuts of blows. Moving forward, Hylissang going to do his best. CC now coming back as Samix tries to throw down the autos, but the Twitch just doesn't have the damage to trade effectively.
You have to remember the first buff from Twitch happened pretty late before minion spawn, so like he got the kill here to walk straight to bot lane, so he didn't actually go back and, you know, gain any sort of advantage from it, or maybe a slight experience lead, and that's it. So right now, he's not really using that early gold to try and win the lane a bit harder. So Sneaky is doing more than fine bot lane.
And we look at it now, you can see Sneaky, actually pretty incredible Kennen player himself. Hard to compare him to Reckless, admittedly, as a European caster, but has had some impressive numbers and is dominating that lane.
I like the adaptation here already from Unicorns. They call over Xerxes to the mid lane so early to help out with the push for Exile because they need to get Cassidy at least to the level 6. Otherwise, Jensen will continue to zone him out in that lane. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Smoothie goes in for another trade.
Oh,
Exile. Nowhere to go, no options left. Just gonna let the Sonic Wave connect.
With Jensen there, are you kidding me?
What happened right there was as soon as we panned the camera away, Exile actually decided to walk up and place a ward across the little wall there near the mid lane. You can see the blue ward just on the contracts on the minimap. Completely unnecessary because you're about to push out anyway and then go back.
Yeah, completely unnecessary. And they have vision of both Cloud9
They saw him go down to the bottom lane.
Okay, I came into today like feeling bad for this guy, right? Because he's probably going to get a lot of flame. But man, this is super rough. All right, so as we said, they call over the jungle to help push up the lane. They don't actually fully push it out. And then, as you said, he's over there in the middle of the lane. Nice collapse from C9. And that's going to be another facepalm.
So going back to Champ Select, as we said, you know, the Kassadin, okay, we get it, counter pick, it's risky. You need some early game elsewhere. Then the Twitch come in, okay, it makes it harder as well.
Level 6 Ray.
They have to hold on to that thought. Fisher, because looks like we're going to have the 2v2 on the top side. Ray moving forward, just looking to find the execute. Where is he going to throw it out? Looking for one. Xerxes still running, waiting on that Sonic Wave.
He is flash.
There's the kick, doesn't even need it. Leap forward, gets the auto, contracts on a roll.
Luckily for Vizicachi, he was able to flash out of the ultimate there from Ray, and at least he survives. But again, that Cloud9 duo does claim single kill for themselves.
And it's looking a lot like the game yesterday, C9 versus Fnatic, where these lanes here are suddenly getting early advantages. You got an assist for Riven, you got a kill and assist for LeBlanc, and obviously Contracts doing really well on Lee Sin. And as we talked about earlier, no reason to really go bot lane before this Kennen has even hit level 6, or maybe not even a reason to go bot lane now, because your solo laners are already winning. Just keep snowballing them.
And it's not like you're scared of the Twitch. Level 5, no items under his belt. He's waiting for at least an Infinity Edge before he can solo carry some team fights, and that's well far away.
All right, just as we set up there, Riven taking advantage of the mini form here on Gnar. That level 6, he has the burst, goes in for the flash, he gets the knockup for the interrupt, but the ultimate was going backwards there, and Vizicachi able to flash out.
I think what we're seeing here at Rift Rivals is a really good thing about the Gnar buffs, because it makes people now confident they can blind pick Gnar, and it actually opens up so many different top lane matchups. We saw Aurelia yesterday, we're seeing Riven right now, just because like Gnar, he's kind of the jack of all trades, but the master of none. He doesn't really destroy any lanes in the early game. You can actually pick a lot of melee champions that can farm okay against him, and then just look for all-ins.
He becomes the master of trades when he gets a frozen mallet, and he has a range versus melee matchup later in the game.
Later.
With Black Cleaver. And
so if he started with that, just started with that item.
Yeah, exactly. That's the key.
Should we make a list, Officio, of champions that would be really good if they could start with Black Cleaver?
And Frozen Mallet.
I think most champions, even champions won't normally get it, if they can just start with that item.
All right, I bet Exile was wishing he could start with any extra items there in the mid lane. He continues to get bullied by Jensen. Roam here up to the top side, though.
Throw back, Chain CC comes in. He's going to get locked up. No chance for the Riven to shield up. That's going to be difficult, but Exile now trying to run out. Contracts caught under tower. That's bad news, but Smoothie, he's straight one back. Now he's in the Unbreakable. Backing out, but that's going to be the end of the play.
Yeah, Jensen should be able to get him out, but they got a counter kill. That is huge for Unicorns, moving that top side. They're also going to get first turret gold.
Such a good lane swap here from Unicorns of Love. We were kind of waiting for Samuels to go back to base, spend some of that gold, and instantly he just walks to top lane with Hylissang, surprising Ray here. And so that's going to be tower for Unicorns. Kills in the mid lane as well. 2 kills now on this Twitch.
Really, really smart by Unicorns, as you said. Staying proactive, not sitting back and, you know, letting these losing lanes get out of control. Swapping very early to get this trade, and C9 actually not even able to get the other half of that trade, so no turret gold coming in yet.
Yeah, it's actually insane how massive that play was for the Unicorns of Love, because they were losing these solo lanes here. They couldn't stop the Lee Sin, and now they even out the gold by also getting that tower. Exile is very early down in a side lane. He's waiting for Hylissang to come and help him as well.
And rough for Exile. Now he has to back off, but he's reasonably safe. Now that he's past that level 6 point, now that he doesn't have to go toe-to-toe with the LeBlanc, Unicorns will have taken him out of that mid lane, and it looks like it will be easier for him to survive.
I also want to highlight the kind of other play that was going on during that one, where Xerxes did go to Exile's lane, and they're kind of using this super weak Kassadin as, well, we know he's going to probably die, or they're going to dive him, but at least we have someone around to get this counter kill. See, Xerxes in the mid lane, he's waiting around for this dive. He gets the interrupt, and he gets the counter kill on Contracts. Even though Smoothie is there, you know, once again, for the 3-man gank on mid lane, and it's all about Unicorns turning that into a 1-for-1 trade where, you know, Kassadin going down, not as big of a deal.
All right, now Exile is trying to do everything he can to stay in the game, you know, maxing out his item build with very cheap items coming in, double Dark Shield for extra regen with his Corruption Potion, Catalyst completed, so not a lot of damage on him, but he's just trying to stay in lane, he's trying to stay somewhat healthy, so he doesn't just get killed 1v1 by Jensen. Xerxes bottom lane right now, so is Jensen. A lot of players looking for a potential fight.
And Exile may be trying to stay in lane, but Jensen has no problem just walking away, now walking right back. Lay down a bit of damage, triple chain coming in. Exile just taking the bad end of that trade, but really no options up against LeBlanc, who's already 1 kill in. And C9, they're just going to take that courtesy Cloud Drake.
As soon as we went back to the standard lane, C9 pushed in mid, pushed in bot lane. That opened up for a very easy Drake. Unicorns of Love got all the gold through just that lane swap, not standard laning.
Yeah, definitely big for them. For Cloud9, though, with their composition, let's set up the transition that they want to get next in this game. And that will be, hey, Jensen is about to finish his Gunblade. They can actually put LeBlanc in a side lane. He has teleport, and with this massive gold lead, he'll be, you know, difficult to answer because the Kassadin still does take a bit more time to scale up. And they want to create those multiple points.
Top lane right now, and bot lane fighting as well.
Hook goes in. Out's going to come the ultimate from Samix, but immediately the exhaust in response. Sneaky doing what he can to dish damage onto Hylissang, but no kill going to drop on either side.
And we also saw top lane right there. Contracts went in on Vizicachi.
Moving forward.
Playing it safe. Xerxes would have a lot of burst damage actually against the half HP Lee Sin. Everyone from C9 backs away. Bot lane as well. No one actually died. But all C9 wants bot lane is that tower. It's fairly low, and we see Sneaky constantly pushing it in.
And we know the Twitch doesn't really have any wave clear options here to clear this one out. Razzat-tat, or rather Spray and Pray, already used. Could be in trouble. Looks like it will just get taken down, trying to get as much damage on a Sneaky as possible. But luckily the Venom Cask helping him clear out, or at least dissuade any further aggression. Smoothly! That's a rough one. Definitely did not want to burn heal. Miscalculation there from the Cloud9 support.
I want to take a step back to your point as well, Kobe. Just as I say, Sneaky almost went for a fight here, but about, you know, playing with LeBlanc in the side lane. Fnatic likes to keep LeBlanc in the mid lane because she can push the lane so quickly and then roam and then have Sneaky split pusher. But we see a bot lane fight.
Sees the Lee Sin coming, uses him as an escape path, but Hylissang may still be in trouble because he gets kicked out, he gets knocked down, and Contracts just on an absolute tear.
Chachi using that TP as well down bottom lane, trying to help, but just a little bit too late. Honestly, impossible for him to do anything because Hylissang died so quickly. And that's a kill and TP advantage now for C9. They are still in a very good spot despite losing that first tower.
When we look at this one again, you can see Hylissang doing what he can to escape, but really just too far forward, caught out yet again. Not just an issue that's been plaguing Exile across this tournament, but also Hylissang as well. And sadly, Vizicachi shows up. There's nothing left for him to do.
Plus, always feels nice as Lee Sin when you get to create your own escape path there, knocking Hylissang up the lane and using the second Q. So nobody was left around for the teleport, you know, when Vizicachi came in, and that does give teleport one teleport advantage over to Cloud9, even though there are 4 to keep track of in this game.
Definitely an immense amount of potential global pressure. Hylissang continuing to roam around, plays down a bit of vision, has left the bottom lane, and we've swapped now Vizicachi to the bottom side, left alone to hold that tower, but Cloud9 not too concerned.
No, and at this point, Sneaky's sitting on 2,400 gold. He just wants enough to go back and get the fully completed blade. And then, as we talked about before here, like, if you are C9, you actually have like 3 split pushers. Technically, your AD carry, your mid lane, and your top lane, they all want to sit in side lanes to split push. There's only 2 side lanes, sadly, for them, so they need one guy in the mid lane. And if they want the wave clear, it's LeBlanc. If they want to move their strongest member to the side lane, well, then they have to put Sneaky mid lane, and he's kind of just sit there and hold down the fort for as long as possible.
All right, well, the first turret does fall, so that game plan starts to come a little bit closer. Ray has to flash the hook.
Not going to find the engage opportunity. Exile continues to be under pressure. Luckily, the mobility is keeping him safe for now. not finding any greater advantages here. Both teams poking at each other, looking for openings, looking for opportunities to find those kills, but nothing coming up yet.
Kind of just waiting right now for C9 to try and either set up the split push or Unicorns trying to look for that all-in engage. Very mobile LeBlanc in the mid lane. She's hard to catch, also with the flash available. And now with that bot lane tower down, obviously C9 doesn't need to keep Sneaky sitting in that lane, and they can actually start moving people around the map. And it's should hit that point where it gets really, really hard for Unicorns to defend because every single lane is just getting pushed.
Yeah.
But they do have hard engage on Xerxes they can use.
That's the key, though. You know, currently they had Kennen and LeBlanc both in the mid lane. That's the only option that you don't want.
Yeah, that's a no-no.
At least send one of them over the side lane. Now it's Sneaky who's going to head up to the top side. Jensen says mid lane is still mine. Here come Unicorns, though. They want to make it theirs.
Trying to push in, have the cannon wave as well. Xerxes not going to get interrupted on the channel. That means the Herald's going to show up. This will be a tower for Unicorns of Love.
And I think that Cloud9 should stick to the split. They don't want to answer 5v5 at the moment. Gnar definitely brings a lot of AoE to the team fight, and they're actually just going to keep Kennen and Riven split pushing on the side lanes, give up that mid lane to the Rift Herald, and take him down before he can get 2.
And with a full wave on the top side, it very well may be the 1-for-1 tower trade, but Contracts, he's looking for the 1-for-1. Exile, that's going to be the mistake he can't afford to make. Ooh, just barely enough range on the Rift Wall to take him to safety, but in the end, it is the 1-for-1 tower trade, and now maybe a bit more of a fight as Hylissang wants to get this one started. TP comes in on the backside. Smoothie, he's going to knock up 2, but the fight has stalled at least for a moment. Samic's running for his life, but that is not what you want to face. Jensen's LeBlanc, the heal, going to keep him alive. Hylissang going to flash to safety, but C9 taking advantage.
Everyone's staying alive from the Unicorns of Love, but losing so many summoners. Chachi's looking for that bot lane tower. Ray with TP in case he wants to go back and defend it.
Yeah, that was actually a tremendous amount of flashes blown there, with Samic's both of his summoner spells expended in the trade, but nobody commits to that mid turret either for Cloud9, so they'll probably get back and just defend instead.
I think C9 were just happy to take a fight where, yes, you didn't get any kills, but you got these summoner spells. That now means the next few minutes, your pick composition with the insane amount of mobility should be able to get a kill when you catch this one guy.
Yeah, the one thing that I would say, though, they got the Twitch flash from Samix out earlier, and Jensen decided to flash in to try and get the kill on top of it. You know, maybe LeBlanc flash for heal on top of the flash there. Starts to get into debatable territory, but being able to judge how much damage Jensen is going to do in his combo to Samix is definitely important for the next time.
And obviously also Jensen saying, you know what, I do have my distortion in case I need to find that Twitch once again. And I think if you're C9, like, you're kind of looking at just Samix right now as the man you need to kill in the next few fights, because Kassadin is still not really at the point where he's too scary and too hard to deal with. It really is that Twitch that opens up with ulti, especially once you get rank 2, which is in just a few minutes for Samix, and then he's the man you're looking for in the fights.
Have to be careful, have to respect the Twitch. We've seen so many teams in the ULCS fall prey to this champion, when left forgotten in the back lines of a team fight when he gets to reappear and dish out so much damage. But Cloud9, we talked about it earlier, they're playing against the clock of Unicorns of Love to a certain degree. They're all about the early game, and eventually the Twitch and the Kassadin do feel like these picks that are going to become unstoppable.
So I want to see what Sneaky is able to do on Kennen right now. It is a little bit harder for him to just blindly push his lane out, simply because there's no like Shen ulti or Galio ulti to assist him in a quick 1v1 against something like a Kassadin. That's also why Sneaky's kind of respecting Exile a little bit, but he can still try and one-on-one him.
Yeah, got to chase him down a bit here. Use the blade active.
Leaping forward, stun does drop. Half health for Exile. Smoothie on the way.
A lot more than Smoothie are on the way, though. Unicorns of Love are sending 4 members up to the top side.
Hylissang moving forward, gonna launch the play backward, but Xerxes not even worried about the support. He's hunting for the 80 carry. Smoothie already set to die. Exile gonna grab that kill. Suddenly, it's the flash out from Sneaky, the leap forward from Vizicachi, the wallop, the stun, the Gnar back, and now Sneaky's in no man's land. He's gonna get dropped.
So once again, they kind of use their weak Kassadin here as a little bit of bait, and Unicorns go prey on Cloud9, trying to overextend and kill Exile. Meanwhile, Cloud9 will get the push on the mid lane to get some turret pressure here, but some kills over to Unicorns. They're very happy about those.
Yeah, everyone just going straight to that top lane looking for the fight. It's what we see from the Unicorns in Europe so often. Whenever someone is about to get caught, the entire team reacts very quickly. They're going straight for Baron in 20 minutes.
Baron on the table. Exile gets his first kill of the tournament, and that means it's so risky to go. Unicorns of Love, not afraid here, but have to respect the LeBlanc, the Ribbon. They go over the wall. Contracts is taken down, but Samix is alone in the pit. Suddenly, the team is there to back him up. Lantern brings the team in. 3K getting lower. Twitch max expunge stacks. Who can stop the Baron on the side of Cloud9? There's low health bars. Can they get it moving in from right the exhaust? It goes down. Baron in the favor of C9, but the fight is breaking out, and suddenly it's disaster for the American team.
Unicorns, man. Kobe, are you seeing this?
That's huge for the Unicorns. Cloud9 are still trying to stop backs, though. It's not over.
Chachi just going to Goomba stomp his way over. Jensen trying to find a way out. Sneaky in trouble. The Kennen dishing out what damage he can. The concussive blow not going to complete, and Unicorns Love pulling into the lead.
The scaling comp that was behind, it was looking so bad for Unicorns. They first have that lane swap where they get some gold. Then suddenly now you get a fight in the top lane against Sneaky and Smoothie. 2 kills into a 20-minute Baron start. The catch onto contracts here is fantastic, but they're still sitting there behind the Baron in the pit, taking so much damage with so many guys from C9 just outside. The fact they get Ray down without Jensen being able to kind of join. C9 here didn't really coordinate their engage. Jensen now jumps in after the rest of the team is already engaged, and C9 just not able to get more than one guy down.
Yeah, Unicorns were a bit too healthy after taking down both Sneaky and Smoothie there, so they were able to tank up Baron without too much threat, and the exhaust also used to just ensure that there's no extra burst coming through to kill those members off inside the pit. Definitely huge for Unicorns of Love. With this Baron buff, we're going to have to watch that Baron power play.
And not just that, but the items coming in. The Frozen Mouth, the Black Cleaver you talked about earlier, Kobe. Rod of Ages, almost a Lich Bane for Exile. 2 items completed for the Twitch. Suddenly, the scaling comp is online.
Yeah, Kassadin hit level 13 right now as well, so despite him dying 3 times early, well, at this point, it doesn't really matter for him because he's going to be strong. So Unicorns of Love, they didn't manage to do this yesterday. They couldn't get back from these disadvantages in the early game. But with this massive play around Baron and the lane swap earlier, they've made 2 great plays that have actually resulted in them now being just slightly ahead of C9 in terms of the comp. But they're looking for a kill mid.
Forward Sneaky in trouble, just gets deleted. Unicorns now moving down the mid lane. Cloud9 are going to have to back off here. No hope to hold on to this tower. Jensen a little aggressive forward. That's the hook on to Ray the fight. They just want to keep going, but Unicorns Love, they need to back off. No one gonna get hit by that ultimate. They're knocked back into the fight. Xerxes with a clutch cask, and now Vizichachi may be a bit too far forward, but Unicorns Love unconcerned.
23 minutes into the game, Unicorns are going to be able to take down an inhibitor turret, probably the inhibitor as well with this Baron buff. Absolutely smashing now.
Moving for more. Hillisang throwing out hooks left and right. When they connect, they are death sentences indeed. And Cloud9, they started so strong, but Unicorns of Love, they find that opportunity.
2 times. Cloud9 try and kill Exile in the mid game there. 2 times.
You're going to sit there fishing with him as the bait. Come on. Come on, C9.
You don't understand, guys. Day 1, it was all a bait. Oh, moving forward. Sneaking now in trouble, but Unicorns Love gonna have to give a little bit more respect because Jensen not deterred. The heal comes in to try to keep Vizichachi healthy. Now Samix on a killing spree, getting hit up by the tower. The Gnar comes in. Smoothie gonna drop as well, and now another tower in their sights.
And now everything is just in favor of the Unicorns of Love. So quickly did the game just change. Now all these late game carries, they're getting items. They have the Baron buff still. They're pushing for a second inhib at 23 minutes.
And might I say, I am very glad to see that Xerxes, did go the Cinderhulk Gragas route.
That's why they're winning.
Super tanky front line. I just want to divert the attention into this here. Super tanky front line with the rush on the Righteous Glory. The engage was so easy there with that huge speed and the flash that comes from Gragas here. Righteous Glory is used. Sneaky, there's no chance. Doesn't even see it come in. Zooms in there and able to get the engagement. Then Hillisang comes up with another pick here. He gets Flay and the hook in the opposite direction. Ray does not see it coming. Able to start this one off. Then once again, Gragas ultimate here. And Xerxes, this guy, one of the young talents here in Europe, really, really impressive.
And we've just seen Gragas as well be such a power pick in the pick and ban phase. Like, we've seen first rotation almost every time on red side. This was first picked by the Unicorns of Love.
It was first picked by a lot of the North American teams too, but I was so surprised, day 1 on this patch where the North American teams were still building Runic Echoes rather than Cinderhulk to get super tanky very early, and you get this continued bonus health, extra additive value there from the item. Regardless, though, front line strong, back line strong, everything's strong for Unicorns. They have 2 inhibitors down, 25 minutes into the game, so this should be pretty easy, full steam ahead, straight up the bottom lane.
6K Baron power play says it all, Kobe. Now looking for a little bit more. Hook does go down on a Smoothie, but Unicorns Love holding off on pulling the trigger for now, waiting for C9 to overextend. Hook goes in just over and over again for Hylissang, and pressure coming in. Not a lot of options left for C9, gentlemen, let's be honest.
Yep, at this point, C9, if they're just even close to Xerxes, they might get instantly engaged on. Exile as well, can constantly jump on them, and Hylissang's just been fishing with the hooks. Landing quite a few here to set up more kills for them. That one slightly missing contracts, but it's fine. You got some CDR, you can just go for more.
Just cannot afford to approach the Mega Gnar whatsoever. On top of that, the Thresh, so many engage options for the Unicorns of Love. They made it past that weak early game. Even with Cloud9 finding advantages, finding kills, simply not enough. And now it's Contracts caught out yet again. They're running forward, they're taking their time. They're gonna take him down. Unicorns of Love walking it down the mid lane. This is the last hold, the last bastion for Cloud9. Let's see what they can do here. Samix stealth up, Jensen leaping forward. Luckily saved out, but Exile just playing so aggressive. Towers dropping left and right.
And with that, Unicorns and Europe waste no time in striking back. Here goes Cloud9, though.
They're leaping forward, the last dance. Can they make it happen? Ray trying to get as much damage as possible, but he's not going to get a single member of the Unicorns of Love. Vizichachi leaping in. They want a few extra kills. They want to savor the moment, Kobe, because it may have been an 0-2 start yesterday, but Unicorns of Love are not going to let it be 0-3 as they find their first win.
What a quick game all of a sudden. It was like, hey, man, that's a lot of scaling on your side. Unicorns love that Twitch pick with the Kassadin. That is super risky against a team running LeBlanc, Lee Sin, River, a team that completely stomped Fnatic yesterday in the early game. And there were some of those moments. We were a little bit scared. The European casters were a little bit scared.
The moment where Exile died at 3 minutes.
Yeah,
we were terrified. We're like, okay, well, it's just, this is every game.
This is falling apart now.
As we said, though, you know, with these compositions, the Cloud9 one is one that has to keep up the pressure. And it is, once you start to crumble, once you give up a large amount of kills plus the Baron, you know, this composition folds very, very quickly here. I don't know, what was your guys saying, or your rule that no one in Europe can play AD Kennen except for Reckless? Well, we are
true. Don't want to put too much blame here on any specific pick on the side of C9, but I just think the lane swap that happened much earlier with Samix going top lane with Hylissang, they got a kill, they got first tower. Actually even out the goal, despite them being down in kills. And they kind of kept that going until we also saw that play with Sneak in the top lane where he was chasing down Exile, the bait, he dies. 20-minute Baron was executed by Unicorns. That was beautiful.
Yeah, and again, I just really want to, you know, highlight Xerxes in this one on his Gragas. The adaptations he made. You know, he was hovering around the Kassadin where he thought the Cloud9 were going to pressure. He got off multiple counter ganks. He was able to get off multiple good engages as well. Definitely impressive turnaround for these guys.
Yeah, backing up his mid laner as well. The first game where Exile is going to find some kills and a huge impact once he's able to get off the ground. May have still been a weak point in that early game, but really, if they can keep playing around him like that, if they can punish these teams who are like, hey, this is your weak link, maybe Unicorns of Love can keep getting those wins.
I mean, that's the kind of scary thing about a game like this, because so key moments, or so like two really key moments here just kind of saved the entire thing for Unicorns and made them look super good against C9. But the draft in itself is still extremely hard to play and extremely risky. I think the Gragas first pick, though, that's a key one for Xerxes, and I wonder if other teams are going to be like, okay, we're going to make sure Xerxes does not get that Gragas because he was so impactful on it.
Yeah, one of the things that with that guy, though, he just plays so many champions.
He does play a lot of champions.
One of the things I love about him.
He's either making plays or he's farming in the jungle, but either way, he always feels like Xerxes is the man who's showing up so consistently. Well, Unicorns of Love started their second day with a win. Quickshot is standing by with that victorious top laner.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am joined by Vizichachi, and what a game to start the day. Why did it look so easy?
Well, yesterday we went home after the sour defeat of 2 games, and we had like a 2-hour talk with the team. And I think that had a really positive impact on everyone, and we came in like really fired up today to like prove that we are actually not that bad.
Did you prove you were not that bad in this one game?
I believe so.
How does it feel after such a victory? You sat down, you've got this energy, and when I look at the team, Sheepy, huge smiles, the rest of the squad, big smiles. So what does that mean to you to have such a convincing win to start day 2?
It means a lot, and it gives us more like confidence for the upcoming series, which we especially need against TSM, since yesterday I think we lost in like 27 minutes, and today we won in 26, so that's like kind of promising for us, I believe.
Pretty big progress, Vizichachi. Yes. I've only got time for one more question, so I want to know, with all 3 EU teams losing games yesterday, which one will represent Europe in the finals on Saturday?
I would love to say us, but I think the highest chance is probably for Fnatic, since they are like the most consistent out of all three of us.
Well, there we go. Fnatic will see if they can. You guys do have that rematch at TSM later today. Good luck for that one, Chachi. We're going to head over to the analyst desk to round out the game.
Thank you very much, guys. Nice to hear from Vizichachi. Nice to hear that they are back on the horse, on the unicorn, so to say, that they have found their very first win. And you guys wanted to take a look at picks and bans. The Fisher was talking about the Gragas first pick that might get picked away, whatever, but you guys just didn't like the C9 draft that much.
Well, it was really risky, right? And they needed to snowball every lane really hard, because if you think of the cohesion of the team composition in a late game, yeah, Riven and LeBlanc can be scary champions on their own because they can both snowball a game. But if you don't snowball super hard, you're pretty useless. And then when they didn't snowball hard, we got to see UOL scale. So, I mean, it's risky in both sides because you can't snowball over, but we got to see the bad side of the risky comp.
Yeah, and the snowball becomes really hard because a lot of this game is about pushing waves and doing something with that wave. In this composition, they have no one that can really push a wave. So the really only option was to eventually like build up a wave and then go for a dive. And then this all got really screwed up when UOL did that like turret dive, or lane swap, sorry. And that really slowed down the game for them.
And not only do they shut down the Riven by doing this swap, I think around like 10-15 minutes, but they also kind of slow down the game a bit and makes it so UOL can scale up and use their picks like Kassadin and Twitch in the mid and late game where they can just roll over the team fights.
Because that is what the Unicorns of Love want, but C9 did put some pressure up against Exile in the mid lane, as all teams do. But I believe you guys want to take a look at this because it's very much, it's a big investment from C9 to get this kill.
Oh man, I was laughing at this one. It wasn't first blood.
Second blood.
But the gank was just so early. He's level 2 under his turret. How early can you gank and dive mid lane? Apparently that's the earliest I've seen, and it could have set up the snowball.
I think props to C9 for executing it well. Like, they pretty much played it as well as they could have. Yeah, it's some nice stats. I like.
Yeah, it reminds me of a certain Brazilian.
It also shows that
laner.
when Exile is playing some of his more comfortable champions like Kassadin, where he can chain Fiend as hard, then it becomes better for him and the team.
And even if they give up a couple of kills, I think Unicorns of Love showed in this one with the lane swap and with those kills stopped that they were thinking more on their feet, something that I didn't see yesterday. Yesterday it just rolled over and died, but here, was that lane swap and that dive a very intelligent decision, or was it more like, well, where can we go? Let's just go top.
Well, I mean, like, C9 really had to, like, keep up the pressure this entire game. So anytime they didn't, like, that's when UOL could actually do things. And we didn't talk much about that level 1 invade, but I think that was a pretty important one because it really says, like, okay, now your bot lane is losing because the Braum dies level 1, everyone gets, like, small XP, small gold, and then now you know exactly, like, okay, now they're not going to be ganking bot or anything like this because the lanes are going to be terrible. And it really gave, like, UOL just time to, like, think and then play. And I think C9 was drafting to, like, continually make plays, but it seemed hard.
That's what it felt like. I mean, your wave clear point, I think, is a pretty strong one. On top of when their bottom lane doesn't create that huge pressure, it's harder for them to snowball into the rest of the map. And every time C9 had a misstep, like when Contracts dove the mid lane and gave a kill back, or when they did have Ray die and lose the turret, if the gold is even at 16 minutes into this game, C9's in a really bad spot, really bad, and they were in that situation here, so it ended up being a pretty quick game.
That they were, and Unicorns of Love, the minute they got a couple of kills, they got more of them, and in the end, they rotated top lane, got a couple of kills, and then got Baron, even though it was a bit messy around the Baron, but they got it in the end. And Trashy, this is the Unicorns of Love you know and love.
I don't know if I love them necessarily.
Just can't stop talking about them.
We definitely see, like, when UOL gets a lead and when they are in the driving seat to force fights, then they're super strong. And they showed that in this game with how fast they closed out, getting the Baron after these kills, and then just rolling over C9.
Yeah, but even just looking at the setup to this play, they send 5 people top lane. But where are the C9 waves on the minimap? 20 seconds later, they're getting them to the turret. And then UOL does play these situations pretty well because they force them so often. They're not very normal situations where a team so violently forces Baron 20 minutes into the game, but UOL is good at it.
Where does that leave us on the count of C9? I had a pretty good impression of them yesterday because that game versus G2 in the end was also pretty won if they had lost it.
It kind of doesn't really gain us anything in terms of who is the better region or who is...
Well, definitely not that.
Not yet. No. But, I mean, it's a good start for EU. I know the Fisher said yesterday was just warm-up for EU, so now we're actually... EU is showing what they got here, so I think it's time for the EU teams to win some games.
Yeah, I think for C9 as well, it's a continuation of some inconsistency. Their early game was so great against Fnatic when they smashed Caps in the mid lane. They tried to do the same thing here, weren't as successful, weren't as clean. And then the G2 game, I don't think we don't have enough time to talk about the G2 game. So they've been all over the map, and I think that's the nature of this kind of rapid-fire tournament format.
I also feel like C9, when they have shown great strengths in the NA region and also in the first day, was through like mid-game decisions where they had strong picks for forcing fights, team fights, and such on. And I didn't feel like this draft was necessarily playing to their strengths as a team.
No such plan for C9 today, but the Unicorns of Love takeaway win. And after the break, Phoenix 1 face off against the European champions G2. Stick around.
I mean, it just means you have a comp that purely relies on scaling.
It doesn't matter anymore. Riven time. What do we go? Bro.
I might PC luck. I might PC luck.
Nice.
Smithy goes in for another trade.
Oh,
Exile. Nowhere to go, no options left. Just gonna let the Sonic Wave connect.
With Jensen there.
The Baron on the side of Cloud9. There's low health bars. Can they get it moving in from right the exhaust? It goes down. Baron in the favor of C9, but the fight is breaking out, and suddenly it's disaster. Fight, they just want to keep going, but Unicorns of Love, they need to back off. No one gonna get hit by that ultimate. They're knocked back into the fight. Xerxes with a clutch cast. Leaping forward, the last dance. Can they make it happen? Ray trying to get as much damage as possible, but he's not gonna get a single member of the Unicorns of Love. Vizichachi leaping in. They want a few extra kills. They want to savor the moment, Kobe, because it may have been an 0-2 start yesterday, but Unicorns of Love are not going to let it be 0-3 as they find their first win.
Welcome back to Rift Rivals, where G2 and Phoenix One are gearing up for their first match here on day 2. G2 got the win against Cloud9 yesterday, but showed some weaknesses in their first 2 games and showed some weaknesses that we have been seeing from them in the split, I would say. Trashy, was it more of a continuation for you, what you saw of G2 yesterday in that regard?
I think the biggest disappointment I saw from G2 was when they had the huge lead, they usually actually know how to close it out. I think in EU, the split, they have been pretty weak in the early game. They haven't really, and then they don't really know what to play to after that when they're behind. But being ahead, almost 10k gold, and then almost losing the game to C9, I thought that was
the worst
thing. Not the G2 I know.
That was the weirdest thing to me about G2. And even in their game against TSM, they actually held on to the point where it looked like they could turn it around, but it was the mid and late game that looked the shakiest for G2, and that had traditionally been their strength, at least in the spring. So that is something I think they can correct, but it has been a problem all summer split.
Yeah, but I think like before G2 became like a really good like late game team, a big issue with their late game was, Perks getting caught out. And I'm really mad at him because I have a personal relationship with Perks, and I'm calling him out because he's getting way too much caught.
He's getting caught too much.
That's the phrase I'm using, yes. And NA's bringing a lot more engaged than EU normally does. Like, they're bringing Kled very often and things like that. And maybe this throws you off for a game or two, but this should be done by now. Like, day 2, this should be like G2's clean closeout games if they get a lead.
Well, it'll be very important for him today because they're up against Phoenix One, and there's one player you know who we want to talk about. No, it's not Mike Young. It's Ryu, because in that matchup versus Perks, might be really interesting. Ryu has been putting up some good numbers also in the NALCS last week, so this is your...
But he's smiling.
He's smiling.
There's no real face.
That's
never
probably
seen him
in the
smile.
building.
I think something.
What is happening?
This is what freedom does to you. It gives you that kind of smile. Because I've never seen him smile in those like 2 years. But no, I mean, I remember right when Ryu went over, I knew it would be kind of like a big shakeup. Kind of like when Bjergsen came over to NA, he shook up mid lane a lot. I think Ryu did that, a similar situation. And even in his interviews, they're asking him like, you know, how do you think of the NA mid laner so far? And he responds like, I haven't played against any good ones yet. It's like, so Ryu really hasn't changed much.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, he's been pretty bad this split in North America. And he is one of those players that he could be feeding for 12 games in a row and then hard carry you to quarterfinals, as maybe he did in Worlds last year for H2K. Because yesterday was a game where he really stood up, and everyone likes to talk about Mike Young because he's been a rookie and he's come in and he makes some flashy plays. But as we saw there, Ryu had a 97% kill participation, even in the games they were losing. So he showed up in a huge way and was the main reason they won yesterday.
And that is the scary thing about Phoenix One. When Arrow comes back online, when Ryu comes back online with Mike Young, then they look pretty scary. And before the tournament, I would have said this was probably an easy victory for G2, but now it's quite close. So I'm going to ask you guys to call it. Trashy, G2 or Phoenix One?
I mean, I started out the segment by saying UL wouldn't have a chance.
Keep it rolling.
I would say P1 is gonna win.
Right?
I mean, I still don't know much about P1 because I feel like in these last 2 weeks of when they've actually shown some like good colors, so I think that's not enough for me to bet on them yet. If they had more, like, you know, more weeks of goodness, I'm gonna say G2.
Yeah, I would say G2 as well, man. People didn't think Phoenix One would win a game coming into this. And yes, they did win a game against UOL, who looked pretty poor yesterday. I still can't shake their poor performance from the spring splits. So I have to go with G2 for this one. I think they're the favorites.
We'll have to show Jat that they are the real deal. Let's see if Phoenix One can take down the EULCS champions. Here are Dracos and the guys to get us into game.
Thank you, Shocks. We'll find out what Phoenix One can do here as we're moments away from picks and bans. So let's just jump right into those lineups with G2 on the blue side. In the top lane, it's going to be Expect. In the jungle, Tricks. Mid lane, Perks. AD carry Sven. Support, Mithy, and their coach, Youngbuck.
Wait, what was that again from Perks?
I thought he was going to go with like some Tryndamere thing or like
I thought it was like a Darian shout out. He used to always do like the Vladimir pose, but now I don't know, Perks kind of half did it.
He
just dropped it.
Wonderful now.
We'll never know.
Thank you, gentlemen. Well, on the other side, we have Phoenix One in the top lane, Zig. In the jungle, Mike Young. Mid lane, Ryu. AD carry Arrow, support Xpecial, and their coach, Fly. And these guys are serious, man.
All business.
They had to win.
Business.
They had to prove everyone wrong, including
Especially
Jad. Yeah, because Jad calls them out for their spring split performance without Mike Young and Xpecial in there.
Completely different team. Are you kidding me? They've got the rookie of the split now.
Mike Young.
It's a good name to say as well, Mike Young.
Honestly, though, I am wondering, where the bans are going to come through, because people talk a lot about, focusing actually Mike Young in the pick and ban phase. He is a relatively new player.
Kobe, are you in the ban Nidalee or leave Nidalee open both? Which one?
I'm definitely in the. It does matter where I am. Well, okay, it doesn't. It matters where G2 are, and they are definitely in the camp, as am I, of ban the Nidalee from Mike Young, just to make him do something else, right?
Yeah, obviously yesterday he's Lee Sin. He had a very nice KDA on it, but I actually think in the game, especially in the early game, he didn't perform that well. So I really agree also with Kobe and G2 Esports here in saying it's a best of one, just get rid of it.
Plus, you're on the blue side in this game. You basically get, extra target bans that you're allowed to use on blue side, rather than red side having to do the standard. Caitlyn and the Zach, maybe Elise will get through here, though.
Yeah, and I think Trick yesterday actually looked fine on it, despite it not being, one of his comfort picks. If you are G2 Esports, you had great success in the early game against C9 when you just spammed strong lanes with the Lees and you just ganked, and you actually looked super, super good until we obviously hit that late game or early late game part. So I agree with this first pick from G2.
Definitely makes a lot of sense. Elise locked in, now P1.
The EU counter.
Their choice of what is left. Still taking their time, debating on the Thresh. We'll see if it's something that Xpecial wants to play. Had a solid performance on it yesterday.
Yeah, I even voted for him for player of the game. His Thresh was really, really strong. Constant picks from him, very accurate hooks. He was doing the mind games, flay one way that we actually just saw from Hillsong in the previous series and landing the hook on someone else. So going to get that one for him again.
Yeah, might just see G2 respond with Braum for Mithy, or maybe the Blitzcrank that we saw yesterday. He also had a good performance on it. Obviously another pick, most likely jungler coming in for P1. Graves is not a champion we see a lot right now. Lee Sin is available if Mike Young wants to play it. And he wants to play it.
It's generally his, next most played champion behind the Nidalee when that sees bans, fairly frequently. In solo queue, of course, it is his most played, and we did see yesterday, quite a few missed Sonic Waves, Q-spells here from Lee Sin, but he was still able to get the job done the majority of the time.
And pressure on him now to make an impact in the early game because Trick has already proven himself on that Elise yesterday and is now backed up with this Renekton on the top side of the map alongside the Blitzcrank. And P1 taking their time on this last pick in the first rotation.
I kind of feel like the decision is between going Klett or your mid lane pick and then pinching out Perks' champ pool.
And as you alluded to earlier on, this tournament has really been trending towards the early game. G2 Esports in this draft phase are really stocking up on early game pick potential here. Renekton, smashing lane. Blitzcrank loves to get that, vision control. Same thing with Elise here. So there are a lot of, early game powerhouse tools for G2 to use already.
Now, Cassiopeia being removed was one of the good matchups against Corki. There is another champion that some of the mid laners like against Corki. I'm going to trigger all the EU fans, but say Lucian mid lane for Perks is actually a fine matchup against the Corki. They already have AP from Elise in the jungle. It is a possibility, but...
I seem to remember him single-handedly ruining the European Lucian stats.
That's why I really don't know if he actually still wants to use it. Are you telling me
that game where he did nothing for 30 minutes and they won wasn't a great Lucian performance?
He was pushing minions.
I believe in second chances, though.
This would be like 4th or 5th chance, but that's fine too.
He also believes in 5th chances, Deficio. Don't doubt him.
You can also just go Orianna, which probably is safer for our good friend in the mid lane, Perks, but sometimes you just want to see a man go completely insane and bring back the Lucian to show that he can actually play it in game number 6.
Well, the Cassio, the LeBlanc taken away, Gnar and Callista, the 4 bans for that second ban phase. Little top lane, little AD carry, but double mid from P1. They don't want to play those bad matchups, but not concerned about the Lucian.
Game of the Klett, Zek. I want to see it last time. I actually thought G2 would ban that away once we saw the Corki, but they valued the Gnar ban above it.
Yeah, the Gnar ban, but even the Callista ban as well, because they are kind of trying to deny this playmaking from the bottom side and the safety for Arrow and Xpecial. Arrow has not had very good lane stats or even lane presence for a lot of the recent gameplay. However, on the Callista, we saw him display before. Definitely was proficient.
And obviously one thing we actually see quite often against Thresh is you can just hook the Thresh and kill him, especially if you gank. Callista would deny that, but mid lane pick, Orianna is a fine choice, but I just kind of want to see that Lucian from Perks. Just one last time.
Why here? Why can't you wait for EU LCS? Why do you want to see it in Rift Rivals?
That's That's the moment he brings it out again, but it's going to be Oriana.
Well, I kind of agree with you, because the other thing about Oriana, you know, especially against Lee Sin and an early ganking Lee Sin, is that we have seen this matchup punished as well. Snowballing the Corki ahead, you know, and trying to punish that Oriana. Summoner's down, she becomes extremely vulnerable.
Yeah, Perks burned his hand too many times on the Lucian, though, and G2 Esports are trying to play.
Fifth chance, come on, man!
Yeah, I'm just saying, man. They're like, no, we need some CC there, we need some safer lanes.
Gentlemen, if you had to guess what the one composition that G2 won with this tournament was, what do you think it might be?
Renekton, Elise, Oriana, Blitzcrank, Xayah.
It's exactly the same comp to Fischio.
Wow,
G2,
good
they're just
Thank you, guys. Thank you. I did my research.
The enemy team, though, they're playing something a little different. We've got a Kled this time around, the Twitch on the bottom side of the map. Still some scaling options for P1, but
ooh, yeah,
we've seen this show from G2 before, and it felt like it was all about Trick, really just showing up in the early game alongside Mythi on that Blitzcrank.
Exactly, and I think Mythi's going to have a great time. And you're not really afraid here of the Twitch in the bottom lane, and what we saw yesterday is when Blitzcrank and Elise win the early game and they get kind of unleashed on the map, it's almost impossible to play against, and this Twitch in the bottom lane is not going to stop them. Might be a lot about Ryu and contracts, and of course the Kled top lane.
That's exactly why I got so excited with the first 3 picks that G2 showed in their draft. As we said before, you know, the P1 bottom lane hasn't had a lot of in-lane pressure themselves to kind of keep the Blitzcrank tied down, so Mythi definitely will have options for roaming.
Well, this is your time, folks. Hashtag EU win, hashtag NA win. Maybe you believe in Mike Young, maybe you believe in G2 Esports. Either way, we're getting ready for our game 2.
What if you believe in P1? Is it only Mike Young?
Here, let me give you some things to believe in. Kled for Zig, his main champion. Mike Young, basically second main champion here. Lee Sin, most played There you go.
It's like the Nidalee when it's not banned. You want to get excited. On the other side, Perks is Oriana. Something to get hyped for, the Xayah.
Honestly, though, Ryu as well has been something that, you know, people keep bringing up as being underperforming, but the Corki has been his, you know, most recent best performing champion. So as far as P1's perspective, they did get a lot of high value picks for themselves. It just does seem that it will be a little bit treacherous for them to navigate the early game.
And I really also think that it's worth highlighting that Ryu in Week 5 in NALCS actually played very well. Yes, of course, Week 1 to 4, not great. You deserve to call him out for that 100%. But Week 5, him and the rest of P1, again, they looked very good. So I'm not too surprised to see them actually do somewhat well. And Zig,
I don't think they saw this in the NALCS. Oh, just going to joust away.
He saw it. Always the classic Blitzcrank level 1s. You got to sneak around, see if you can find that one guy.
Bit unfortunate for his laning phase. May have wanted to start that bear trap on a rope. Forced to take a less than ideal skill, but a bit of time, traded for a bit of time.
And that actually is important versus the Renekton in this matchup. So we'll see what Expect can actually get done, because usually Zig just kind of likes to ride it out and CS fairly evenly with the Renekton early on. We'll see about that, though.
You might see P1 try the same start as C9 here, where you now actually have a ward place on the red buff, and you want to see if you can go in and steal away just like 1 or 2 Raptors to stop Trick from getting that 235 level 3.
So my policy now is stop at 1 Raptor. Steal 1,
yeah, get 1,
get your ass out of there, because I've seen so many people die afterwards. Like, oh, I got 1. I'm going to get another one. I love stealing these Raptors. They're not going to get any,
That's the problem when you start winning, though. You just feel like you can keep going and just keep winning, and that's sadly not how it works in the world.
Is that victory for you, Deficio? Is the single Raptor steal?
The single Raptor steal. It's like you have
greedy.
You know, you have
Stop your hand. Get out of that cookie jar, boy.
But that's one more.
Every game he queues up. Makes it to a minute 55. Satisfaction.
Yeah, I just need the 1 Raptor and I'm done for the game.
Now, though, we got to keep our eyes on the laning phase. Twitch, I mentioned earlier, maybe not something to be so scared of. The missing, not connecting the hook, not going to be the great start that they wanted, and should be pretty calm in that bottom lane.
Yeah, and people talk about, oh yeah, you can do mind games for watching which way people, you know, dodge. But Blitzcrank Mana Pool is actually one of the resources you do need to keep your eyes on for the laning phase here. So he might hold on to it for a bit longer. Wait till it gets back up to a decent level here.
I remember like 3 or 4 years ago, Blitzcrank would have like 2 hooks in his mana pool.
Things are better.
That was about it, you know.
Yeah.
Changed a little bit ever since. Not as bad for the Blitzcrank, but back then it was truly an all-in champion for level 1 and level 2. We actually do see Mythi. He played this Blitzcrank yesterday, and when G2 started struggling, we saw them, you know, not be able to set up Baron Vision. It was Mythi who, in the late game, managed to catch Sneaky, get the team back in. They got Elder Drake and everything. And
that's the important stat right there on the
right-hand side. That's the one hook, yeah.
I don't know how we quantify that stat, but he had one game-saving hook.
Here in the Eagles, yes, we just make up numbers. It doesn't matter, just believe us.
Mike Young going in for the invade here, and even though he is on a ward, this is kind of the expected Krug steal. And you would expect a mirrored move from Trick as well up on the top side. You can see with a pushing bottom lane, it does make it a lot less dangerous for him to do that as well. They have G2 pinned under the turret, so no chance of him getting caught out or burning anything.
Yeah, and what we're going to see in the early game, whenever there's Renekton and Elise, the enemy top lane is kind of stuck under his tower. It's really hard to do a whole lot against this combination. Luckily for Kled, you do have the Skull to kind of protect you for that early dive, and Trick is just going to be fine with some Raptors.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be more than fine, right? This is a big camp to steal away because Mike Young didn't start there. He's not even going to get any of the respawn timer there. But mid lane is going to be the target, Xpecial and Mike Young. Perkz should know because they saw Mike Young on the ward down bottom.
Perkz now backing off, playing it safe here. Maybe can win the trade with Ryu, but knows he can't win the trade with Mike Young as well. Now looking for the fancy footwork. Will dodge the Sonic Wave. And that walkout casually means it's pure advantage over the jungle and Trick.
Trick now actually with Expect. Hopping around the jungle, they are seeing Mike Young on this ward here.
Yeah, I would expect him to stay in here. You know, he has vision control, he has the level lead, pretty much full control of Mike.
Oh, leaps right into that cocoon. Now Trick laying down a bit of damage. Mike Young, where can you go? Flash out to safety, goes up, comes down, and that's going to be first blood for Trick.
Huge here for Trick to take over the jungle, catch Mike Young as he greedily tries to go back into his own territory after giving up his position.
Perfect start for Trick, because again, he's also waiting for Expect to kind of hit level 6 and then go for maybe a play against the Kled with this Elise here. So the fact you can even get a kill in the early game without ganking because you're just sitting in the enemy jungle already with the level advantage before the fight even starts. Then he picks up the kill against Mike Young, gets the flash at the same time. Trick didn't have to use any summoners. Very easy kill for him, and very important for G2 Esports that they kind of do what we saw yesterday with this early game composition to really start snowballing.
And this is insanely scary. The Elise has an extra camp on you, so level advantage already there, plus the first blood money, plus flash advantage. This is dream town for Elise. She should just take over the game. Bottom lane is their next objective.
Xpecial and Arrow, gonna knock him up, waiting for that rocket grab from Mithy. Where can Xpecial go? He's already flashed, dodges the cocoon. Does he have enough fancy footwork? Pulls him back into the tower. Mithy now in trouble, has to flash out to safety. TP coming in on the backside. P1 want to keep this fight going. They are unafraid. In goes Zig. That's the bear trap onto the rope. Mithy gonna get pulled back. The mana barrier buying a bit of time, but that's the kill for Arrow. Suddenly G2 at a disadvantage.
This is gonna see G2 pushing in the top side though. Expect never even channeled his teleport to even come down to the bottom side, so this wave gets pushed into top side. Zig will be missing this CS, this experience. On top of that, he did not get the kill, so he doesn't have that gold either. And Renekton into Kled already. Renekton advantage, so Zig might have a hard time coming forward.
Let's see the replay again. Mithy's hook is ready. He's just waiting for the flash from Xpecial to then pull him right back in. Gets the flash right there, and then I don't know why he keeps waiting. At this point here, you could just easily hook him in and actually secure that one kill, and then suddenly Mike Young shows up and surprises them, and the hook ends up missing from Mithy right there. So I think he waited too long, and then Zig obviously responding with that TP. I think, as you said, Kobe, like G2 is calling, don't TP with it. If you lose one guy, you're going to get a big advantage top anyway. We can now go up top lane and actually look, for a play on this under-leveled or one slightly under-leveled Kled.
This does mean that G2 are going to get their hands on the Ocean Drake. Happy to have it in the early game. But when we talk about Phoenix 1, so often we look at Mike Young. Now we're looking at Ryu a little more, and one man we cannot discount is Xpecial in the early game. You saw him flaying Mithy back into the tower in that last play.
Oh, mid lane.
Have to respect the fight.
All right, we actually are going to have a few more members coming down the river here towards mid lane. Zig sometimes does want to use his early Kled ultimates for the extra pressure, but because Perkz is backing off, they can't be sure if they've walked over vision, which they had here at the top of the river, so they don't want to kind of overextend again, since they've already done that once in this game, and G2 with a pretty sizable punish.
Yeah, we're in that situation now where P1 in the two side lanes have, remember, missing flash against fairly easy CC from G2's bottom lane, or the instant stun from a Renekton top lane. Rio's under pressure mid as well, but right now Trick should be able to find a kill in one of these two side lanes with Elise, either with the Blitzcrank or with the Renekton. We need to see just the one play from him that gets G2 a bit more gold.
And you look at it across the board, CS advantages in every single lane for G2 right now. This early game is going so well for them.
Yeah, Perk's able to clear out wards around mid lane so that none of that early pressure was there to get Ryu rolling, none of that assistance, and as you said, Trick is really set up to have a very big influence on this game, even with the bottom lane being turned around like that. You have to be careful of the package, though.
Kobe, as a jungler, do you like the fact that Trick did not go for early boots? He just had enough gold to completely upgrade his jungle item. Actually, talk about after.
That thought. Leap forward. Cocoon going to interrupt Ryu immediately. Perk's now walking back into the fight. Kick back, but not going to find the knockup. Now Perk's potentially in trouble. Ryu looking for the outplay. Up goes Elise. She has to come down. Kled is on the way. Oh! Now leaping up. Perk's running for his life. Shield. Mike Young with the auto. P1 now on top. Expect. Could get caught between three here, but at the end of the day, that's just the play for P1.
And he hits the sonic waves that matter here in the comeback. Phoenix won, and this time, this is not Mike Young getting Ryu going. Ryu here with his package, charging in, face tanking, and getting that extra kill.
And that play was so important from P1 because we just talked about how Trick had two lanes you could go to for very easy ganks. The fact that P1 then finds a fight here against Perkz in the mid lane with the package from Ryu, wins the 2v2 skirmish because Perkz is so low from the get-go, and Trick, of course, taking so much damage from this Corki here, simply means now that Trick can't really go to any of these lanes that's missing a flash because he just died and they gave 2 kills over to P1. So huge, huge fight for them.
And to the point that you were about to bring up there, where you're talking about the boots on Elise, not only even not getting boots, but sometimes we'll see early Moby boots. Currently in the bottom lane, good trade here.
Flay back, Featherstorm comes out, gonna bring the blades back in, and Xpecial now in trouble. Exhaust is wearing off, Xpecial's running for his life, and Arrow is all alone, but still willing to extend the trade, still trying to keep it going, because Mike Young is here. Flay back, taken out, and out of nowhere, the Lee Sin comes in again.
So they start this trade way ahead of time. Okay, Trick on the top side wants to dismount Zig.
No chance to talk, he's gonna sidestep the Cocoon, Bear Trap on a rope, not gonna connect, but the Pocket Pistol takes him to safety.
Also in that, little gank there by Trick, sometimes I would save the Cocoon, go for your Q first so that you dismount him, then you can Cocoon after he's already been dismounted. Ryu, though, has double buff, so
yeah, that's going to be rough.
Be a bit more careful.
That's a bit of burn, starting to tick him down, but P1 coming in with so many clutch kills, and first tower is going to drop in their favor as well, racing that Renekton and Elise on the top side, but still getting the advantage.
And it's Mike Young again on Lee Sin showing up for a counter gank. G2 Esports, the bot lane was fighting despite Trick being top lane. Ryu might get knocked back here and see if Mithy can get it something. He actually wanted Ryu to instantly Valk, so you just try and then keep him in place, but Ryu obviously just saving that cooldown until later. But bot lane, they're fighting now, despite their jungler being topside, so they really gotta feel confident they're winning this fight early.
Yeah, Phoenix won. They have Mike Young on the Gromp, and they make the call for him to come down. He is going to have to flash to get into this play, but look at the flash into W and kill here for Mike Young, and then they barely win this first turret gold race as well. So, showing up very big after the early jungle game went awry for Mike Young.
Oh, Arrow getting aggressive, Perk's in trouble. Out comes the spray and pray. Ryu trying to throw down the big one. That's another kill for P1.
Classic move with the Twitch here. Once you are unleashed, you can just start roaming into these lanes here. No flash from Perkz after losing that last fight near the blue buff. Very easy kill for P1 in mid. And they're actually doing what they did yesterday. Once they get a small advantage, they're doing a great job at snowballing.
He's going to have a very hard time getting out of this one.
3 members strong, Sven running for his life. No cooldown on the Featherstorm, and that's a dead Xayah.
3 kills now on Arrow on this Twitch. Very, very efficient moves from him after the bottom lane, push onto that turret, and he just got a huge influx of gold.
And we see the CS still not great, but it just doesn't matter. They're killing people. They're not worried about minions. They're farming champions right now, Kobe, and they're making it look pretty easy. Mike Young is everywhere that he needs to be, and the team playing so well around these collapses.
I have to see if they can keep getting something now, because they got some wards in that bot lane jungle, bot side jungle, and if Sven shows up again overextending, might be another easy kill for them. And that's kind of been the story of the game here. Despite G2 with the strong early game draft, P1 has just outplayed them.
Yeah, definitely the case so far, because we talked about, this team is going to love to work with Fog of War, going to love to work with an early game lead. They have Elise and Blitzcrank, and they're going to be roaming, and they have Renekton pushing.
CC, no flashes. You know, this is heaven for Elise.
Yeah, not the case though, because of very good recovery by Phoenix One, as you mentioned. G2 back out onto the field to grab an objective for themselves though. Rift Herald does take a while, and Xpecial and Mike Young are in the area, but I don't believe they think that they're actually on it though. Even though they have wards surrounding it.
Ward over the wall will spot expect. They know that he's hitting something. Must be the Rift Herald.
Late.
He's going to take it down, but Mike Young is on the way.
Oh,
Zig is on the way as well. Can they block them off the Eye of the Herald? And it looks like they just might. P1 can't deny the Rift Herald.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you can't pick up the Eye.
Oh, Shockwave hitting multiple members. Zig, though, leaping into the back line. Expect cannot peel enough for the team, but Mike Young is in trouble. He's dropping lower, and Trick is going to grab that kill. Suddenly, Zig, he's in no man land either. Out comes the Featherstorm, brings it back, roots him down, but Sven, he can't save himself, and that's Arrow on a rampage.
Yeah, Arrow just went back, got his Blade of the Ruined King, joining this fight with ulti. 4 kills for him now, and P1, they just saw the Rift Herald die in the end. They didn't stop it, but they got some kills. Ryu, he wants more.
Not able to interrupt it in that last 0.05 seconds. But Phoenix One, absolutely big punish here because there are no flashes on the carries of G2. Perkz is roaming up to help, and they're lending support, but Phoenix One are bringing everyone here, and they have to respect the charge from Zig. They immediately go on the chase.
I think this Kled here, once again, working out so well for one of the North American teams, because he's just diving straight in the back line, knows, okay, I'm safe enough with Skull, and he's able now to set up Arrow and Ryu. You can see the 2 carries from P1 just coming in, completely untouched at the start of the fight, able to just unleash all the damage.
Yeah, we talk about, the carries for G2
didn't pick it up.
Didn't have their flashes. Yeah, they had no chance. They got run off that very early.
And the thing you got to notice, too, Mike Young kicked him away from the Rift Herald as he was channeling the pickup. That doesn't take long to pick up, so P1 are just one step ahead.
Yeah, Arrow flashing over the wall offensively in that last fight as well, should be pointed out. Blade of the Ruined King completed on him now, and Drake under fire.
And now it doesn't matter now if you have, the early game or lane advantage, because suddenly with items coming in favor of P1, because they just have more gold, this Twitch here with Blade of the Ruined King is going to be stronger than the Xayah. The 2v2 lane is suddenly just fine, maybe even better for P1 after all these early kills, and now they even get Drakes in mid tower.
And it's not even just Arrow, right? Ryu is going to have his Trinity Force completed very quickly on this Corki, and he's going to be a very big problem as well.
And that's even a delayed Trinity Force because of a Hexdrinker coming in and him upgrading the boots. So he's actually sitting on so much gold that he's still getting it just around, should we say now, when he goes back about 16, 17 minutes, he's going to get that Trinity Force. And yeah, P1 with 2 Drakes, early advantage. They don't care about Renekton and Elise anymore.
And we see G2 grouping up, trying to get down a bit of vision, trying to get control back over this game, but I don't think anybody expected P1 to play this well. We look at week 5 of NALCS, P1 looked great, but we didn't think that would transition so cleanly to international competition against the top teams in Europe. But
Trashy did. He believed in Mike.
He called it.
Called it there. All right, let's see if they get this push on the top side, though, because G2 are, swinging up some defensive, and Arrow with the red buff, he might get a little over-aggressive if they stay in the Fog of War here and try and bait him in.
And with all the control wards by G2, they're looking for that one catch that we see with Blitzcrank Elise so often. Tends to work a lot better when you're the one winning, so you're getting like deep vision in the enemy jungle, and you're kind of hiding around every single corner. It's not a combination that's too strong if you are very far behind, because in a team fight, it's kind of minimal what Blitzcrank will offer or Elise will offer to your team.
G2 now grouped around the mid lane, but you bring up Vision and P1. Absolute control over the bottom side of that map. But Mithy, he's looking for that hook. Val comes out, hook goes wide. Nice sidestep from Ryu, and G2 honestly just grasping at straws, looking for anything they can get their hands on.
We have to remember Ryu trained against Mad Life in his prime. So when he sees a Blitzcrank, he knows what to do. Yeah, I'm going to juke to one side first, and then I know I'm going to sidestep instantly. And Mithy, still not Mad Life level. In his prime, worth adding. Mad Life right now, probably not better than Mithy.
I mean, Mad Life is currently in North America, so...
Exactly.
Sure
Mithy probably... Oh, now is the prime, okay.
Is that what we decided based on every time?
He's training currently in the region that gave birth to Mike Young, okay?
Ooh.
All right, let's take a look at Arrow here, because we talked about possibilities of getting over-aggressive with Twitch when you do have successful early game. Sometimes this can go to your head. Deficio has played a bunch of Twitch. He knows exactly what you're talking about.
Some people call me a one-trick, but I will let people know I'm a two-trick now. I also play Corki mid lane.
Splitting your time, eh? The dual role threat. I love it.
I'm keeping it legit, so my team can always count on me if those two champions are available.
Count on Deficio.
Only if those two champions are available.
Ban
If
and
they
I'm
ban
doomed.
both, he just has to leave. He has to leave. You're going to have to wait. You're going to have to queue up again, folks. No
Arrow
Deficio
doesn't
time.
have to leave, though. 4 kills on the Twitch. Going to get some solo turret gold for himself as well. And now we're going to see the vision creep into G2 territory. So those things you were talking about before, Deficio, where they have Elise and Blitzcrank and Renekton, these things are falling off. They don't have the vision to work with. And Phoenix One are going to have a lot easier time seeing some of those plays coming.
P1 just happy to pressure out the mid lane, happy to take these advantages where they can get them. Pressure on the top side as well. Only Sven alone to push out the bottom side. And now Zed, he's running forward. Mike Young, he's kicking back the competition. Expect just getting the chain CC brought on. The hook connects as well, and that's one Renekton who is not going to survive. P1 set to take that tier 2.
A great use of the advantage. Perks trying to get some damage onto P1.
Flash comes out from the hook. Trick doing what he can to hold on. Clears the wave with the shockwave. And that means that G2 will at least hold on to the tower, but still starting to fall behind in gold.
Love that setup, though, from P1. It's every single member actually playing well here. Mike Young and Zek coming in behind the Renekton, and then Xpecial setting up the flame to hook to take down the big crocodile, and suddenly P1 getting another kill. Didn't get the tower because of Perks' shockwave, but at this point it's just a matter of time before they get even more structures, and then we're just waiting for Baron setup to kind of be the big one for P1 to close out the game.
Yeah, you could see the pings coming down beforehand from Phoenix One. Phoenix One had really perfect vision because they had just seen the rest of the members of G2. So even though this is the tankiest member, they know 5 versus 1 will take those odds and will be able to clean up this kill on the Renekton before defenses arrive. That being said, you know, G2, after the defenses arise, they are able to kind of stop the losses there at just 1 kill and defend their turret.
Yeah, but now because G2 got caught so many times and lost so many early fights against P1, they now find them in a situation where you are forced to farm 3 lanes because you have like Renekton, Orianna, Xayah, they all need gold to be useful. But you can't really do that because some of the lanes are always going to get pushed down by P1, and if you are sitting in the opposite lane as an AD carry, well, your top laner is dead, your top tower is dead, your inhibitor might fall very quickly. So you're just in that terrible situation where you can't get the resources you need.
And what makes it even more difficult trying to get those resources, I love what I'm seeing from Phoenix One. 5 control wards in an inventory of every single player. They are going to light up the jungle. So even transitioning from lane to lane becomes difficult and inefficient in trying to get the lane farm. Not to mention the jungle farm will be completely taken over.
And Kobe, you can see, not only do they have those control wards in the inventory, they have control wards already all over the jungle. Vision is everywhere for P1. It doesn't feel like there's any safe place for G2 to stand right now. Perks farming his own Raptors. P1 know about it. They have a ward in that pit. These guys are ready to make a play.
I see you farming those Raptors. What do you think you're doing?
Can't even get your own jungle camps. So luckily Orianna can almost one-shot the small ones, if not fully one-shot them.
Still get them, but they can see them.
Big one stays alive. Ryu with the package, looking for something. What is he looking for?
Spider, I believe.
Is he looking for the spider?
In the
well, that's a good question. What do P1 need at this point? What is going to extend
They want Baron so badly.
Well, the Mountain Drake will mean they'll have double Mountain Drakes. So this
Helps
is
getting
a
that Baron.
tremendous amount of pressure around the Baron. Talk about all those control wards. They're slowly moving them already, and they just want to keep vision around this area. After double Mountain Drakes, it becomes a game of, okay, we got to face check into Thresh here, and Ryu has package right now. Oh, the Scuttle Crab is actually big. The face checking no longer, you know, quite necessary. We'll see if they actually get out of this one, though. Phoenix One roaming up.
Package used. Perks potentially in trouble. Keep your eyes on Xpecial because the charge is coming in. Zig now attached. They're looking to kick him back to the wall. Perks doesn't even get to push any buttons. No chance to respond.
Same kind of play again from P1 where every single member is just ready to go all in, and Zig with the Kled ulti able to speed up some of the other guys on his team to catch Perks. So Youngmark doesn't even want to watch the game anymore. He's just looking away.
Pulled back, hooked in. This is going to be disastrous for G2. The Featherstorm Sven dishing out as much damage as he can, but he cannot compete with that spray and pray, and now it's Baron in the eyes of P1.
2 members down for G2, double Mountain Drakes for Phoenix One. They should be able to melt this, even with Scuttle Crab, even with this vision. Not really a big case here, unless Trick runs over very quickly, flashes, and maybe sacrifices himself. He could go for the hero play.
He's willing to get it, not gonna. Whoa!
They got him here!
Way too late. Oh, the itsy bitsy spider.
Surprise!
Not gonna make it out, and now P1, if there was any doubt after that early game, they are in absolute control now.
Well, Expect got a ward, so that's 10 gold. Small win.
You're holding on hope.
Count your blessings, my friend. The silver lining is there.
So have I mentioned that I'm North American? Did I bring that up yet?
As soon as you get a chance, it stabs us in the back.
It's looking a little grim, Deficio. It's looking a little
bit,
grim.
Yeah, a little bit. I think G2 continuing the trend of not looking great at all, which has been kind of the story the last 5 weeks of G2's
and it's
story.
It is honestly important for Phoenix One. Phoenix One have been having a very rough restart to this split. They had to make multiple roster changes. They were working through many different junglers, many different supports. They really weren't able to find a configuration that did work, and then they had to sacrifice more time to come up to Rift Rivals. You know, they left right after LCS on the Sunday, traveled over to get some extra practice. The dedication these guys are showing to improving is really heartwarming, that it's actually paying off for them, because this is definitely a better looking Phoenix One, and they'll be stronger when they head back to North America and can kind of take these winnings home.
And not just the dedication, but the pace, Kobe, at which they've improved. The Week 5, amazing. Now the performances on Rift Rivals get better and better. The NA hopeful. But now...
the crowd agrees.
At this point, P1, they're going to take the free towers. G2 cannot hold these. Really no options to hold on to the tier 2s. It's going to be about defending those inhibitors, and the gold lead just gets bigger and bigger. 10K.
You're 23
done.
minutes in. You are done. You are completely done. Your entire comp had so many ways of winning the early game, and you got outplayed. You messed it up. You overextended. You died. You lost fights. So P1 have just been getting further and further ahead in this game simply because they did all the work in the early game that allowed their composition with this super fed Twitch and the fed Corki in the mid lane to say we can win every fight. We have the mobility as well from this Kled, and they just do it so well. Actually, P1 are playing this game really well.
All right, your speech was a little bit more depressing.
All right, here we go. They'll expect P1. So they definitely be in trouble. Dismounted and dropped. G2. That's going to make it a lot easier to survive this last minute of the Baron buff.
Always the caster curse.
Well done, Deficio. Well done.
Every time.
I was about to say, hey, if you look at P1 the first couple weeks, you'd say, well, 10K gold lead, not confident they can end this game. But you look at them the last few times, that's pretty good. Been reliably closing out, and now we just need to see clean play. But G2, they're not giving up easy.
They're not, but for now, it's hard for them to defend against the double Mountain Drake as well. Infernal coming up, so can't really fault P1 for saying, let's wait for that one to spawn, get another big Drake here when P1 is already so far ahead. And they should be able to secure then another Baron if they keep waiting and then use that to actually get inside the base of G2.
All right, well, let's discuss one of these topics that is pretty interesting, you know, especially between North America and Europe, is the Kled. And a lot does surround this, and people have been talking about, oh, you know, Perkz was caught out a lot in the mid-game, something probably brought up on the analyst desk, and, you know, the prevalence of Kled and these hard engage that a lot of the North American teams are bringing, it seems to be catching him a bit off guard. Arrow as well on the Twitch with a lot of really good surprise assassinations early on in this game. So basically the frequency and the effectiveness of these you know, mid-game picks have been very, very huge and really felt in getting the game to where it is right now, only, you know, 25.5 minutes in.
And it's interesting, too, because when we first saw Kled come out, he had no place in a tank meta where teams were grouped up and a tank just body blocks that ultimate. But now with these more aggressive bruiser kind of tops, it feels like he just slots in so well with what teams like Phoenix One want to do. But now it's about closing out. It's not about finding those picks. It's about forcing these inhibitors, at least for now. Baron's still very far off, but as you mentioned, the Infernal Drake close at hand, and P1 may find it a pretty easy objective to take.
Should definitely be fairly easy for them. We're kind of looking for a little bit of a random trap setup from G2 to kind of get back in the game at the moment, because sometimes you have to actually rely on enemy mistakes when you fall this far behind. And again, you do have a Blitzcrank. You always got to respect that. Let's say Arrow is overextending. He gets caught. He dies. We just saw Zig die before. All these things kind of buy a little bit of time for G2 Esports to try and get a few more items under their belt, but so much is just based around P1 than overextending and actually making the mistake in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, we've all been in this scenario before, right? When it depends on the enemy team kind of presenting you an opportunity. Yes, G2, if you try and count, you know, how are they going to come back? Well, never mind, we have a bit of an
Perkz going to burn Flash. Not what they wanted for the comeback. Arrow going to throw down a bit of damage. But that's not going to be how they do it. But let's talk about how they can do it. What are the options?
Kind of starts with, as the visual was mentioning, kind of a pocket of Fog of War or area to surprise with a Blitzcrank or an Elise, you know, these pick abilities. The problem is that the zone on the map for them to do that is shrinking and shrinking and shrinking as Phoenix One are kind of starving them out from the rest of the map. So the opportunities to surprise become less and less, and Phoenix One, it becomes much more easy for them, to play safe and keep up their lead.
Yeah, another choice or option for G2 is hope that P1 maybe doesn't execute the Baron properly and see if you can steal the Baron, or maybe if you can catch them with a shockwave inside the Baron pit. So what they're doing now is, before Baron even spawns, they're setting up a lot of vision around it and then see if maybe they can catch P1. Mike Young is going in there, so that's a guy.
Oh, kick back. Oh, gonna get pulled back in. Mike Young now in trouble, knocked up, but Zig is on the way to the back line. You may be keeping your eyes on Mike Young, but you need to watch that Kled, because he's gonna try to find a kill onto Mythy, but Mike Young is still alive! Ryu now on a rampage. The Lee Sin getting out by the skin of his teeth, and G2, they're just gonna get routed.
Oh man, yeah, you better keep your eyes on Mike Young, because he was all over the place in that little skirmish. Does end up getting out alive afterwards too. He did not hesitate. As soon as he saw Mythy, he's like, yeah, they're probably all here. And instantly goes for the kick back onto him, trying to ensure a kill for his team rather than trying to run away.
Now Ryu flashing forward, looking for the outplay onto Perks. Gonna miss a few skill shots, and Perks doing what he can with the fancy footwork, but Ryu's just playing with his food, because now P1 are breaking into the base. They're extending this gold lead even further. They got their sights set on 2 inhibitors, and with 5 members, G2 cannot take down Mike Young. I think that is the best death sentence I have heard of.
And Zig just walks away. Mythy is trying to chase, but sadly for him, Blitzcrank W got changed a little bit, but
yeah, ran out of gas.
Zig is out of there, and Baron is now spawning, and P1 are instantly on it. So G2 tried that one little play. They're like, okay, we gotta try something. Let's hope Mike Young is alone here. We maybe kill him. Baron spawns, but it's just Trick finding it special right now, and Trick is kind of all alone.
Yeah, not gonna get a chance. The chain CC comes in. Down goes the jungler. Arrow is godlike, and P1.
I know that feeling on Twitch.
Sure, buddy.
Every game. Every game.
Oh, let's take another look at it and do track Mike Young, because he goes in a full circle here, all the way around the red jungle. Flashes, then goes over to the blast cone, and if you watch Trick, he tries to chase him this whole time too. Repels over afterwards. You know, Mike did use his smite and kill off the red, so he continues jungling while he's running around through this little fight. And during that time, Arrow and Ryu, these 2 fed AD carries, are just dishing out the damage. We get multiple kills for the team and allow Phoenix One to chase down.
And Ryu, a man who's been getting honestly destroyed so frequently, but it feels like every time he finds that pick, once per season that he is successful on, something that he can really execute on, it has been this Corki, and you can see in day 1, similar story.
Yeah, I love the fact that yesterday he was just involved in like every single kill. This kill participation you see in the middle was actually 100%. If we look just like at before 15 minutes, this is the entire game. So sadly he missed out on like 1 kill in the entire game here. And he's been doing, well again, Mythy, he's dead.
Mike Young moving forward. Sven trying to get back what he can. Meanwhile, the top laners are dishing it out in that 1-for-1, but spray and pray coming in. The root going in as well, just to stop Arrow from taking anything else. It is a battle for survival here on the side of G2, but the remount not going to come in time. Expect. They have saved his team in the end, but triple inhibitors stacked up against G2 and P1. Just dishing out so much damage. Cocoon's not connecting. Hook's not connecting. Not enough damage. Woo! But that's not a problem for the Corki. And now...
Yeah, you know that feeling too, huh, Deficient?
Yeah, exactly.
The big crits. All right, Phoenix One. Little left to do here with the Baron buff. Couple of Nexus turrets standing between them and their second victory at MS... at Rift Rivals. There we go.
Back in
Tournament.
League of Legends tournament.
They're doing what they can, Kobe, on the side of G2. They're doing what they can. But it's just not, it's not enough. Arrow is too strong. Ryu is too strong. You have 2 80 carries just so far ahead of the competition. There is not enough damage on the side of G2. The TP is coming in to keep the minion healthy, to keep P1 on that Nexus, and this very well could be the end.
Oh, they're gonna get that last tower. They want some kills.
Kick back style play coming in from Mike Young. Can G2 kill him? Doesn't look like they're gonna get it, but Zig now pulled in the fountain, stunned up, but the D-mount means the aggro's gonna swap, and Ryu just going in for the disrespect. Phoenix One taking down the first place seed from Europe.
And I mean, it's kind of surprising at this point that G2 keeps finding a new way to kind of disappoint when you're watching them, because yesterday when that early game comp, they did well early on, then they couldn't set up Baron plays. This game, they had exact same composition, exactly the same one, and they got completely outplayed by P1 in the early games. They didn't even get to the point where they could actually start snowballing this composition. And the fact that P1 are playing so well, starting from week 5 in NALCS into this Rift Rivals tournament here, is super impressive with this new lineup.
And the fact, really, you know, to kind of inspire more confidence in this team is that they started out with an early deficit. You know, Trick had a very good early start to this game. Gets the first blood on Mike Young, gets the counter jungle on Mike Young, but he stays proactive. They make so many different counter plays, both sides of the map, and are able to really turn it into another kind of one-sided game.
And we obviously, again, we keep talking about Mike Young all the time. Like, he lost his Nidalee in this game, picked the Lee Sin, his second best champion, and played much better than we saw in the early game yesterday. He was
Ryu
everywhere.
and Arrow.
And Ryu and Arrow as well playing well. You know, Special was a man we highlighted from yesterday's game. Like, all these guys are suddenly actually playing really well from P1. And I'm just so surprised that, you know, Mike Young comes in out of nowhere. Every other NA team is kind of probably thinking, like, where did this guy come from? How did they get him first? You know, this is an NA player, so they don't need to use like an import slot on him. Like, he's gonna be so valuable in the future for these teams who are trying to obviously get the best rosters possible. And P1 have found a good mix right now.
Yeah, P1 definitely have. Well, Phoenix 1 got the win here against G2. Our analysts are standing by for a closer look.
Well then, will Phoenix 1 win Worlds?
Probably.
Probably. I mean, they're probably the favorite at this point.
They're on a roll. Like, we can't deny that. Absolutely taking out the champions of Europe. Like,
Trashy. He called it.
Yeah, you did actually. You did.
I actually had a chat with Perks yesterday after their games, and he said that I asked him, so how's it going? Like, what is happening tomorrow, which is now today? And he said he doesn't really know. We will have to see. He said he can't promise me anything. So for me it was obvious.
For you, it was obvious. They can promise anything.
I can't promise anything either. They're screwed.
But probably as a coach, of a successful team, I mean, that's definitely true. G2 is a team that used to play for the perfect game and used to have all these good things, and now they can't even seem to put a good or consistent early game together. Might that just be a crisis of everyone's, like, the way they play the game? How do you deal with that for G2?
I don't know. I mean, because the early game first 5 minutes looked okay. Like, Trick, I think, predicted Mike Young's pathing. I think he had a really good invade, got first blood off of that. But then after this, like, first 5 minutes, when they have to, you know, now you don't know where jungler is because it's going to be, like, new routes and, like, buffs are coming up and stuff. Then there was, like, no plan, really. They're kind of like, oh, blue buff's up. Let's go, like, take blue buff, or let's go here. And there wasn't any, like, cohesive, like, all right, we're all going to, like, go bot right now, or we're all going to go snowball this. And when you play Renekton Elise, you gotta get that lane ahead, man. Yeah,
Zig sitting at 0-0-3 50 minutes into the game is a win for P1. And I know there's all this hype about, you know, Mike Young, but I want to talk about the roster changes Phoenix 1 has undergone in the past 3 months. They've been through 4 different supports, and they're on their 3rd jungler. So I feel like it's actually really clicking now with Special and Mike Young, and that's now letting us see the Ryu and Arrow we've been waiting for, right? Arrow and Ryu have been actually really good this tournament. Arrow late game carried. Ryu, one of the big reasons they were able to win this game with his Corki in the mid lane. So, I mean, Phoenix 1 was a 3rd place team in spring, even if they've been a last place team for most of summer. So maybe they're starting to turn it on. This is still a little bit, you know, I'm a little bit flabbergasted, but they're now 2-1.
This is a good advantage, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, how do you prepare for P1 when they're, like, losing all these games and they haven't really shown a style yet? Like, last week when they played Immortals, they looked good. But it's like you have one game. You're going to have all your information off of, like,
well, actually, it's actually the inverse of what we keep saying about G2, because with G2, for the last couple of weeks, we've been like, when are they going to get to their level again? Surely they will get to their level again, or will they? And for Phoenix 1, is it, will they keep playing at this level? What's going on here? So I think this game must be a big indicator. They had some really good moves. They also turned around an early fight to get the ball rolling against G2. We're going to take a look at that replay brought to you by Acer. So was this good by P1, or did G2 drop the ball?
I think one thing we can praise P1 for this game was whenever they decided to take the fight, they were decisive and really fought it out. Like, in this situation, they actually had a disadvantage in items, but because they took the fight and because Ryu had no magic mantle and could tank up the Elise damage, they actually were able to win the fight. So props to P1 on taking the fights.
Not to mention Perks was down Shockwave and also had just cleared a control ward while Ryu was back in base to get the package. So the window in time with which to make a play was really small, and like you said, they were very decisive in doing so.
And it kind of translated throughout the game that whenever P1 had the opportunity to take the fight, they were all committing for the fight, and maybe that threw G2 off a bit.
Must have. Phoenix 1 just seeming very confident. Also, the Kled pick for Zig really, really working out. It's something that has seen not as big of a priority, I would say, in EU as it has in NA. And you guys were discussing how he does play it in a very interesting way as well, especially with the charge and the ultimate and his positioning of it specifically.
I mean, I think this fight's different
Not this fight.
as other fights, but I noticed a lot of times like Zig just ults behind the enemy team on Kled, when normally I see Kled just, you know, ult the one target that you want to get to. But yeah, Zig doesn't even try to hit it. He just gets all the way behind the enemy team. I thought that was a pretty like interesting way to use the Kled ult.
Yeah, usually using it to cut off an escape path rather than to just charge right into someone. Or if they do run away, that's when you get to see them charge into right some. And some of these fights are a little bit ridiculous. I mean,
Mike Young
trying to figure out why he's kicking Mithy back there. Just sees a Blitzcrank, immediately goes for the insect, and then doesn't die in this fight, which you know is the nail in the coffin. Yeah, I mean, of course he gets the red buff. He's Mike Young. What do you expect?
You shouldn't question Mike Young's decision making because he probably knew that like if we fight there, we win for sure. Like we can't question Mike Young for sure. At this point.
Yeah, we can't question anything on Phoenix One right now. They are on fire. G2 is absolutely not. And yeah, when is it going to turn around? We don't know. Probably you were mentioning the fact for G2 specifically that they don't seem to make the correct plays, or rather they know which plays they want to make, but they can't seem to make them as correct anymore as they used to. So will it get better during Rift Rivals?
I don't know. I mean, they used to like be super scrappy team, and then they like started learning how to play late game, and then now they're like, oh, we'll play both styles, and now we'll pick Erect and Elise, and then we'll pick full scaling. It's like, I don't know, I think just pick one style and be practicing it right now, because I mean, I still think they can play this kind of like scaling and do well, but it's when they like all in on early game, it's like they're definitely not 100% early game playmaking team right now.
Yeah. And maybe this tournament serves as an even bigger wake-up call for G2, right? They're 3-3 in Europe. That wasn't really a big worry because everyone just expects G2 to do well.
It's starting to be
but
a
if they
big
lose
worry.
a bunch of games at Rift Rivals and we're a couple months away from Worlds, that's huge, right? They were redeemed at MSI, so to speak. They made it to the finals. They took a game off of SKT. And it's really easy to relax after that. You think, yeah, we're really good.
You deserve relaxing for a bit. Why not?
Yeah, but now, if you're still this far into the season and losing to a bunch of NA teams at Rift Rivals, you're
hey,
gonna get
we can't take any credit away from Phoenix One, but their biggest test is up next week as well.
Let's take away. No, I'm just kidding.
No, because they're playing Splice next week. So.
Personally, I don't mind them playing bad at this tournament, and also next week when we have to face them, because then we will obviously get the win. So personally, I'm a fan of this kind of G2 play style. I like it.
You're a fan of it.
Encourage it then, yeah. Keep playing.
Yeah, you both
all in on this stuff.
Yes. Invested interest in this. They won the last 3 splits.
Very biased test.
Very interesting. Wow. We'll see how it...
At some point, if you keep losing and not playing up to the expectations everyone has, then maybe it's going to hit on their confidence. And we don't know like what their confidence level is at this point. So it's exciting to see how they're going to surpass this.
Yeah, and how they're going to deal with
Phoenix One
everything.
has that confidence, though.
Phoenix One is
all-time high.
Up there. Phoenix One is on a roll. And coming up next, Fnatic and TSM, face off in one of the biggest matchups of the tournament. Don't go anywhere. I'm excited. Woo!
Pretty much full control of Mike. Oh, leaps right into that cocoon. Now Trick laying down a bit of damage. Mike Young, where can you go? Flash out to safety, goes up, comes down, and that's going to be first blood for Trick. Now Perk's potentially in trouble. Ryu looking for the outplay. Up goes Elise. She has to come down. Kled is on the way. Oh! Now leaping up. Perk's running for his life. Shield. Mike Young with the auto. P1 now on top.
I think give up. Give up at all. Oh. Give up and let's defend mid. Let's defend mid.
Oh, kill this guy.
Kill this guy.
Oh. Can we kill him?
Let's go.
Alright, nice. Alright, that's back for me.
Again, Mike Young now in trouble, knocked up, but Zig is on the way to the back line. You may be keeping your eyes on Mike Young, but you need to watch that Kled, because he's going to try to find a kill onto Mithy, but Mike Young is still alive! Ryu now on a rampage.
Hey, let's go.
Let's go.
There you go.
Oh my god.
Good job, guys.
Phoenix One, taking down the first place seed from Europe.
I think Fnatic is, I always say that they're just really interesting and they're really unique. So yeah, they're going to be hard because like TSM is notorious for being garbage at adapting. And like when you throw them a curveball, TSM always just goes boom. Like, I don't know, it's just historically this always happens. And I think Fnatic is like the curveball team. They always do some crazy stuff. Reckless never plays meta champions. He always just goes nuts. And yeah, I think we're gonna have some trouble. But I still believe that we're better. You know, NA greater than EU. I gotta drive that home.
Wise words from Peter Pang ahead of TSM versus Fnatic. Much anticipated matchup between these two NALCS champions. When is the last time they met? Tell me quickly.
2015 MSI.
Tallahassee, Cassiopeia top.
They had a bad top lane matchup for some reason. I mean, really, there was nothing they could have done. Again, it's been a really long time since these teams have met,
Absolutely.
so it's cool to see it again.
Absolutely, and it is kind of in an era when it's becoming really interesting to see it again because Fnatic is on a high. TSM is also looking for their form. They have Double Lift back in their lineup. So it feels like it's the right time for these two teams to meet again. And at the side of Fnatic, they were rumored to be the best team at this tournament, but on day one, they weren't doing that well. And Double Lift was saying they always throw you curveballs. They always do unexpected things, but to be honest, yesterday didn't look like Fnatic in that regard.
No, I think their early games were pretty weak yesterday, and partially I think it's due to the fact that usually they have a lot of mid control with Caps, having winning matchups, and then they use the pressure in mid to the sides, like to either top or bot, usually actually to bot. But in this case, Caps was shut down in a lot of the games, and their draft from the bottom side has a lot of scaling and are not really strong in lanes, and then suddenly you're losing all over the map. And then we see what happens.
Well, on that topic, Caps tweeted yesterday. Yesterday, he tweeted today, actually. Yesterday was a wake-up call, and trust me, Cloud9 have awoken a monster. Rasmus Winter, someone's going on the list.
Ominous, right there. I mean, to be fair as well, I wonder if there's going to be any sense of complacency from TSM with the 2-0 they had to start. And I mean, Trashy's been baiting me all day trying to hype up NA. He said, you know, NA's better. That's why he picked Phoenix 1. So he's probably trying to tell me, right, Fnatic's early game sucks now is what he's saying. I don't buy it. I actually think Fnatic is still going to turn it on. I think they're really in it to win here. They still have so much to prove. Like, there's nothing that satisfies this Fnatic team. And I agree their early game wasn't good yesterday, but I think they can do it today.
And it'll be key to see which champion Reckless gets his hands on, because a couple of his favorites were banned out yesterday. He had to go on a Twitch game, which wasn't his best, and he's up against Double Lift. And in terms of history, this is a really nice matchup to be watching. Double Lift always has a fair bit of trash talk. He said that he's the best ADC in the tournament. Sven is probably the best one besides him, but Reckless probably has had a huge impact on Fnatic's success this split.
Yeah, and a lot of it is his scaling and kind of weird AD carry playstyle where he's like on side lane really a lot of the time. But I am really curious how TSM will match up against this. I think laning phase, like TSM's gonna have a big advantage. But yeah, like Double Lift kind of said, with the low confidence, they played badly against new styles. Like, I wonder if Double Lift is just gonna follow Reckless around the map on side lane and fight.
CSD doesn't look too hot for Double Lift here.
No?
Yeah, but that's not important.
So I think this stat is kind of weird in a way because Reckless CS numbers are always insane. Like, no matter what, he's always up in CS. Sometimes I'm even questioning if he's cheating or something. Sometimes he's always ahead. I mean, he's obviously not cheating.
Okay, thank you for saying that. Yeah, thanks.
But he's always ahead in CS, and it's quite interesting to see that he can always keep this up. But they usually lose the bot tower really early, and that is not really shown in the stats, and is sometimes really hard for Fnatic to deal with because it gives a lot of pressure to the other members.
Well, it does, but isn't that also what fits into their playstyle? Because they're perfectly content trading those towers, because it seems like then they just pull the trigger on whatever lane there is still a tower. So for me, it doesn't strike me as something that's a negative thing for them.
I mean, like, Fnatic not having a great early game bottom makes a lot of sense, and normally if bot lane loses, you can really translate that through the map. So I think them like not doing spectacular first 10-15 isn't really that like damning for them. And then in their one loss yesterday was Caps get super camped by 3 people. So I really don't think they've shown like too much weakness really this what is this called? Tournament. Yeah, this tournament so far. Yeah. So I really don't think like if they
international extravaganza.
Yeah, if they want to play like really early game stuff the way G2's, maybe that's going to be an issue for Fnatic. But normally they pick really like decently scaling stuff, and then They're happy giving away the bot lane tower and just farming it out. So I think that'll work well for them.
The players are almost ready, but tell us quickly why TSM is going to win, chat.
They're not.
Okay.
I'm actually picking Fnatic in this one. If they do win, though, it's because we always talk about Fnatic's best-of-1 playstyle and how no one's going to know how to adapt to ours. But what I've seen a lot of this tournament is teams not adapting to NA's playstyle. They play really well around mid lane. They've actually become a lot more disciplined in a lot of the things they're doing. And EU is walking into a lot of plays. So if TSM wins, I think it would be through the mid lane control machine. When they're actually kind of at their best, they get something really strong in the mid lane to win. I just think the Fnatic is going to play a little bit too fast, and TSM might swing and a miss on a curveball.
So, wait, so who's going to win?
Fnatic.
All right, cool. Fnatic.
But you wanted to tell me why TSM will win, and that's how they would.
Well, Fnatic.
I thought we had TSM Jet on the desk.
Yeah. Fnatic chat.
Gotta get the memes in, gotta get the memes in. But I'm gonna cut you off. Fnatic, they face a tough challenge here against the NALCS champions. Let's send it to the casters, please, and get into game.
Thank you, Shows. Now I'm curious, guys, because I feel like Chad rooted
throw
for
me a curveball. Is that how you're supposed to?
I don't know. Never played baseball in my life. All right,
You're
but I feel
American.
like. Yeah, all right, I'm a bad American. That's why I'm here. All right, anyway, there's a game of League of Legends to play. So let's start by talking about those lineups, and let's take a look at TSM. In the top lane, it's going to be Hanser. In the jungle, Sven Skaren. Mid lane, Bjergsen. 80 carry double lift support Biofrost, and their coach, Parth. Bjergsen with the Namaste.
All right, so let's talk TSM a little bit because they got kind of sidetracked on the desk there. I do kind of agree about the mid lane has been very important. However, to me as well, the supports roaming with junglers has been key, and it's kind of been something that hasn't really been highlighted as much because when it's successful, a lot of the times you'll see the jungler coming out and benefiting from it, and not all the time. It's this big blitzcrank hook or thresh hook that's coming through, but the jungle proximity rates, the ones that have been successful, have been really high between support and jungler specifically, getting the vision down to get information before they go for those plays.
We'll have to see if Jesus and Broxa can compete because we're going to take a look up at that Fnatic lineup coming in on the red side. In the top lane, it's going to be Soaz. Already mentioned, it's Broxa in the jungle. Mid lane, Caps. 80 carry reckless support, Jesus, and their coach, Dylan Falco.
Look at that monster there in the mid lane, just showing off.
It's a little bit of a bait right there. Now you think it looks cute.
Impressive moves.
On the Rift, Caps is of course a man that we are looking at because yesterday C9 managed to camp him, destroy him early game. Entire Fnatic lineup actually fell apart around him. And that's something we can't, that Fnatic shouldn't let happen today.
A little bit of slip there.
Point is, don't let Caps die 5 times in the early game, and then Fnatic might have a better early game in themselves.
Or are we going to blame Cloud9 for taking him down so many times in the early game?
No, because he's a monster
and
now.
Unleashing the monster.
Well, he was a monster before, he just wasn't awake. Now he's awake.
That's true, it's true.
Well, however, now we are going to get in picks and bans, and we're going to see what the adaptations are coming in for both of these lineups. LeBlanc taken off the board. Nothing going to be done with it. Zach as well. Nothing too crazy coming out quite yet.
So standard in North America, banning LeBlanc on blue side is very normal because you don't want to let the red side team pick LeBlanc and then ban something maybe like a Kassadin later, and then there's no counter picks, and how do you stop the LeBlanc snowball? So we see that almost all the time. I think Fnatic are very happy to see that because they haven't actually used LeBlanc a lot lately, and they're like, oh, thanks. We don't have to worry about it now.
Better safe than sorry, I guess, for TSM. They're also going to take that Blitzcrank off, which has been super high priority for European teams. And talking to a lot of the NA teams over here in scrimming with these guys, they've kind of been swung over to that side and have started to see the light as far as Blitzcrank is concerned. So going to respect Europe there.
So Elise is available, so is Thresh as potential first picks that we normally see. There we go, Sven Skaren did complain on Twitter that he never got to play Lee Sin anymore. Not because of bans, because his coach is just like, no, you should play Elise. It's even better. Just snowball the early game and don't worry about it.
It makes a lot of sense. We heard the desk talk about how important speed in the early game could be for TSM, keeping up with Fnatic, and Fnatic clearly ready to fight. They've already got their hands on that Kennen, as well as that Thresh.
And now Syndra is also one of those picks we have to look at, because if TSM does not pick it in this rotation, Caps could lock it in and just, you ban out whatever matchups you don't want to deal with. I think that Galio then is actually a smart answer if that was locked in, but we do get the Syndra from TSM, so they say, you know, we don't want to deal with Galio mid right now and pick that against it. We just take Syndra.
Yeah, I was going to say, honestly, after yesterday, I was like, okay, teams are probably not going to give Bjergsen Syndra anymore, or, you know, let him even have that opportunity. He has such a long history with the champion. He's so good at landing so many different stuns, long range, you know, pass through multiple people, but TSM going to jump on that one. As you said, it's dangerous to go with a pick like that over to the red side where you kind of protect with your next phase of bans.
Now with this potential monster unleashed from Caps, there's one pick I really want to see him play against that he actually used to take against Syndra, which is Aurelion Sol. Something obviously certain North American teams are still finding success with. He's not shown it lately, so I'm not too confident in it, but I really think it is a pick that actually suits Fnatic extremely well, and it traditionally has worked well against TSM.
TSM have already taken away the Corki. Tristana and Renekton going to be the bans on the side of Fnatic. One more ban to come in for TSM before Fnatic gets a chance to lock in their options. Of course, Galio is still on the table. Jesus, when we talked to him yesterday, it's a pick that Fnatic weren't prepared for, that they struggled against in that mid game. Could not be as aggressive with that defensive option, but Aurelion Sol up, available. Talia, the one going to be banned away.
I love the bans from TSM here. I think those are the two picks a lot of mid laners are fine taking into Syndra. Just removing them means like Orianna might be one of the choices you're looking at, even though it can be a difficult matchup to play.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, the Anivia comes out. Farm it up, boys.
I'd rather see Aurelion Sol, but I'll take it. I'll take it.
Yeah. There comes a time in every EU mid laner's life when he has to bring out the bird.
So it is a very different playstyle from the Aurelion Sol, and it's so much more about
it's like
AoE.
the opposite.
Exactly, it's AoE, it's zone control, it's team fighting. It's actually one of the slowest champions in the game compared to one of the fastest champions in the game. But so it is going to be that kind of farm and safety in numbers type of thing here. TSM though, not wasting any time, locking in that Ashe for the guaranteed engage.
Now taking their time with the final pick. What are they going to put into that top lane? What are the options that are remaining? Well, Biofrost, he's playing with our hearts, but we'll see what they want to opt to go for. Ashe already locked in for double.
Most likely Kled, yeah. Gonna be the safe choice for them now. In terms of picks against Kled, like there's not a lot of things that just completely destroys him in the laning phase. Like one of those picks that I hear about from like solo queues like Jace, top lane, you can pick against it, but like almost no one actually uses Jace at the moment.
Yeah, it is an interesting thing to me because I start to get a little bit worried whenever I see an Anivia Thresh team because as a purely melee champion player, those are two of the most annoying ones. And Kled is this we've seen, guaranteed engage, you charge in. However, he can get walled off from the rest of the team, if they're split up, if they don't take it all the way in. And there are a little bit of nuances now that TSM are going to have to work around when they get towards that state of the game. And if Gragas here locked in as the last pick for Fnatic does add even more displacement to those fights, it is going to make positioning very, very important.
And while of course Anivia is a surprise and something new from Fnatic, everything else is so standard. It's always a tank top from Source with when Gragas, Galio or Shen are available. He's going for Gragas in this one. Kennen, of course, for Reckless. So it is the 1-3-1 setup we see so often with just Anivia as the wave clear mid. Reckless in one side lane, Source in the other one.
Also, to touch on the point that Doublelift was bringing up about throwing a curveball at TSM and them usually collapsing, Bjergsen now comes from North America where he's been training against his fellow North American mid laner Froggen, who plays quite a bit of Anivia in solo queue still, even though he hasn't put it out in the LCS. Because he doesn't feel the champion is quite strong right now, but he still, does tend to play it in solo queue every now and then.
Yeah, and whenever you have Syndra, you don't really feel too bad about your matchup, almost no matter what you're facing. So Bjergsen is probably going to be fine in the mid lane. It's more the combination of roams and ganks with Anivia wall against something like Syndra, because you can force a flash and then return ganker fairly easily if you get some help around you.
Yeah, I don't feel like this curveball has quite enough spin on it, but we shall see. Will they be surprised or not?
You're absolutely right, gentlemen. It is time to find out our third matchup of the day. And arguably the most anticipated. TSM, the pride of North America, Fnatic, the pride of Europe, going head-to-head for the first time here in Rift Rivals since 2015.
And Kennen gets his Reckless. We'll say it that way.
we made that one before. Quite a few times.
I didn't do it on purpose.
We never do it on purpose either.
You don't have to admit that.
We just go for it anyway.
I'm jet lagged here still. All right, honestly, are they going to get a pick in the tri-bush?
Reckless.
Started off with some action.
Oh, they're moving forward. Instant flash out from Reckless. Haunter, bear trap, rope. It's a Yordle, but close enough.
Yeah, Yordle, bear, pretty same there. You know, very fearsome animals.
Both tiny. Okay, yeah, all right. So, not that similar. However, Fnatic now making some more proactive moves. They spotted enough members of TSM to feel comfortable invading, laying down a bit of early vision, but definitely still a big disadvantage for Reckless and Jesus on the bottom side of the map.
I might see Jesus actually also displace a ward near their own blue buff of Fnatic if they're stealing this one.
Yeah, they're doing more than wards here. I actually like this Fnatic taking the opportunity to get a little bit more out of it because Haunter...
Oh, he's checking one brush.
Oh, he's checking two brushes.
Oh, he's checking two. But the other one he actually checked before.
There's no brush here. He's just going to get hit from the sides.
He coming around the corner. That's the Flash Frost. Looking for a bit more damage.
Dead.
Is going to get the chance to dismount, but he's in the middle of the team. No good way to escape the pocket pistol. Ward placed over the wall. Haunter still has the flash. One more pocket pistol. Haunter going to make it out.
See, the proactive caster curse there. I protected him.
It's true. I see the bias from you. Let's see, we get leash for Svenskeren right here, so he's off to a great start. Get the small raptors, get his early red buff. Right now, Jessis can still ward that blue buff if they are afraid of Elise going in there, and at least they get some information on it. He actually decided not to do it, but they are pinging that Svenskeren is on the bottom side.
And we can see the differences between Fnatic and Rift Rivals versus their time in the ULCS. All about the early leads, but here at Rift Rivals, off to a deficit yet again.
And let me go over something that is kind of beneficial for Kled, right? Any other champion that gets chunked out to 25 HP has to back there. But he is almost able to remount. So he uses some of his regen and uses that courage bar to try and get back up on the horse, so to speak. And actually didn't have to go back to base, even though he did burn his flash. Everything is almost right with him, except he is down that potion, which he had to use to be able to get up to those minions and charge up again.
And if you are Source, like the reason you pick a tank against Kled is because you feel like you have enough time in the game where you can get to like one full completed item, get a ninja tappy as well, and then actually use your TP to try and join your team and make a play happen before this Kled becomes a very annoying split pusher to deal with. Obviously though, Hanzo with his ulti can follow towards the mid lane at least fairly quickly, but it's all about the bottom lane fights if you are a Fnatic. They have a lot of CC with Kennen once he's level 6, Thresh coming in with the Gragas as well. Like, all 5 champions on the side of Fnatic can offer some sort of either knockback or CC to set up a kill.
Yeah, but until that level 6 point official, we're just going to keep seeing this Ashe, this Braum pressure in, punish the lack of flash on Reckless. They know he can't get aggressive, so for TSM, it is smooth sailing until those ultimates are available.
Yeah, and we talked about this yesterday. Like, this is a very standard start for Fnatic's bottom lane. They are used to getting pushed on the tower and then wait for the team to be strong enough to actually come down and assist them. And then we get that big play where they tend to get a few kills into their own objective and they're right back in the game. So for now, with the Ashe pick from TSM, they're able to control the lane. Svenskeren is down here as well. He will get spotted though.
I guess they didn't see him place that ward. It was just placed though by Fnatic, so maybe not quite enough attention to detail there from TSM because they do not communicate it.
Can throw a Q in there.
And they see Reckless approaching the wall. Should be aware of this, but Svenskeren still taking the time there.
It is actually extremely annoying to interrupt that recall for a jungler at this stage. You want to get that buy-in while the camps are...
He's trying again. Further away from Reckless.
I think he's going to get this one off.
Got another ward down as well. Jess hits the hook.
Instant block coming in from Biofrost. Not afraid to use that Unbreakable just to mitigate any potential aggression, any potential all-in from the Thresh and the Kennen. And Doublelift just happy to keep the pressure up.
And I want to touch on some of the points the analyst desk made about, and even Doublelift made this, you know, in the feature we saw just before about, you know, Fnatic being unpredictable and the curveballs and everything. In a lot of ways, Fnatic have now really found this one playstyle that they use every game. So the unpredictable style, in a sense, has become predictable. Because they always kind of play the same champions in top lane, in the AD carry role, even in the support role, and teams have noticed that.
And as Broxa moves to the top side, the one new variable Deficio here is Caps in the mid lane.
No flash still from Hanzo, remember.
Kick on the Broxa, so as moving forward, the dismount comes out, they chain the CC flawlessly, and that's going to be first blood coming in for Fnatic. This is a much better start for the team.
Every now and then we have seen Hanzo kind of return to the mistake of pushing out a bit too far while he doesn't have his flash up. And sometimes, even when you start to get close to it coming back up, you get a little bit more secure there, but pushes out past the mid lane. Broxo with a very nice route, jumps over the wall to make sure that he doesn't walk through any wards, and easily slips in there for that first blood.
And I can say for sure that every single top laner in Europe have experienced this exact gank from Broxo. Level 3 and level 4, he always loves to look top lane at least once or twice, see if he can get an early kill. Of course, with Hanzo not having the flash ready, it was a super easy pickup from him. And it happens so often for him. And the top lanes, you always talk about it. Like, yeah, playing Fnatic, okay, I'm ready for that early gank from Broxo. I don't want to die to it this time. And then they die anyway. And now Hanzo joins them.
I actually do feel for top laners because one of the most difficult things for top laners is controlling the wave in the early stages of the game around jungle ganks and around the flash cooldowns. And you can't always just be like, oh yeah, you know, your flash is not there. You have to back off now because the wave is pushing to SOAS and you don't have any previous vision. So, you know, the jungler could camp there, wait for you to teleport back. There are all these things, you know, that come into top wave management because it is that longer lane and it's easier to punish. That you do have to count, and it really is a two-man thing, incorporating both junglers.
Exactly, that's where normally you call up your jungler to help you push out if you don't have the flash ready, if you think you might die. I think Sven was on top side and maybe on the way, but it was just a little bit too late. Now Reckless lane swap with Jessis, sneaking his way in here. This brush is not warded. Hanzo right now, flash is ready though. SOAS level 6, if he gets the knockback, they might get a kill.
TSM have not, you know, called this yet because they don't have double lift pushing on the bottom side.
Body slam forward, Cask, but just going to joust right out on the side of Hanser. Scarl's still up. It's going to be pretty easy to mitigate any kind of dive, but Fnatic, they've got their eyes set on that tower.
Yeah, it's a massive tempo advantage from Fnatic because they have that early recall going straight towards the top lane. You can see TSM's bottom lane is not at the tower yet. They're pushing in the wave as fast as possible, but there are 4 members of Fnatic pushing out, so this should be first tower for Fnatic based on this lane swap.
What you're going to, you know, give away with that lane swap, though, is, of course, the dragon control as well. TSM recognize that there's no way they catch up in this race, and Fnatic are definitely going to get that first turret gold, so they're going for the Drake and the turret at the same time, which means there is still some tempo advantage for Fnatic.
And with Fnatic not having TP ready, they can't actually go down and try and, you know, send the Gragas to the bottom lane to try and wave clear. Reckless early recall, so they didn't go for a second tower top lane either. We're happy enough with the first tower kill and then also getting blue buff. TSM's bottom lane will get that tower, and Reckless will pick up the farm.
Well, it may just be a trade of blue buffs there after the towers and the dragon. The Ocean Drake going to TSM is pretty massive. Bjergsen just going to be able to continue to spam out all of those spells.
Plus, as you can see, Doublelift is denying all these minions. Since they aren't rushing down the turret, he's going to have quite a few more minion waves to farm than Reckless. And usually you like to see for Fnatic when they have this pick is funnel lots of farm onto Reckless. Even though they did get the first turret bonus, a lot of CS here kind of makes it up.
Yeah, again with Fnatic, not actually with the 4 members, just pushing all the way down to TSM's tier 2 tower where Hanzo was sitting and try and get some damage on that and maybe even kill it with that big tempo advantage. I think Reckless was probably expecting TSM to rush the bot lane tower and then the big wave would get pushed all the way to him and he would get some farm. But obviously he got denied and he had to respect the fact that TSM was in the jungle as well. And now he's sitting pretty far behind in CS.
Exactly. That's why during the trade, we call out that TSM are taking their time, getting multiple objectives there, and not really buying into this rushed game and try and give over that extra money. So intelligent minion wave manipulation there, got it, is going to be able to earn them a little bit of gold back. Hanser going aggressive.
Someone's just backing off for now, waiting for that joust cooldown before he goes forward. Vicious Strikes comes in. That's going to be the charge going forward. So has no options left to escape, but the Cask going to keep Hanser at bay. He is unconcerned. Going to try to dive the tower. Dismounts. The body slam comes forward. So has walk away. That's the outplay.
Man, SOAS is doing this all the time, this split. We saw it on Jarvan as well yesterday. Like, outplaying these tower dives. People that get a little bit greedy when they play against SOAS are like, ooh, is that a free kill right there? I'm going to get it. And then, bam, the turn around.
Yeah, Hanser not using his flash in this one.
In the mid lane.
Oh, Bjergsen. Here it comes. He's taking his time, his sweet time. The Force of Will, the chain CC. Just going to drop it down. He knows there's an egg on the way.
Did he throw that
damage?
minion?
The flash over. Double flash is coming out from TSM, but that's the death.
I want to see the replay to see if Bjergsen threw that minion in front of the cocoon. Anyways, they get the kill anyways at the end of it, but they do have to blow 2 flashes to get it.
Good arrow, though, from Doublelift. There's always one of those moments where if you don't actually flash the arrow itself, you're most likely going to die. That's a kickback on Bjergsen. SOAS is here.
Ghost now coming out for Bjergsen. He's throwing down a little bit of damage, but Reckless is here as well. It's a party in the mid lane. One more Dark Sphere could do it. Bjergsen's not going to get the chance. Just a quick smack on the ground and a death for Bjergsen.
Quick answer here from Fnatic as they roam 5 members, discounting Caps, of course, because he was dead. To the mid
He was there in spirit.
He was previously there as an egg. Let's take another look at this dive from Hanser, though, because as you said, you know, people get a little anxious when they're diving SOAS, and there are multiple things you have to worry about. The Curse of the Colossus shield, possibility of coming back up, it does there. And then Hanser goes in, gets dismounted, SOAS flashes, but you know, the respect isn't quite there from Hanser to do the same.
But that's the great thing about the outplay from Source, is just how patient he is with his summoner spells and his cooldowns. And now Hanser, you're getting punished again.
Not patient whatsoever, just a leap forward, keeping it going with the Sonic Wave. Another kill for Broxa.
That is a bit of a tilter. Hanser is going to need probably his teammates to help him out in, you know, not really continuing with this type of exaggerated play. You know, sometimes when multiple things go against you with small margins, it really does kind of cloud your vision.
Seeing in this game, one of the reasons a lot of players in Europe are hyping up Broxa. This new and up-and-coming jungler. He's been doing so well in the early game. In almost every single game Fnatic has played in the EULCS, here in the summer split. And we see the same thing here. He's able to snowball SOAS, then he joins in the fight in the mid lane. And he has enough champions he can play as well. You can't really ban him out. And it's been a great start from Broxa. And then we see Fnatic really trying to pick up the pace, you know, trade towers, go for some of these roams here and get some kills.
It's a really good point because he has been at the heart of Fnatic picking up that pace. He has been the one driving the pace here for Fnatic, getting that counter kill back onto Bjergsen in the mid lane as well. So really affecting those solo lanes for themselves, and Fnatic scaling up pretty nicely here with a decent 1,000 gold lead.
And across the board, things looking pretty good for the team. Gold lead, not massive yet, but happy to have it. Does balance out with the Ocean Drake to a certain degree, and now TSM, they're setting their sights on the mid lane, but Anivia may not have been a powerhouse in the early game, and she may be in trouble again. Bjergsen leaping forward. Brox's going to try to do what he can, but no follow-up available. That's the pick for TSM. Suddenly, Brox is kicking it back to the team. Doublelift getting knocked up. Jez is moving forward. It is an all-out bloodbath, but Doublelift strikes back. Suddenly, the cask is in. Reckless on the way forward as well. Flashing. That's the slicing Maelstrom. Fnatic are starting to tear TSM apart, and they have bit off more than they can chew because Fnatic are unrelenting.
It's 2 for 2 in the end, though. We see the bottom lane here from TSM. They survived. They're coming in here to try and defend the tower. Reckless is leaving. He needs some farm in the bottom lane. And Fnatic and TSM trading very even. I really love this Ashe pick here from Doublelift against the Anivia, because you know Anivia is going to sit there and try and wave clear. Second arrow he hits onto Caps without the flash, obviously. Easy kill for TSM. But sadly for them, they don't have any minions, so they're actually tanking the tower this entire time.
Yeah, Broxa goes in. He gets that kick onto Doublelift to force the engagement, but it really is SOAS from the side with this barrel that gets Bjergsen into place for the kill pickups here for Fnatic to make it that 2-4-2, and in the end, a fairly even trade. I think is coming up here, 22 seconds left on this Drake for them to set up, and a lot of the vision right now is Fnatic favored at the moment around this bottom side, though they're the ones that traded their bottom turret, so that extra level of safety is not there.
I want to take a look also at Doublelift's build. Like, we see so many different Ashe versions. There's the Infinity Edge into the double seals. There's, of course, the Play the Ruined King. He's going Essence Reaver in this one because his job is to fire as many arrows as possible to force and engage on a team that wants to play 1-3-1 split push. So it's Doublelift's job here to start the fights for TSM, often against Caps. Whenever Anivia is sitting and wave clearing mid, if you arrow her and you actually kill her, wave clear is gone. Fnatic's 1-3-1 split push breaks down. They didn't have to go to mid lane and defend. So Doublelift is saying it's not about pure damage, it's about the arrows the ulti needs to land.
And right now with the lead, the TSM trying to build for themselves, it will be good to get a few more arrows because Fnatic, for now, still in control of the game to a certain degree, but double Ocean Drakes are going to make it quite easy for TSM to keep up the pressure.
Yeah, and in the face of all this crowd control, we are seeing multiple Merc treads being picked up by Fnatic, not only Caps in the mid lane, who's been hit a bunch by these chain stuns, but as well Broxa here on the Lee Sin, because he's going to try and make those plays, get into the back line.
Here's another one.
And it just connects again. This man cannot miss. Bjergsen throwing out the damage. It's going to be easy. Now going into the egg. Plenty of spheres on the ground, but Brox is on the way in. Bjergsen, can he close this one out? Force of will, not going to be enough.
There was a few seconds left on Caps' flash. TSM knew that, that's why Doublelift could fire the arrow. Now it is ready for the next one, but they forced out the passive once again. And what you see from TSM is that Syndra is holding mid to just match the wave clear off this Anivia, and it's on Doublelift and Bifrost to go bottom lane and push out the wave against Reckless and then roam mid lane every time, because Reckless alone can't do anything against the 2 or 3 guys of TSM, so he has to concede the wave, sit far back, and that always allows Doublelift and Bifrost to go mid lane and force that engage on Caps to then try and get mid tower and really stop Fnatic from split pushing.
Yeah, Caps playing that Nivea game of trying to soak up some of that pressure of the constant arrows and just have enough mana to keep on farming. He's not trying to fight anybody at the moment, just trying defensive Anivia play here that you're quite used to in the early game.
And I really think a Banshees could benefit him, but he has so many items he wants to get already. Yeah. Like, you need so much gold with your Rod of Ages build. Banshees obviously could stop that long-range arrow from happening, but sadly, once it gets removed by just a single skill shot, it doesn't really help you anymore.
And we've seen, you know, the effectiveness of Tenacity is definitely going to be there because the chain stuns from Bjergsen, from Svenskeren, also an issue. All right, Rift Herald, will it be contested? TSM do have vision.
Doublelift arrow up and available. Now Soaz looking for the disengage, just trying to make sure his team can keep this one locked down, but in comes the charge. Soaz going to beat the body block. Fnatic are starting to back off, but there goes the arrow, and it's going to connect onto Soaz. The stun going in, looking for the disengage coming out from Genesis. Soaz going to drop. Meanwhile, Brox on the backside just has to flash out, and that Rift Herald Eye cannot get picked up.
Exactly. He killed it, so he doesn't have to pick it up. He denies it from TSM. It does stay there a long time, though, so...
They have lantern. They might try to send someone in. Send someone in, throw the lantern. He can take it on the way out.
He's low health, though. You got to be worried about the stun.
Yeah, he's backing out. TSM also staying around.
The eye turned to watch Svenskeren walk by. Nobody's going to pick me up? Really? Dude? No?
2 games in a row now. No one loves the Rift Herald.
This is like if Aladdin, if they just never brought the genie.
Oh, they're coming.
Oh.
They got the lantern
still.
Come
get me.
Get the genie. Get the lamp.
Oh! Denied. Soaz even TP'd in.
All right, look what else was going on, though, because Rekkles was split pushing on bottom side that entire time, so they have the wave on bottom side up to the turret, and they're going to try and get pressure here in 2 lanes at the same time. TSM in base, losing multiple turrets.
Yeah, all this Rift Herald stuff here actually meant that TSM suddenly were not sitting and playing with this Syndra versus Anivia and the Ashe and Braum against the cannon. They actually moved all top lane. That means Fnatic now with the split push can get the bottom lane tower and something mid lane.
Ironic there. Don't get the Rift Herald, do get the turret anyway, and they actually might get multiple. Soaz gets stunned up though.
TSM trying to fire back. Soaz just gonna get deleted. That's the kill over to Doublelift, but meanwhile, Fnatic just playing the map game.
They get the towers, but they lose Soaz. No flash from me. Used TP before as well, trying to join in on that. Rift Herald will pick up the eye, kind of weird play, and then actually sits here, hides in the brush.
Ha! Found ya! Fnatic brush usually involves more people sitting in a brush.
Fair. Not a full tank. Gragas being like, yo, can't actually kill you guys. And 5 for 5 now on the arrows from Double. That was an easy one, but he gets the kill with it.
Yeah, it counts.
Flash out from Hanser to get to safety. Meanwhile, Double pressuring in on the top side. Fnatic content to keep up the pressure on the bottom side. But still, never more than a 1K gold lead, it feels like, as TSM going to do their best to even it up. And we're approaching 20 minutes, and the team's just about dead even.
We're going to get that same setup we've seen for the last 5-6 minutes of Rekkles trying to sit in that one side lane, hoping that a single member shows up. Will probably never happen because Bifrost will just follow Doublelift around the map and make sure it's always TSM's dual lane, getting the first push into then playing around Caps.
Oh, Sven is really in a dangerous spot.
Moving forward, one auto going to connect, guaranteed stun if Rekkles flashes forward. He's going to do so. Now moving for a little bit more. Svenskeren gonna get taken down. That's a pick for Fnatic.
Half the team is in base, half the team is recalling. Sven is invading on the red buff. And Fnatic pick him off with just a teleport cooldown used from Caps. Definitely a good pickup there for Fnatic. And with an Infernal Drake on the way, TSM can't waste any more time.
Luckily for TSM, the Infernal Drake is still 50 seconds away, so Svenskeren will respawn, get back out on the map, ready to fight for it. But this is where you gotta be careful because Anivia wall, in these little choke points, that is just the game changer.
And that's why we say you can't waste any more time because vision setup is so big in this stage of the game with the game so close at the moment. Vision over to Fnatic because of this. They have Scuttle Crab speed boost as well as control wards.
And obviously Fnatic wants to push out the bottom lane so they can actually walk straight up the river in towards this Drake here. Caps is taking care of mid lane. So the 2 lanes around the Drake also important when it comes to the setup. TSM though, because of Syndra being so strong, gets the push mid, they can go into the river, kill the wards, and deny Caps from setting up that potential Anivia wall.
And no TP available from the Gragas either, so Soaz already on the way down to the fight. He's ready for the full-on 5v5 if it's what TSM want to go for.
All right, they're starting it up and burning it down very quickly. Looks like they get the jump on this one.
No chance. Interesting. Fnatic get the vision, but just give up the Drake.
No, but it's actually just such a good play from TSM. Pushing mid out first, going into the river area, killing the wards away, knowing, okay, now there's no chance for Fnatic to catch us. And then instead of like baiting around this Drake, they just rush it down because they know, okay, we can actually kill it before Fnatic moves. Great call.
And they have to be a little bit careful at this stage in the game. Fnatic have a pretty good 5-man squad as far as being able to tank up most of these opportunities. So, Elise and the Syndra and the Ashe, have the opportunity to try and punish someone if they're out of position. But Fnatic aren't currently, opening that possibility up to TSM. It's a decent defense there, though, for them to collapse on mid-turret.
And we can see now Reckless swap to the top side, seeing as Baron is alive, Drake is already dead, so that is the objective Fnatic needs to play around. Always put the teleport on the opposite side. Reckless is your strong split-pushing member that can get that push going, and then you can actually start making a play around an objective. But for now, Fnatic not really in a position to rush a 21-minute Baron, weird enough, and they have to just give it a bit more time.
Yeah, definitely don't want to do that. They do have the Anivia, as we said, one of the slower moving champions, and Caps is scaling up on this bird. There's a reason why his game plan for the opening was just farm and, protect at your turret and try and soak up pressure. He's doing that quite well, 220 CS for himself, actually highest in the game, just barely.
And to be fair, when Cap said he was going to unleash the monster, I was kind of expecting like a dead, like some really aggressive, but okay, unleashing the monsters is farming. And for now, it looks to be exactly what Fnatic want to do. Later and later they get into this game, the stronger the Anivia will get. And as it's all about Baron setup, it seems like both teams content just to keep pushing the waves and looking for that vision.
And we still have to remember there's really no answer from Fnatic side against the arrow from Doublelift. There's no Banshees, there's no Mikhails, there's no QSS. So with no flash on someone like Reckless, he is a target. Caps might be forced to use early flash before the fight even starts. And again, we're really looking at Doublelift to set up the fight here. But first, we're looking bot lane.
So as buying a little bit of time, trying to get the cast to knock 2 away, but can't quite get the positioning right. Now running for his life. Joust back through the vicious strikes to flash over the wall. Going up, coming down. Broxa on the way in. The kick back, looking for the turn. Broxa!
Damn, boy! Slammed against the wall there. Broxa slips in and saves the day for Soaz. Haunter does not follow the chase. Split decision here. Svenskeren the only one who goes over, and he goes down.
See the fight again. So Soaz already calling now that he's going to get ganked. You can see Broxa is on the way from the mid lane. Haunts on Svenskeren onto him. Soaz doesn't really manage to knock them away with his ulti, but he does get close to the wall. And while all this is actually happening, Caps did lose his flash because he tried to come as well, but now Broxa joins, kicks him back, destroys Svenskeren.
They were not on the same page here. Haunter did not want to continue. Sven did. Flash there from Caps, as he said, was blown. Biofrost, though, gets hooked.
Unbreakable, going to buy him a bit of time, but may not be enough. Caps stunned up on the side. He has no flash, but no chance for Biofrost to make it out of this one. Caps popping the Banshee's Veil. Fnatic looking for another engage. Broxa running forward. The kick going to land now. He does not have the option to kick him back quite yet. And a few more seconds could have been death for TSM, but they're not going to lose anything.
We have to ban TSM from entering that jungle because this is the second time they have guys walking into it with multiple members not even being nearby.
But remember what I was talking about during Champion Select, the jungle and support proximity. First time it was just Sven, second time it was just Biofrost. Put 1 and 1 together.
And who do they get collapsed on by? Jesus and Broxa in that play, Kobe. Starts to fall apart a little bit for TSM, but they can pull it back together. Not a massive deficit. Nothing really lost from those 2 picks, but Fnatic could lose something in exchange. Caps doing what he can with the Archangel Shield. May not be enough because Haunter comes over the wall. The TP.
The egg
just
teleport.
to save the egg. Broxa running for his life. Haunter going to get knocked back, but Bjergsen knocked to safety. Fnatic holding onto the tower, but losing so much.
Ends up being a 1-for-1, and Reckless was just pushing the top side. He's on his way down now to see if he can help defend the turret, or he's just taking red buff. I guess that's also fine, because Caps with the wave mid is going to be able to hold it. We're just constantly looking at TSM trying to actually group up, force a play onto either Caps or Jessis, get the kill, try and get that mid tower that's still alive, standing there.
This is one of the most difficult compositions to force things on. Thresh is very good counter-engage, Anivia is very good when being engaged upon, and Gragas ultimate always throws that extra wrench in the plan. TSM, though, they do get the kill with the flash there, and the egg cooldown, and the teleport. So even though it's a 1-for-1, there are a couple more cooldowns you have to think about.
The only good thing though for TSM is whenever you see Kennen in the side lane, you know he can't join very quickly. There's obviously no sort of global from Reckless side. And that always gives you that 4v5 advantage for at least some seconds to force that fight. But you see QSS from Jessis, QSS from Reckless as well. Like it's only Caps who's really a target for TSM at this point.
You can understand why 022 has been the focus of so many different arrows coming in from double lift, so many different small pressure ganks in the mid lane. TSM with a clear goal here in the early game, and now they want to get the fight started. That is the ultimate. Reckless coming to the backside, dishing out what damage he can onto Hanser, but double if the rest of TSM are just free to hit onto Soaz. Hanser's going to have to dismount. Jesus is running for his life, but that's the killing spree for double lift, and TSM just find the 2 picks.
Fnatic just not in a position to fight. No flash, no passive from the Anivia. You see how Fnatic instantly, as the engage happens, needs to try and back away, but Hanser with this Kled here, diving straight onto Caps, making sure he's kept busy, and finally TSM, they are grouped as 5, they get an engage, they get the mid tower, and they're still looking more than fine in this game.
And they're about to get their second Infernal Drake. This will be the 4th Drake of the game here for TSM, completely controlling the neutral objective here after that charge. And as you said, Deficio, the Ash Arrow and the Kled is basically a guaranteed engage. This one, they did well. Reckless, he wasn't in a side lane, but he was on the up side of this little ramp here and not quite with the team. Hanser got out a large amount of damage and pressure onto Caps, so the defense wasn't really set up for Fnatic.
And we have to always remember that teams are not really afraid of Kennen in a team fight situation. So if he's with the team, they're like, great, you're not annoying us in a side lane, that's fine, we can still take that fight, because they have an Ashe on their side, a much stronger team fighting AD carry. So if you are TSM, the fact that you find a grouped up Fnatic without summoners ready is perfect to set up this engage here. 4 Drakes for them as well. And I think what the North American teams have showed this tournament is just packing extra engage against some of these split pushing comms from the European teams, or some of these scaling comms from the European teams have been extremely impactful because they've always been able to find engages. Double has still hit every single arrow. He's not hit anything, or he hasn't missed anything.
And the aggressive use of arrow between lanes has been so effective for TSM in the early game, now coming in clutch in those team fights. And Bjergsen and Double have just completely untouched in that last skirmish. And if you can't shut down the Ashe and the Syndra, it's going to be so difficult to force these fights out, especially with that AD Kennen. But once again, no major advantages. Both teams going to look for the pick. TSM definitely in the lead with those 4 Drakes. But still haven't been able to take the Baron.
Here we go again.
Kled coming over the wall. The TP now coming in for Fnatic. Looks like it is going to complete. Soaz actually going to cancel it in the end. Bjergsen looking for the pick. Is not going to find his guy. The flash forward from Biofrost. He's getting aggressive, and that means Jesus is set to fall. Another pick for TSM.
They make it look so easy here with the hard engage from the side. They caught another one.
Soaz, not where you wanted to be. Death brushed as a Fnatic member. Not a lot to say at this point. You hear it in the crowd. The TSM chants coming in strong. Fnatic just doing what they can. Bjergsen locked in a bit of a cage there, but Cap's now the one in trouble. Doublelift going to dish out the damage. Archangel Shield, will it be enough? Doublelift not going to risk the flash into the cannon. And TSM not concerned about the Baron quite yet. Maybe a bit too low on the health bars.
Well, they can keep engaging. They don't actually have to like make any risk because they're going for it with 5 members. They have enough HP on the carries. They feel like Bjergsen is fairly low, but they also have 2 Ocean Drakes.
Yeah, they do have to worry about the steal here as Broxa trying to get some vision with his Q.
2k health. Starting to drop. Is TSM going to burst it down? Stun goes over the wall. Broxa leaps into the pit. Can he get it? No! Sven going to secure it in the end. Broxa given no escape, and Caps so low on the opposite side of the wall. That's the Baron for TSM.
And again, we're seeing the engage being used well. We're seeing very good calls from TSM. They're not just sitting back and allowing Fnatic to set up that reckless split push. And again, that's kind of the big thing for TSM against this composition is because as soon as you get the team fights, Fnatic's comp is very limited in what it actually can do. It really thrives on like splitting up the map and then finding 1 or 2 guys being caught out by a wall from Anivia, a hook from Jessis. When that doesn't happen, TSM are winning the fights.
TSM staying proactive is winning them the game. TSM splitting up, going 1 by 1 into the jungle as a team, that is where Fnatic are going to prey on. That's where they were getting a foothold into this one. But TSM recently, back to the 5-on-5, just group up, arrow, Kled ultimate, there's a guaranteed engage.
And you said were, and that's the operative word there because TSM not making those mistakes anymore, grouping up, using this Baron buff, looking to push, looking to extend this lead, 5k in their favor, and it's only going to get bigger, and Fnatic quickly running out of options here in this matchup.
For now, if you are Fnatic, you're trying to again find that one guy who's left alone, but with the Baron buff on TSM, they have no reason to have any guys just being randomly left alone. They can just group as a team with the buffed up minions and start pushing all the way down. Arrow is available from Doublelift, but they're just gonna get a free tower.
Charge in the mid lane on to Reckless. Lantern is available, so we'll take him to safety. Broxa eager to leap in for a little bit more, but that means they're gonna lose the inhibitor on the top side. Only Soaz and Caps there to defend. Jesus throws the hook forward, not gonna connect. Soaz desperate to get something back, throws it in on the Bio.
Oh, he missed one.
First missed arrow. Both teams just gonna back off here. Jez is so hungry to get the fight.
We have had some very one-sided mid games for the first 3 matches. TSM 30 minutes in, already inside the Fnatic base. 1 inhibitor down is defensible, but it doesn't look like Fnatic are adapting here, changing the game plan. Now they're going after Bjergsen, but he pops his ghost. Broxa's behind him.
Flash out.
They got both summoners.
Kick forward, kick back into the team. The flay backwards as well, but the Anivia could be the one in trouble. Bjergsen buying so much time. The Sonic Wave gonna get interrupted by Biofrost. Ash on the backside. Bjergsen finally gonna drop a Fnatic. They started this fight on the back foot, and that may just be how it's going to end, because they're getting taken down. Biofrost not even gonna get the save, but Bjergsen finally drops, and it just doesn't mean a thing.
He stayed alive for so long. Right now, Reckless is sitting top lane, so TSM going for more.
Flash forward for Fence Garen. He's gonna leap right over the wall with the Venomous Bite, and he's just gonna finish it down. TSM Doublelift now godlike as they're gonna look to push this one in.
Yeah, they still have Baron buff. They could push this one all the way into another inhibitor here for TSM, and it's eerily similar to the last one. Now they're gonna have intense pressure. 5th Drake coming up will also be there, as if they even have to wait around. They're going
Drake,
to end the
Nexus,
game.
what do you want?
Nexus, I'll take it.
Pushing in, looking for a little bit more. Broxa doing what he can to hold on, but every analyst predicted Fnatic to be at the top, EU to be at the top of this tournament, but TSM, they have decided differently. They are cleaning up Fnatic. They are making this one look easy, and they are the hope for NA. In a few seconds, they end the game.
Nice cliffhanger, boys.
Oh, will they do it?
We tried. Well, there you go.
TSM undefeated here at Rift Rivals. They finish up at 3-0 now.
Yeah, and that was not an easy game for them to play, because early on there were a lot of kills happening. You know, Fnatic were finding success around the map, but then we saw this composition where they draft the Ashe after seeing Anivia. They're like, we need some sort of hard engage. We know Caps is gonna sit mid lane. Arrow after arrow was fired by Doublelift into getting control mid for Bjergsen with Syndra. And I think what we're just seeing from multiple games now is the amount of engage tools from the North American teams are just catching their European teams so often.
Here's the thing, because Fnatic have Gragas, they have Lee Sin, they have Thresh. These are also engage tools, just not staying proactive and not really drafting to that style of play either.
Exactly, because that's the problem for Fnatic, is if they are the ones engaging as 5 with those tools, well, then you have your Kennen, who is a split pushing pick that doesn't fit in the hard engage team fight style that TSM are playing around with their composition. So we're seeing from all the European teams a lot of limitations in how they're drafting and playing. So as soon as a team is bringing something a little bit different, again in this case like strong engage, those comps just kind of fall apart, because you can't really play 1-3-1 split push against Ashe engages.
Yeah, not if they're going to put the pressure on constantly. You never have the chance to leave the mid lane when they're trying to force plays each and every opportunity they get. And we just have to praise TSM. This is such a solid game coming out from them against kind of the signature style of Fnatic, still shutting it down in the end. Well, TSM, they stay undefeated here at Rift Rivals with the win over Fnatic. Let's leave it to the analysts to break that one down further.
Thank you very much, Dracos. Indeed, well, Fnatic not strong enough for TSM, absolutely pulling the trigger. And there's a lot to talk about. TSM did really well, but I do want to highlight an EU player, because early on, Fnatic's top laner, he pulled out some of his signature escapes. Let's take another look. Brought to you by Acer. I just wanted to highlight it once again, because it is quite impressive how Soaz keeps doing this, and especially the mental effect I can only imagine he has on his counterpart.
I mean, I'm pretty sure this is why Hanser calls to kill him bot lane later, was because he dies now and it like really wants to get the revenge kill on Soaz, but then again, that play also gets turned around.
He looks like he has so much health.
Yeah, well, Soaz always looks like he's overextended, but he does it so often. He's gotten really good at towing the line between baiting someone to dive him and not dying, and he did that a lot this game. But this is also like, he's good at not dying, but what is the rest of Fnatic doing while this is happening? Because normally if two people are going all in for Soaz right here, like you're pushing a wave somewhere, but TSM actually had really good wave management to prevent this from being bad.
Something should happen, and we had our eyes the whole game almost on Reckless and where he was and what Fnatic was doing in reaction to some of these things. And before we talk about this some more, I do owe you an apology, probably.
Yes.
The graphic that we showed earlier was inverse, so this is actually the correct stats for Reckless and Doublelift. So I cut you off and said that they weren't good in laning, but obviously Doublelift is a god, so I take it all back. But then to turn this onto this game, Reckless did get his favorite pick, which is Kennen. And Trashy, you were talking about the fact that he's always in the side lane, and he kind of makes you question as a player if you're doing the right thing.
For sure. I mean, this game, he didn't really have a lot of impact because he couldn't really do anything on side lanes because TSM didn't really challenge him in the side lanes. And instead they had these tools like Ash Arrow in mid lane to just force hard and make sure that they could just force the fights and always be proactive. And when you hit every arrow, then it's gonna look really nice.
It's not on the graph, but he did hit almost every arrow.
Every arrow but one.
But one, yeah. That didn't matter in the end.
Doublelift played absolutely awesome this game, and even though it was pretty close, as Reckless was doing the side lane game, TSM never really seemed to play into it, right? When I watch a lot of the other Fnatic games from the EULCS, either Fnatic is doing a 5-man engage somewhere, or people are kind of like walking into their strengths, whereas TSM actually played around Fnatic's weaknesses really well. They never played into the playstyle, secure Drakes, let Reckless split push, let him get 2 hits on a turret and then walk away, and then initiated again and again and again.
Do you also think that and if you pick because of caps, like obviously if you are being pushed into taking a fight or whatever, yeah, he's kind of defensive champion and he's very good at wave clear, but would you not rather have something in his hands that can make something happen in a fight like that?
I mean, I think Anivia doesn't fit the meta too well, but I guess if you want to play this really annoying like AD carry side lane all game, I guess Anivia makes sense because it is a really big blocker.
Yeah, it's weird. It prevents the mid lane from getting pushed in, right? Like he got hit by almost every Ash Arrow in the mid lane. He popped his egg on cooldown, and they didn't lose the mid turret until 22 minutes into the game, and they technically bought a lot of time for that. But as Trashy said in the pregame, when Fnatic's strategy is working, they actually have pressure in the mid lane, and they cascade that down to Reckless. But when they don't have that because TSM got Cindered and they controlled the mid lane, Fnatic didn't have to play.
The problem I see is I don't know if the Nivea pick is forced because of the Kennen pick, but I just don't like it because usually I want to see Caps being a playmaker and forcing stuff in the early and mid game. We have seen a lot of Talia play from him where he can like dominate the map with his roams and stuff, but with Anivia you're just stuck under the tower, and with the Ash Arrows they were just completely dominating the mid lane and they could use the pressure they got from mid into
and TSM waited it, and then when they did get the mid tower, they pulled the trigger and they just engaged up on Fnatic time and time again. We have a couple of replays to show that probably.
But yeah, I don't know, it is, I think, really hard to play any mid, even though I don't agree with the Anivia, because all these arrows hit throughout the early game, and whatever you play, it's gonna die if you get hit by the arrows like that.
To people watching, it might be useful to pick someone who's spelled Cleanse against it.
That's a
might help a little bit.
Yeah, the teleport, not as effective as the cleanse at escaping Ash Arrows. And this is also one thing that I think the European teams are learning very quickly now that Bjergsen's had 2 games on Syndra. TSM is ridiculously good with Syndra, not just in getting a kill in the mid lane at 10 minutes, but in controlling the late game. They're willing to CC chain and burst out the front line pretty much no matter what it is. And then they're also very good at playing back towards the Syndra. So you're never really getting on him and the team plays around it very well. Like that's it's not something I think he's going to get again.
Yeah, from yesterday's games, we saw a lot of times when they were sieging, he was putting up 2 balls next to each other and then making double stuns, and then they just follow up with CC. And I think they coordinate really well whenever Bjergsen and Doublelift is playing together in the mid, when they're sieging mid, about setting up CC and stuff like that.
Well, TSM overall looking strong here, and another victory for them as they beat Fnatic. Let's hear from their jungler about that game.
Thank you very much, Shucks. Yes, I'm joined by Svenskar and I have the pleasure of interviewing you back on European soil after a long hiatus. Let's talk about this game first and foremost. It looked shaky at the beginning, felt like Fnatic had a lead, but then all of a sudden TSM took control in the mid game. How and why did you manage to do that?
Yeah, so the European teams have a pretty good early game, I would say. They play a lot for kills, and just the early game is pretty strong, so we just had to kind of slow down the game, and we play around the bot lane, which had a lot of pressure. Like the AD carry is playing a lot of troll stuff, so we can have pressure all the time on bot lane. So we just got all the dragons for free, and yeah, Peter just carried the game with the Ash Arrows. Best marksman in it.
Definitely felt that way. But best sniper NA, a couple of tweets, I saw those coming through. You've played against a lot of different forms of Fnatic. Back when you were playing on the EU LCS stage, and of course, now coming back here, the crowd was supporting TSM, very loud chants. What's it like coming back to EU under an NA flag and beating the old kings of Europe?
Yeah, so in all my old teams, it was always that Fnatic was the team to beat in Europe, and I never really managed to be able to beat them. Like, they're always the strongest team in Europe, but now being a part of TSM, it's like I'm on a different level, kind of, a different team. So yeah, we actually have a chance against all the other good teams. So yeah, it feels good about beating the best EU team.
Two more questions. Let's talk a little bit about the expectations for North America coming into Rift Rivals. There was so much hype around EU teams, and NA's going to get crushed, and NA doesn't stand a chance. Why do you think that perception existed before the tournament?
I actually don't know. It's just the Europeans love to talk a lot of shit, I guess, because I don't know about the other NA teams, but I know our performance against the European teams, even at Worlds and at the MSI, was like we had a positive win rate or whatever against the EU team, so I don't understand why they think they're better, but yeah, I don't know.
Well, definitely turns out to be the case. I hear your family are actually in the audience today. Is that true? So happy to see the win?
Yeah, I hope they're happy.
Okay, there we go. One last question. Let's talk about the EU teams. Dude, why do they suck so much?
I mean, I'm European, so I don't really want to talk too much trash, but yeah, I just feel like they don't play that Valorant vision, and they just do a lot of random stuff, like the map control, so NA teams put a lot of effort into playing the game like kind of perfectly and not going into River alone and stuff like this, so yeah, I guess that's like the small stuff they don't do.
Well, Svenska, thank you so much. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations on 3-0 here at Rift Rivals. We're going to head to an ad break. When we come back, Rift Rivals continues.
No flash still from Hunter, remember. On the Baroxa, so as moving forward, the dismount comes out, they chain the CC flawlessly, and that's going to be first blood coming in for Fnatic. Strikes comes in, that's going to be the charge going forward, so has no options left to escape, but the cask going to keep Hanser at bay. He is unconcerned, going to try to dive the tower, dismounts, the body slam comes forward, so out, play, walk away, that's the outplay. Moving forward, it is an all-out bloodbath, but double lift strikes back, suddenly the cask is in, Reckless on the way forward as well, flashing, that's the slicing Maelstrom, going to get interrupted by Biofrost, Ash on the backside, Bjergsen finally going to drop a Fnatic. They started this fight on the back foot, and that may just be how it's going to end, because they're getting taken down.
Hey, kill him. Actually, yeah, kill him if you can, Peter.
Yes!
Nice!
We did it!
Fuck is good. Alright, GG.
TSM undefeated here at Rift Rivals.
Welcome back to our coverage of Rift Rivals, where we are counting down towards this fight between powerhouses Cloud9 and G2. We're going to take a look at the standings as we are at the halfway point of our round robin. The first round robin is complete. We're going to check it out, and currently...
This means NA wins, right? It's over?
It totally means TSM wins. TSM is the world champion, or NA is well, yeah, all that. And also...
EU really cares about togetherness and being...
They are all tied. So,
yeah, I think that's fair. The tie in Europe makes sense.
Yeah, also
at least we don't have anyone to blame. So
yeah,
I think that's.
And
okay.
it also, you know, at this point, the teams in either group are just fighting it out to see who gets it to the final. So nothing is lost for either team, but I think we all have to agree that TSM is looking pretty damn strong. Overall, we'll see how that evolves. But now we're going to look at G2 and C9, both losing their games earlier today. And as it is the second time they meet in 2 days, we saw what will happen yesterday. So the exact same thing will happen today. Sneaky will be on Tristana. They'll have a late game comp, and he'll get caught. No, it was a very close game. It was very back and forth. And in the end, it was a game that C9 probably should have won. So does this mean that they have a big, or do you not agree, Jet?
That game was such a mess.
Yeah,
I agree. It is a game they should have won. Also a game that G2 should have won because it was so swingy. This game particularly, though, I do want to see them, even if they're going to pick an early game for Jensen, like a LeBlanc that they try and snowball around the mid lane, have something that scales well. Just one champion that can get them through to the late game. Because, let's be honest, C9 versus G2 probably going late.
Yeah, are you thinking about something in the AD carry role or a good tank or anything, really
that
anything?
Scales well, probably an AD carry.
Yeah, and mid lane pro is what we want to see because that is what brought them success yesterday when Contracts hangs around that mid lane and tries to get Jensen ahead in a good matchup. That's what wins them games.
For sure, for sure. I think they should just go back to what they have shown they're good at, C9, which has been like playing through mid lane and having strong mid game fights. And I would assume that G2 is going to go back to more scaling picks. They didn't really show up on the early game, so I think we're in for a long one.
Yeah, we might be in for a long one, and C9 really has to take this game and see it as a big opportunity to beat the Kings of Europe, former Kings, how do you want to call it? Because it's not looking good, probably. They look a bit meek.
I mean, I would say, like, honestly, both C9 and G2 are doing the same things badly today.
Oh, okay.
They both have, like, really early game comps. I mean, the Riven, LeBlanc, and then the Renekton and Elise, like, all in an early game. And both these teams, like, really find success in the late game. So I'm really predicting, like, snooze fest, really, really long game, and at least 2 lanes of scaling and not just, like, some early game, some scaling. I think it's going to be pretty slow.
Yeah, and I also feel like G2's drafts have been really poor, not just in Rift Rivals, but in the summer split, pretty much all since MSI. And I know it's always easy to have a struggling team and say, oh, it's their drafts, because there are a lot of reasons for the
you got to start somewhere.
The drafts have been pretty bad, right? Whether they're picking a triple range with no engage when they're not a great early game team, or whether they're doing some of the stuff they have done here at Rift Rivals, it's a point where they need to kind of improve. And draft, as probably knows, isn't something you just fix easily. You say, oh, now we'll just pick the meta champs and we'll be great, because a lot of times the players may not play them.
What we all think, though. Like,
maybe it's part of the process of actually getting back on track, you know? Challenge yourself every game with disadvantages in the draft just to see if you can actually win.
Yeah, that's a stretch.
Yeah.
That is a stretch. Well, we'll see what this game turns out to be. Cloud9, they lost their first game against G2 yesterday, and now they're looking to strike back as we leave it to casters for picks and bans.
Thank you very much, Shox. Good evening, all you esports fans. I'm Devin Pirate, Technics Young, and following our next 3 games, with me is Isaac Azale Cummings, Bentley, of course. You have 4 names. I always forget that part. And Andrew Vedia Day, he's a little simpler with only 3.
Hello,
How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing wonderful. How are you, my NA counterparts? I'm doing great. First time here in EU, casting some games. Pretty excited. You get to cast some high-quality League of Legends now, so that's going to be fun. Oh, okay. I mean, we did bring the NA team.
We got
pretty good.
We got to be a little careful, Vedius, with the way the results have been.
I know,
so
right?
Far.
I know.
Hopefully we get our bragging rights back soon enough. Now, G2 are going to be on the blue side, and of course, with Cloud9, they have Ray starting once again, so they've only used Impact a little bit this tournament so far.
Yeah, and Ray does kind of offer something a little bit different. He's more of the carry player. Obviously, bringing out Riven earlier today didn't really work out for them, but I don't necessarily think the pick was at fault, so I'm hoping we get to see a run back at some point.
We'll see if it ends up happening as we enter picks and bans with G2 on the blue side starting off. Banding away LeBlanc.
No real surprise. I feel like Jensen has had some pretty solid performances, not only at home in the North American LCS, but here at Rift Rivals, really dismantling Fnatic yesterday in their first game, and a lot of focus being to try and take away some of these comfort picks from the side of C9.
And LeBlanc in general is such a big pick in North America. It's something that doesn't have as much priority in Europe. So that's, I think, one of the adaptations some of these teams are going to be making. You know, start to attack the picks and bans teams from that region would, because you want to take away what people are really comfortable on.
It's like they were talking to Bjergsen yesterday, saying how adapting each region going to have to figure this out day by day, and that's how it's going to swing the results. So we'll see if it ends up being the way for G2 as they ban out the Elise.
And I'm curious about how much focus there's going to be onto Gragas right now, because we have seen over the last 2 days, well, today included, that it has become a more staple pick right now. A lot of teams have put a lot of early value on it, especially with the Cinderhulk changes that we have seen for him in the jungle.
Well, excellent prediction there, Vedius, as it gets locked in first over on the side of Cloud9 now. We'll see what they end up choosing first with a handful of mid laners banned away. Jensen will be moving somewhere different, but I don't expect him to pick it up in this first rotation.
I mean, certainly could be looking at something like Thresh for Smoothie. It is a very strong pick for him, and it's one that's extremely popular right now. If you want to go for something like Orianna, that does make sense, as they've already taken Syndra off the table. One of the matchups that are considered pretty difficult for Orianna.
I think you're also looking at Elise in here for contracts as well. He did bring it out early on in the day. He had a lot of early game success with it. Snowballing Jensen once again in the mid lane that we often see from him. And it usually does pretty well into the Gragas fairly early on, because in terms of early pressure, there's very little that the Gragas can do to match it. And I think that it would just be a fairly safe blind pick should C9 choose to go for it.
Yeah, but at the last second, they are going to go ahead and lock in the Kha'Zix. So still has a lot of potential to make those big plays, but what they've given up here is this Thresh, and G2 might pick that one up for Mithy.
Yeah, and if they do go with that, I mean, Kha'Zix is kind of considered a pretty good matchup specifically into Gragas. Some players do like to actually play that, so Contract is going to opt for this specific jungle matchup. We do see that Tahm Kench, Braum, these sorts of support picks are still available, so you know, if the Thresh is locked in here, I am going to expect that Smoothie will make his response in this first round of picks. That being said, you will leave yourself open to being more targeted, you know, in the AD carry and top lane role.
Yeah, and something that we have seen Smoothie bring out as well was champions like the Bard too. So if they choose to save it, I wonder whether or not he does go for something a little bit more unique with the playmaking opportunities that they have in the bottom lane. But in terms of what G2 pick, I wouldn't be surprised if they go for something like a Renekton right now. I know that Gnar has been on the rise, but you guarantee a solid top half of the map. And, I don't think that was a lock-in. I have a feeling that was random. Yeah. Don't get excited.
Yeah. All right.
Over the player, it seems like there's a little bit of a panic going on over there. So.
Yeah, not the only ones. All right, so I'm hearing that Perkz wasn't able to pick something. So when in doubt, of course, it's going to default over to the Draven, but he'll get the remake of the picks and bans, so we won't be seeing that one.
That does happen from time to time. There'll be a very quick remake. I imagine that it will be exactly the same draft. Players, I imagine, won't be allowed to talk either, and you go back to exactly what
it has to be same picks and bans up to that point, so you can't have an advantage just from getting that remake. We will see which way they decide to go, as we should be able to be hopping back into this pretty quick.
But so far, we've seen nothing too unconventional.
No,
the fact that Gragas has been rising in popularity this tournament is no real surprise. I think that it's taken a little while for teams to identify his value that he is providing for a lot of, in terms of the engage, in terms of his jungle clear, and the fact that he can be flexed into both top jungle and even support.
And I think that the flex pick is what makes it so powerful, right? Because it's very hard to target picks and bans. You know, if you think, okay, it's going top, and you start banning out a top laner, then they're simply going to put it top, pick a jungler in the second round. So you always are going to have an advantage in picks and bans with these flex picks, and that's why they're historically some of the most powerful and best early blind picks.
And the fact that we've seen LeBlanc already banned away with the Syndra means that you've guaranteed a powerful laner with the Orianna for Jensen as well. And we've seen from Cloud9 that they do rely on Jensen getting that early lead. They often play around him during the early game to set up nicely for those later game team fights. And I think that getting that positive matchup is a great thing for him.
We also heard on the desk how they're expecting this to be a long game. And if you're looking at a long game, Orianna, if you want to get sneaky onto a late game carry, that offers additional protection. If you're going to draft another defensive support there too, so that all would synergize very well.
And I'm thinking, like, as an answer, perhaps Perkz could look at something like a Talia if you wanted to. The roaming power that you do have is pretty potent, and he has brought out in the past during the regular season as well. So I don't think it would be too surprising if you went for something like that.
No, and I think that makes a lot of sense too, because Perkz, has not had the best laning phase pretty much at all during the summer split in the European LCS, and it's continued here at Rift Rivals. So you'd expect him to be put on something a little bit safer if that is what he's allowed to do.
Alternatively, one of the options that we do see in NA a fair bit is Ahri as a matchup into the Orianna can be actually a pretty strong answer there. That's one of the other kind of pretty safe mid lane picks and someone that does have pretty strong 1v1 potential.
I think it's a great pick into the Orianna. I completely agree with you. The problem with EU mid laners is they have this tendency to be like, they see a champion nerfed and they go, oh no, can't play a useless champ, you know?
Until someone brings it out and bodies them.
Yeah,
with it.
exactly.
Like, oh, it's pretty good.
Unless it's
40% win rate, still getting played.
Mostly by Exile. Let's just gotta scratch that one off. All right, yeah, so we do have all the same picks and bans up into the not actual Draven picks, so that'll just keep rolling through.
It would be funny if you then locked in Draven and they decided it was in fact a good pick after all. But I don't think it will be. As we were discussing, I think that they could go for their top laner right now. Something that they try to do is guarantee expect something that he can have a successful laning phase on. And by going for the Renekton, they would guarantee a pretty strong duo in the top and jungle. Or they just keep this Gragas as a flex and they save the top pick for a later on in the draft.
Gonna wait till the last couple seconds to lock in the Thresh, and we'll see what the answer is now. If it is to the Orianna, or if they go up towards the top side for Expect. He has played a number of Renekton games even here, and his impact has been a little bit limited, in all honesty.
Bit of a throwback to the Aswo that he did say he was going to pick.
You were still waiting on that one,
I'm still waiting on it. Still waiting on it.
I remember that picks to watch.
But for the time being, instead they're just going to focus down the bottom lane.
And I think that makes a lot of sense. Also, as a takeaway from Sneaky, Sneaky has been very successful on this pick. And in general, Tristana has been crushing it in the NALCS. It has a well over 70% win rate at this point. So that is a really big power pick.
Yeah, right up the alley of what Sven wants to do anyways. He's been picking the Kog'Maw. He's liking himself the hyper carries these days. Now Cloud9 a couple more seconds, and it looks like they're getting ready to lock in the Blitzcrank.
That is a bit surprising to me, especially into the Tristana. We actually got to see this showcased yesterday from the opposite side, how well Tristana can actually get away from the rocket grab. If you actually time your jump on Tristana well, it essentially negates it completely. And we saw Mithy really struggle to actually deal with that against Sneaky. Yes, he did have a couple really big picks that did turn around the game, but generally it's considered a tough matchup. And with things like Tahm Kench and Braum, that would have been kind of a safer option. That being said, Smoothie can utilize this in other ways. Roaming, as we saw them have great effect on the Blitzcrank, with Lee Sin and coming to mid lane as well and kind of camping for Jensen.
And it's just something that we've been seeing a lot more of recently. The Unicorns were a team that were doing it a lot during the regular season where they would just actively pick the Blitzcrank into the Thresh. And I feel like during the laning phase, you often lose out in terms of pressure because yes, you have the pick power, but you really don't have the same level of push. But the real value of Blitzcrank, I feel, comes later on when you have your ultimate available, the different itemization that he can go from, and the fact that he is just pretty tanky and he always has that threat that you always have to be respectful of.
Right, there's a definite potential for Wombo combo between the Orianna and the Kha'Zix already, so throw in the Blitzcrank there and you can just kind of pull people in, get the deletion on, see what you can do.
Another thing that it really can make you second guess is, hey, like what mid lane pick do you want to take? If you're taking someone that's relatively low mobility, you can be picked on not only in roaming, but in team fighting, right? So banning away the Ahri, banning away the Corki, two of the more mobile mid lane picks that are left there for perks means that he's going to be kind of pigeonholed even more because he has to deal with the Blitzcrank and perhaps even the Ashe.
I wonder if he just goes back on the Lucian. It's something that he picked up quite a bit in the last couple of weeks in the European LCS and kind of just was holding lane with it.
It is something you can do, but with top lane not having been drafted and almost pure physical damage at this point, that could pigeonhole them quite a bit.
And with the Camille ban, I feel like the G2 may be edging towards a Rumble pick in the top lane.
Okay, the gauntlet's been thrown now for perks.
But that's
a nice little throwback.
That's the Rumble pick that we were talking about, so this will guarantee that the Gragas goes into the jungle. If you're Cloud9 now, you're kind of limited in your options. You could potentially go for a Fiora with the Jarvan gone away and Gragas taken off the board. I feel like Kled would be the next best answer for the Rumble.
Yeah, Kled makes a lot of sense. I think that's something that is a very good matchup into the Rumble. You can all-in him very heavily. You're already drafting some very powerful engage here. You give a way in for the Blitzcrank, for this Kha'Zix. You have the Ashe Arrow here as well. So I definitely think that Rumble could be a point of contention where they're going to try to target him. They're going to try to bring their jungler up and get the Kled ahead, because if the Kled is ahead of a Rumble, it's very difficult to stay alive. It's so easy to repeatedly dive you.
And I'm looking at this composition from Cloud9, and to me it's like, it's very classic Cloud9. Like, this team is going to scale up
like they have the option to make a few ganks happen in the early game, but the mid to late game, they have so many engaged kills with the Ashe Arrow, the Cled Ultimate. You also have the threat of a Blitzcrank hook, so many ball delivery system with the Kha'Zix too. This team, so good at being able to team fight later on to the stages. And what we've seen throughout this tournament is that C9 are a team that is very effective at finding that opportune fight.
I do agree, but I also think that G2, you know, this is a composition that can also team fight. You know, you can deal for 1-4 type split push styles with a Zed, but their 4-man squad is extremely powerful in the team fight with the Gragas frontline, Thresh frontline. You have the Rumble for that AoE damage, and you protect this Tristana. Sven is extremely adept at this pick. We've seen him, you know, play it internationally many times before and have great success.
Absolutely, but G2 are going to need to try and get that Zed rolling if they want to make the side lane pressure count. Otherwise, they'll have to rely on the power that Sven can bring out on the front line that they can get from their top laner. And C9, they know when games go long, they're in their comfort zone. The last match between these two yesterday, 48 minutes and 37 seconds. It was a long one, it was drawn out, and it was certainly not clean. But we will find out what happens in round 2 between G2 Esports and Cloud9 as they load up onto the Summoner's Rift.
Cloud is definitely excited. Yeah, he is. We always have one guy. We always have one guy in the audience that he's always just super keen.
There's a little piece of that guy in everybody.
Yeah,
it's a different guy too, right? Like sometimes it's for different teams. You have a different person, and now you've got the entire audience chanting TSM and stuff, but not this game. I shouldn't have baited him.
So let's talk a little bit about this mid lane matchup because it is Perkz versus Jensen. He is on Zed against Orianna, and picking an assassin into an Orianna lane, like in the early game, you're going to struggle. You do not have a reliable way to get close to the minions because Orianna's always going to hit you with a basic attack. She's going to zone you with the Q, and early levels, she is a big threat. But the moment Perkz hits that level 6 mark, once he's got a bit of damage under his kit, he's going to build a lot of long swords, is what you can expect. That is where he becomes a real threat towards the Orianna. And the biggest thing that I've noticed is the fact that there is no exhaust on the side of C9 to shut down this Zed later on into the game.
And I also say, you know, in combination with the Gragas, right? Like, we already know about the Body Slam Flash, how powerful that is as a gank. If you bring a level 6 Gragas to a lane with a level 6 Zed, it's very, very difficult for anyone to be able to escape that if someone is already not there preemptively to support you.
Yeah, and we saw what happened to Caps when he did not have his Flash yesterday on Orianna, how easy it is to just repeat these ganks over and over. So I'd love to see some early investment or repeated investment from Trick in the middle lane.
Although we have to expect that C9 are going to try to match that investment as well. This is how Cloud9 wins their games. They rally around Jensen every phase of it.
And if Perkz is ever using his Shadow aggressively in the mid lane here, that's something that can really be capitalized on by Contracts and by Smoothie, who are going to be looking for this roam.
Does spamming your taunt with your Shadow count as aggression?
It's a different kind of aggression.
There we go. I think it's also what we did notice in the draft as well was the hover of Azir and Rise from Jensen. I can definitely feel like there's an element of banter between these two mid laners, but I'm sure it's all in good fun. As
I think it goes something like, what is it?
I don't remember that. I don't remember I don't remember. Yeah, actually. But what I do know is that Perkz is a very good Zed player, and once he first came into the European LCS, he was well renowned for these assassin picks, and given the changing meta and his development as an individual, he's more steered away from them, but now he's trying to demonstrate something today.
And this is a really exciting matchup for me, just as individuals, because, you know, the lane kingdom, so much talk about Perkz and his dominance in the 1v1 lane, you know, having great results against Faker in the 1v1s at MSI. Jensen has been, in my opinion, the most lane dominant mid laner in North America for a long time, and this guy is actually crushing it this split and crushing it this tournament, I think, in the 1v1. So seeing these two guys go at it is going to be very, very exciting.
Absolutely, but Perkz still has something to prove, right? Because he hasn't had the best summer split thus far, but we haven't seen him on a pick like the Zed. But we'll talk about that a little bit later because Trick is on his way up to the top, and Ray is out one Cowardly Lizard. Expect with the bait on, and in comes the Fat Man Flash Body Slam, and Ray is in trouble. He has to burn his own Flash. Still gets hit by the barrel, and with the Electro Harpoon, that's first blood.
That was a beautiful predict from Trick. He expected Ray to flash away. He threw the barrel in advance, knowing where he would go towards, gets the extra bit of damage down to enable Expect to get the kill.
And while that can look pretty funny and Ray trading that aggressively, that's one of the things that you really can do on Kled. If you trade out your passive, you get the remount, you can whittle people down, and had the gank not come in, he could have started to actually take control of that lane as he gets the remount. So it was a very well-timed gank by Trick.
Contracts just taking a little bit of jungle as a consolation prize as it all happens. Smoothie trying to move on into the jungle as well. The bottom side, obviously when you're on a Tristana pick, you're going to get way outranged by an Ashe, so could be a little trouble for Zven to start things off. And you can see that CS differential pretty big already.
And here's the gank again. It's well set up. So this is Ray. He's trying to trade out his dismount, so he's going to be able to pull him back in, and then you're able to get the remount. And I mean, look how low Kled is, but Rumble is going to be punished more heavily from
And just watch the barrel here, because what he's expecting is for Trick to just throw the barrel in front of him, but Trick reads the flash play in advance and is able to get the kill and the extra damage needed to secure it. But bear in mind, like, the other thing to note is that Ray was also a level up onto Expect as well, so trying to abuse that level advantage is definitely a very common thing that you do as a top player.
It's so big, too, that Expect is actually the one that picks up this kill, because one of the common builds you'll see is a rush on Tabbies and a Seekers into these physical damage auto attacker matchups, and it makes it so hard for the Kled to ever really be able to punish that person in the early game until you start getting completed items.
Absolutely. Checking back in with the mid once again. It's been a little quiet. As expected, Perkz is struggling a little bit in the farm, but he's been able to snatch a bit back here and there. So he sends out some Shadow Shurikens and has a little bit of fun with this one. Checking in Contracts too, as he might be running into Trick.
It's such an annoying mid lane matchup as I said. You just have to accept the fact that you are going to fall behind in the laning phase. And you just have to do your best to try and mitigate it as much as possible. But Jensen really demonstrating his dominance and understanding of the matchup.
And they did spot Trick, I believe, walking across there. They had a ward over by the blue buff, so they should know that Trick is up here. We'll see if Contract actually comes up for the counter gank to try to defend this. But for now, I think that Ray should be fine under turret.
He's going to be okay. Just pushed under for just a moment. You could see that they weren't falling for the Lantern bait down on the bottom side. Sneaky and Smoothie were wise to the fact that Trick was waiting in the wings up there.
Trick is being very patient, though, and if Ray goes much further forward, they could look for this play. I mean, this is not a level 6 Gragas or anything, but still, Ray is going to have to be careful.
He doesn't get anything, though. He just hits 5.
He is wasting a lot of time up here.
He is. He's stealing a lot of experience away from Expect, too. Bear in mind that getting that early kill will give him that slight experience advantage over Ray, but now that level 6 is going to be delayed, but they are committed to trying to snowball Expect.
All right, so Expect is almost level 6. They're actually committing to wait for the level 6 now, I feel like, at this point. A couple more minions and he will get it. They're going to go now.
Oh, right on the body slam. Instant equalizer. Off goes Scarl, but they don't have the damage to finish him this time. Oh. Flashing forward. Expect he wants this. Charbroiling down.
Expect
Ray doesn't fall, but Expect trades his life.
That was such a big investment of time from Trick, and it ends up being a 1-for-1 from Ray. He was able to get a return kill because of the amount of time that he spent underneath that tower, but here we can see the gank again.
I mean, they waited so long, they decide they want to wait it all the way out for the Rumble level 6, and as soon as he hits it, they do go.
And you can just see, right, so here, there's a bit of a communication breakdown because Trick wants to disengage, but Expect goes under. And I feel like at this point, you just keep walking forward. Just walk away from the tower, try and get out of range. But he just walks back and forth, and he just stays under the tower for even longer than he needs to.
Oh, got level 6s on the board. It's Deathmark now as Jensen trying to dodge, 2-step away from the arrested Perkz damage, and he does most of it.
So you do get the barrier out from Jensen, which will make it a little bit easier when he wants to try and utilize that ultimate again. But for the time being, pressure is still an advantage of Jensen.
Yeah, and Jensen, nice sidestep on the Shurikens. He is going to be able to play very aggressively, knowing that that ultimate is down for quite some time. So he's going to look to extend this CS advantage, and Contract has gotten into the jungle. So much time was spent topside. He could lie in wait for Trick, and with the Evolve's Q it looked like he took, the dueling would certainly go very heavily in Contract's favor in a 1v1 against Trick.
But now Trick knows where Contracts is because of that ward sitting down there. Unfortunately, can't do too much about it. And it looks like Trick is going to give up where his position is as well, but he belly bops in onto Contract, smiting down on that last Raptor for a little help. Perkz trying to give some assist as he barrels backwards. So is the Orianna, and that ball is going to be dodged away. Do not want.
Yeah, they get the flash for the Ignite, but it's also a flash used by Perkz to actually get in range there. So Perkz down 2 summoners, and the camp goes over to Contract. Still a positive trade there for Cloud9. It does work out.
I was surprised that Perkz would invest his flash into that. The only reason why I would imagine he did that is because he already used his shadow in the lane, which means that it was on cooldown and unavailable.
And if he gets his auto attack off with his passive, he probably gets the kill there.
That's
because you have the bonus damage. Contract was very low, so he was looking for that surprising play. We do have Contracts down here. They're looking for the play now.
Ashiro right on to Zven. He's got both his phones, but he is
hook.
going nowhere. Hooked right back into Contract's kill.
Smoothie, he waits for the jump to come out so that he can guarantee the CC. The chain was set up so beautifully with the arrow, followed by the jump from Contract, the silence into the hook. fantastic setup from C9 to get themselves a kill down in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and that's why Smoothie starts it out with the flash punch, to ensure everything else is going to hit, to ensure that Sven has no chance to get away.
Oh yeah, and for Sven, he had a fantastic game against Cloud9 yesterday, but he's already on the same death count. A little bit more frustrating this time as he's taking the Orianna. Remember, he was on the Xayah last time around up against the Trist.
And right now, C9, they have the early advantage, largely just because of the CS advantages that they have in mid and in the bottom lane, along with all of the jungle camps the Contracts have been able to steal while Trick has been trying to gank for Expect up in the top lane. So things definitely looking promising for C9, but remember, their whole game plan is about the latest stages of the game. They have this great team fight. They have so many ways to engage. As Perks may have found Jensen.
Looking for him, goes in, Death Mark, and Shockwave trying to deter him a little further, but in comes Smoothie to push back Perks and Trick.
Really well timed Shockwave there by Jensen, just pulling Perks off of him after the Death Mark so he can actually follow up that damage at all. And one thing definitely going really well, I'd say, for G2 is they have kept Ray down a fair bit, right? You want to be able to have whoever's going to be in the side lane at the point where they can 1v1 him. And if Perks is getting bullied, you need to keep Ray down as well, because Perks is going to be the one who wants to get to that side lane and is going to have to deal with Kled.
Yeah, I agree with you. By just having that advantage in the 1 versus 1, it means you always have the option, if you're G2, to be able to utilize the 1-for-1 over C9. And as I said, you typically expect him to have a pretty big favor when going off into the side lane and challenging people in those 1v1 duels.
Little bit of a goal deficit for G2, but they definitely have that going for them. Remember, they did just come off a pretty frustrating loss against Phoenix 1. You want to be able to try and bounce back. As a 1-2 record, certainly not what you want to have in your second match on day 2. Now Mithy and Sven swapped up to the top side, trying to get that quick tower.
And they're going to get this turret really uncontested. So Kled is in the mid lane. They're going to try to dive mid with C9 and make that their response. We'll see if they can pull this off, because they have not rotated anyone around.
They can't expect here, and Ray is already looking to cut off Perks. It looks like that Rumble's going down, but let's see what Trick can do. He gets the separation, but Jensen is healthy enough.
Yeah, C9 had to force a play there because Rumble went bot, ulted out the wave bot, so they were always going to win that turret trade top, but Sven is just going to continue pushing. There's still a wave up there. Someone from C9 needs to get top. They can't afford to just give over 2 turrets.
Sven taking a leaf out of Reckless Book, just keeps on the split push right now, but doesn't get any damage of his own onto the top side. Unfortunately, Sneaky for C9 couldn't actually get the tower down bot.
The thing is, for Expect, though, I feel like he was the big part that went in C9's favor right there, because they will eventually be able to get this bottom tower because there is no answer from G2. You can see that with the minion wave coming in, Sneaky can secure this now, and C9 are able to get a kill as well. So while it is very favorable for G2 in the sense that they were able to get the first tower, it is still C9's gold advantage thanks to that additional kill that they were able to gain in the mid lane, as Smoothie looks for another advantage in mid.
Overdriving forward, but Perks was wise to it. He doesn't have flash, but he is still stealthy enough to move out of harm's way as we get into 12 minutes on the game. Mithy going to get some sight on Contracts, throws the hook out. He's got some assistance from Trick,
Smoothie's here too, though.
Up on the arrow. Smoothie trying to come in. Once again, it's all over the place, that Blitzcrank.
So the idea of the play is actually just to get some pressure and vision down into the bottom half of C9's jungle, because the goal is to get this tier 1 in the bottom lane. They know that with Sven on Tristan at this point in the game, she's still very good at taking down these towers, but trying to get close to the tower with the risk of Blitzcrank is always something you have to be mindful of, especially with Contracts always hanging around and trying to set up ganks. So getting deep vision and having that additional pressure makes taking that objective much easier.
Ray going to take his spot back up towards the top side, and it looks like settle down for just a moment. Have been a lot of back and forth plays, a few attempts here. 1-to-1 on the tower game, but as you said, it is C9's gold game at the moment.
And they did actually spot Trick out on the bot side jungle, so Contract's moving up to the top. Kled will have his ultimate back pretty soon. This is no Zonias yet completed on the Rumble, so that is someone that you could try to dive in this situation. We'll see if they want to go for it. It can be risky against a Rumble who's pretty strong with that equalizer.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. There's always something that you never properly respect sometimes, because you think that equalizer damage is a lot. Even at early levels, but then to add to the fact that there's a tower hitting on you, the slow from the equalizer as well, like there's so much that you always have to respect, that there's always a big gamble unless you have 2 or 3 members that can change that aggro between them.
Well, still settled in for just a second. We talk about Perks on the side lanes, but he looks like he's going to go roaming first. Still just sitting on his Yomus. Still waiting for him to get up to higher item spikes, but with the Orianna in that mid, it's going to be hard for him to get that tower without any assistance.
And it's important to remember as well what this means for G2 as a team, because so far in this tournament, they're sitting at 1 and 2. Expectations were that right now in the European LCS, they're not having the best of performances. A lot of the fans and the community were like, we don't actually have massive expectations of G2 because they're not looking the best right now. But on themselves, they feel like they should be performing so much better than they currently are. Remember, like, they made it all the way to the finals at MSI. Like, their international redemption began earlier on this year, and this is the first step towards that. While it is only North America, within themselves, they had higher expectations of themselves.
Oh, you're absolutely right. All you have to do is go back and watch Mythi's interview to see how disappointed they are in their own performance. They need to be able to pick up the pace a little bit. And the last time they met Cloud9, it was very difficult just for them to close it out. Game went almost to 50 minutes, but for the time being, they're keeping it close, and they do have the ability to fight it out in this mid game. That's what we're looking for.
And the game definitely has slowed down. As the analyst has predicted, very much what we expected. Both teams looking to get towards that later stage of the game. C9 with this fantastic team fight composition, something that they have a lot of experience with and what they've had a lot of success with over in North America. Along with the fact that G2, they have team fighting capabilities, especially with the Tristana and the Rumble, but they also have the Zed in their pocket, which does make the composition a little harder to play because his positioning and ability to flank will be key, but also they always have that side lane threat that they can rely on later on.
And I mean, you kind of have to look down the line at all the picks, right? So while C9 does have some very powerful team fight, when you look at a Blitz versus a Thresh, you know, most people would say the Thresh is probably more useful in that team fight. And Kha'Zix versus a Gragas, right? The Gragas is probably more useful. So I don't think it's as one-sided as we're perhaps, you know, talking about it now. I definitely think that G2 can win the team fight. Zed, you know, certainly is hard to team fight on, but you can join those team fights, especially if you do get ahead. You know, putting threat on someone like an Ashe can just be enough to zone him out of the fight, and you can win through doing things like that.
Absolutely, and if you can get a catch onto somebody, I mean, Ashe is the pretty obvious target, being one of the squishiest members, but even taking the Kha'Zix side, that can turn a fight around real quick. And we have seen, you know, there's a reason Zed is a montage-worthy champion in the right hands. Even if we don't see him all that often, you can get a big reward out of it. But C9 are looking for a reward themselves, finding no one at home in the mid tower.
And that's another one of the weaknesses of a Zed is you don't have consistent wave clear. Nice shadow away there, though, from Perks, but you can siege on him, right? You can play more aggressively and kind of push up and try to group and take down these turrets if there aren't people in the back pocket of that Zed.
I'm a little surprised that G2 decided to keep Perks in the middle lane. Like, with so many of the tier 1 towers now gone, you would think that they would maybe want to move Sven and Mythi into the mid lane to be that primary wave clear and then send Zed off to a side lane. But they want to keep their AD carry near this Rift Herald as a battle.
Trick is flanking here, Smoothie.
Got the hook on just to the Rift Herald, but he gets pulled right in by Mythi. But in comes Contracts to pick up the kill onto Mythi on the backside, and Ray comes charging in, looking for Sven, and it looks like he's just going to be able to do it, but Sven's going to have to hop and flash the wall. As Ray's still going forward, looking for the bear trap on the rope, but this time they turn it around with an equalizer, courtesy of Expect. But does G2 have the damage to get a pick off here? It doesn't look like the answer is yes.
No, it's just going to be the 1-for-0, and they actually force a lot of summoners out there from G2, so C9 retreating back towards this Rift Herald, at least going to take away the scuttle, deny that from G2. Close team fight, though. A really nice engage actually coming from the top side here from Ray. They have the flank from Kled coming in at the same time as they're engaged with the arrow, Sneaky and Smoothie going in there, so really well coordinated start to the fight.
And I'm just looking at that mid priority that C9 had all along, because Perks was still sitting in mid lane having to deal with this wave. Expect he joins the fight so long, and I feel like we're just seeing communication issues time and time again from G2, because the bottom lane wanted to go for Rift Herald, the setup wasn't properly there, the rest of the team couldn't help them, and so C9, seeing an opportunity, just charged onto G2 and were able to find kills. And look at all of the vision that C9 were able to gain over G2's jungle. They fully control the top half of G2's map right now.
And they have even more mobility. Remember, just before that fight, they picked up the Cloud Dragon for themselves while G2 was trying to trade for the Rift Herald. And the reaction times from Cloud9, we've seen this tournament, when they want to take a fight, it's just 0 to 60 so fast.
And I mean, it's kind of what Blitz and Kled allow you to do, right? You know, you have the Ashe, you have the Kled ultimate, you have this Blitz who can look for hooks, and you have so many go buttons then. So if that is, you know, one of the strengths that they are trying to utilize, this composition is really going to help to allow them to do that.
Yeah, well, they hit them all at the same time. That usually helps. Now at Contracts, got to talk about this guy, but he's been the one cleaning up in these fights so far. 3-0-0 on the Kazakhs, and that's another playmaking champion that can pop off.
It certainly is, but I don't think that's really where you want the kills to go. You'd much rather have them on the Orianna or the Ashe, someone who's going to be able to more easily contribute, I think, in these team fights, because kind of sometimes similarly to Zed, Kazakhs can struggle with the team fight contribution, but C9 is on the Rift Herald. G2 is aware of this, but it looks like they're just making the call to back off as Expect is pushing bot. They're trying to get that mid priority, shoving up with their dual lane, and we'll see where C9 wants to take this, because for now, there's actually no one from G2 in the top side. They could actually go top and drop this immediately, and then try to just do basically a race and go for 2 turrets.
Yeah, I mean, they have the Rift Herald available to them. You can see,
it's exactly what they're going to do.
They sent earlier, thanks to the vision that they set up earlier on, they know that there's no one from G2 in the top half of the map, so it makes it easy for 2 very quick towers. And the best thing that G2 can do is they've sent their AD carry down, and they're going to try and use Expect and his ulti to try and delay C9.
I'm actually really surprised that they just do not decide to drop the Rift Herald there. Going to hold on to it, but they are pushing up mid as well with a Kled, so trying to perhaps look for that juicier target of the mid lane.
And this is something that we're seeing time and time again with this Zed pick. It's so difficult for the Zed to get mid priority against an Orianna because she just walks in, wave clears, leaves, and then C9 have full control of whatever objective they want, and Zed is forced to deal with this minion wave, as now, once again, they go for an engage.
Well, trying to make the play here. Trick was going forward, but Ray cutting in to cut them off. And the rest of C9 just retracting back, getting bowled away. Jensen's the one who gets caught on. He pops the barrier, but Perks right into the rest of the team. Instantly regrets his decision, but the equalizer's thrown down. Turning and burning onto C9 now. 4 members left alive as Sneaky's already been taken out of the fight. Let's see if G2 can answer back any more objectives on this one.
It looked like such a dangerous engage from G2. Very uncoordinated. Trick goes in, no real follow-up. You're kind of like, what are G2 trying to do? But then that fantastic hook comes out from Mithy onto the primary target. Perks just trying to draw attention away from the rest of the team. He was just the bait as Mithy comes in for what the true goal was, to take out Sneaky and take out that mid-tier 1.
Well, they managed to get it for themselves, and here's how it all began with that Rift Herald.
This flash, though, was actually so sick from Sneaky. That's a body slam flash.
Yeah,
he actually
really good.
Flashed away from. Seeing that Righteous Glory be popped, he's expecting it coming in. Really nice reactive flash. Then the cask in from Jensen. Sneaky moves forward to try to support, and Mithy finds him, zeroes him out. The equalizer being layered on top means no chance for him to really flash away.
Yeah, and again, he had no flash from earlier on, thanks to the great play that he did make, but it ended up resulting in his life. And G2, they've come back fighting. The gold's still in favor of C9, but at the very least, G2 have demonstrated that they can bring these fights to C9 as Contracts looks for a kill.
Yep, Trick helps his buddy out, though. Perks is able to make his escape, but once again, C9 are never alone in this one. The hook is dodged out, but they're still going to be able to take away the blue buff for themselves. Clearing out that vision, C9 have not slouched at all in making sure they keep this side of the map dark from G2's vision.
Yeah, they do have Ray bot side now pushing up. G2 is going to try to get that mid lane priority, but they will have to be cognizant of the fact that Ray can collapse with this ultimate. Now that G2 is missing, he's going to just have to back off. C9 can look to threaten around the Baron. Establishing vision control there is very important for them, and they have a number of pink wards in the area. They really do have full vision control down there, so if too many members from G2 show bot, C9 can look to threaten that Baron.
Trick wanted to go in onto Contracts, might have wished he didn't here. Ash Arrow, he does manage
nice sidestep.
Oof. Moved a few pixels over.
Yeah, fancy feet for a large man.
Yeah, that's back-to-back dodges, actually. That probably would have meant his death, the hook and the arrow. If he got hit by either one of those, I think he would have gone down.
He likes to dance with death, our friend Trick.
Yeah.
Usually he ends up not being able to hold his drink at the end of the dance, but right now he's doing a great job as they go for an engage.
All right, going in and
C9
pulling
is waiting
one more time, but Sven is there, and look, here's the collapse. Sven's gonna have to hop backwards, and let's see if G2 have enough left in the tank as Perks takes down Sneaky. Sven is opted out of this one, says no thank you very much in Contracts, looking for cleanup duty here. It is carnage across the map, and Expect finds himself out of teammates, or is he, as Perks comes in for round 2. Ray's forced to flash away. And at the end of the day, the casualty count is going to be 2 for 1 in favor of Cloud9.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be so much worse for G2, though, but Perks got a great pick off onto Sneaky, eliminates the Ashe, and that allowed them to stay alive, because if more G2 members went down, that would have been a Baron for C9.
The biggest problem was how quickly Sven was forced out of the fight. Just keep your eyes on the AD carry of G2, because the initial engagement from G2 looked promising. They get onto Sneaky, the main damage leader, but then Sven immediately chunked out by Contracts, and now a lot of the damage from G2 is just gone. They cannot stick through the rest of the fray. Contracts really swung this fight so heavily in the favor of C9.
Yeah, he really did. And I mean, C9 was expecting the engage. They had half their team waiting in the bush. They have Ray prepped with the ultimate to come up. And again, always expecting the shadow. Perkz delays it nicely. Dodged out, but now Mithy is caught.
Yeah, he can't dodge that Ash arrow. Just a point-blank range. Contracts is going to pick up another kill for himself. And let's see if that prompts them to try and start off on this Baron. There's a lot of G2 members around.
It's always good to have a ward buddy with you, but if the enemy has more buddies, unfortunately, there's just very little that you can do about it.
That doesn't work out that time, yeah.
So C9, they won't be able to get the Baron, but they will have control around the Baron. And while all this has been happening, Ray's been pushing down
And
bot.
there's no TP on expect, so they actually don't have an answer right now. GT needs to force a play or send someone bot. They're doing neither.
Shook is face checking. He's going to get pulled in, but he brings Smoothie right back into the team. Unfortunately, no one was able to react in time. And here we go. They're going to try to make a play one more time. It's Perkz going in onto Jensen, popping back around, and Sneaky is blown up just like that. Sven is going to be able to find his counterpart on that one. 2 big carries down in the blink of an eye.
I actually do not understand at all why C9 is trying to engage when they're getting the bot tier 2 for free. A Kled could just be on this inhibitor very soon after. G2 only had one way to do anything. It was forcing a play, and C9 gave it to him.
You were just talking about it, Azael, the TP advantage that C9 had. They're going to try and take advantage of it now.
He's going to go for it. Half health on the Baron, but it looks like Mithy's going to get pulled right into Smoothie and Contracts, but they're going to take the fight. Forget the Baron. Looking for Contracts there as he hops away to relative safety. Perkz is looking to take him out. Shut down gold in his pocket as they turn their attention onto Ray. The Baron is still aggroed, and Ray's going to take down the 80 carry. Can he do one more with the pocket pistol? It's not going to be enough, and Expect burns him down.
Oh, nice play from Ray to actually stop that Baron, but still, G2 picked up quite a few kills there, and C9 just had no business taking the initial fight. Very poor decision, I think, from them.
I feel like that the play itself looks so promising for G2. If they could just get the kill down onto the jungler, then they're perfect, they're set. The risk of a steal is gone. All they need to do is make sure the Contracts is dead. And they think that here, with Mithy on the front line, with the follow-up from Sven, they can just kill him. But Contracts continuously playing these fights so well enables enough time for G2 to just be scattered. They take so much damage from the Baron. Ray gets a beautiful kill onto Sven, and they're able to buy enough time so that G2 cannot secure the objective.
Yeah, and I mean, Ray getting that kill on Sven is so important to take away the DPS that would have allowed G2 to actually knock down that Baron. In the meantime, C9 picks up the first Dragon of the game. Has not really been much attention given over to it this game.
Now, when it's all Cloud Drakes, it's not always the one you want to opt for 100% of the time. But as we're 26 minutes on this clock, the action has definitely been heating up. C9 found themselves in a bit of a dangerous situation, but they still are holding on to that slim gold lead, and they're getting more powerful by the minute.
It's really important to take note now of the items that have been picked up, because in that last fight, Jensen was dead, and Sneaky had no flash. But now the Zhonya's has been completed. Jensen is no longer a priority target for Perkz to try and kill. Sneaky can still be, but as long as Smoothie holds on to the silence from his ultimate, that makes it so much harder for Perkz to be able to kill this damaged dealer as C9 as well.
Yeah, Ray is still threatening. As always, you saw what he was able to do when he was completely isolated from the team to just take out one and nearly two. There's so many weapons on the C9 side for G2 to deal with.
And I mean, now, no TP on Ray. The bot lane is pushing up for G2, so they're going to have to try to deal with that. We'll see when C9 sends someone bot, and really what G2 does eventually to answer, because so far, now that Ray has completed a couple items, they've just been trying to avoid him. They've been trying to group, they've been trying to force fights. I'm not sure when and if they'll feel that Perkz can actually match him in a side lane.
And now that the Righteous Glory is available as well for Trek, G2 have slightly more reliable ways of forcing fights, given that you have the follow-up from Mithy too. But we've seen a number of flash engages from Mithy, but C9, they're just grouping in his book.
Oh, Shockwave! Looking at 4 even more here, as it looks like Trick was going bowling, but it's only going to buy a little bit of time as Contracts gets the kill onto his jungle counterpart.
And that's the jungler going down, so C9 going to go straight over to the Baron. G2 should have expected that engage when no one is answering all the minions at the C9 turret.
And this is just a C9 classic, constantly finding these amazing fights. The question is, will G2 find a great fight of their own?
Equalizer is available, and Trick has TP'd in. They're going to try to contest this, but C9 may finish.
Taking way too much time on that one, looking to see if they can pick off any stragglers here, but Smoothie's already flashed away into the pit. Goes Perkz looking for Contracts, but he instantly opts out of this one, and Ray is going to flash the wall and pocket pistol for good measure.
All 5 members of C9 walk away with the Baron and walk away with their lives victorious. Picking up a 3,000 gold lead 28 minutes into the game, doing what C9 C9 does so well and getting that advantage over G2.
And it really feels like both teams are just kind of not giving the respect to their opponents, not really playing the map correctly here. You know, as G2, you see 3-4 waves at your opponent's turret. Like, look at the minions in the bot lane. If no one is there, where do you think they are? They're looking for an engage. That's the only reason that they would not be picking that up. And G2 does not show the respect to that. Trick, he's not the one to take the lantern, so he gets taken out. That means C9 gets the kill, and they get the eventual Baron.
Yeah, it's just so unfortunate for G2, but such good play from the side of C9, utilizing the Fnatic brush against European teams. But
you'd think they would have learned.
You'd think, right? But now they have the Baron, they're sieging onto the towers, they've got cleared off into a side lane, and this time G2 have decided to send Zed down bot, but he's immediately recalling, feeling the need to group up with the rest of his team.
Yeah, he knows that with the Baron buff, the team cannot wave clear that well. I mean, yes, Sven is going to have pretty safe wave clear, pretty consistent wave clear, but it's going to be tricky to actually hold 2 lanes against this Baron.
Yeah. Need to keep that 3-item Tristana alive to keep these waves clear, but it's harder and harder to do with the Baron buff empowerment on. And C9 just staying clustered as a 5-man.
Yeah, they're just trying to actually control this jungle. They need to clear out some of the wards here from G2, you know, check the bushes, clear out that pink, so they can rotate back and forth between these 2 lanes and really kind of get an advantage there. When you establish the vision control in your opponent's jungle in a situation like this, Smoothie can be enabled to find the picks as they try to actually rotate around and answer you.
Looks like the tower du jour is still going to be sitting on this top side, since that's the only one outside the base left for G2 Esports. 5 towers Cloud9 have already grabbed on the map, but they're going to turn their attention once again to mid, trying to drag G2 around as the Baron buff still has a minute and a half left. It's going to be a short hop for Sven, but just out of range of C9 going all in.
So C9, they're very hesitant to try and commit to a tower. They're very wary of the possibility of the expect ultimate, the trick barrel, the hook from Mithy. They're just playing very reserved, and they're waiting for this big minion wave down the bottom lane to catch up to the towers so they can start pressuring onto all 3 lanes. But with the Man and Drake spawning in a minute, perhaps C9, they're just going to take the gold advantage that they gained from the Baron and then use that to net themselves another Drake.
And it does kind of speak of some of the confidence that they do have moving forward into the late game. They're not actually feeling like they have to force anything, not feeling that they have to really look too heavily for any of these fights. But you know, the question is, are they correct, right? I mean, Sven is getting very, very strong on the Tristana, and when he completes his next item, you know, if he goes for something like a Mercurial, if he's worried about the Ash Arrow, he could also go the route of a Bloodthirster or whatever. But I mean, when you're sitting on 4 or 5 items as Tristana, you can win these team fights almost solo.
Absolutely, and how much is that worth compared to what C9 have the later this game goes? You have an Orianna, you have a Fed Kha'Zix, you have an Ashe who is not going to dish out a small amount of damage either.
It just comes down to who can play the team fights better, right? Who can actually have the biggest impact? Is it the Blitzcrank that hooks in a carry, or is it the Thresh that connects, or the Gragas Body Slam that knocks in Sneaky? It's all going to come down to play and execution in these final team fights.
And while the game is slower, it just makes it so much more tense as well, because you know that climactic team fight is coming. You know that one person is going to get hooked in, or that person's going to fail their ulti, or there are just so many small factors that can so rapidly swift the favor of a team fight.
Oh yeah, this is the stealth part of the action movie where the heroes are kind of moving in before the big final confrontation. We're not quite at the end yet, Betty.
Well, and it's exactly how this previous game ended, right? When C9 played G2 last time, Sneaky was an extremely sped Tristana. It looked like they had the game in the bag, and then Mithy turned the game on its head with one Blitzcrank hook that took out Sneaky, that got them the Elder into a Baron, into 2 inhibitors. So you know that these big plays can and will change the course of the game.
Yeah, and the shoe's on the other foot as far as the champion choices go, right? Because now Sven's got the Tristana and Smoothie's got the Blitzcrank. So we'll see if history repeats itself or we're rewriting those books.
And it's a big deal as well when you're trying to make it into the final, which I imagine C9 want to do for both teams really, because losing a game here, it does make it very difficult. So remember, you're competing with the other teams from your region to make it to the best of 5, not against the other teams, right? So being able to pick up wins here means that you get yourself more points and you better set yourself up when trying to make it to that best of 5.
And for G2, all the European teams are actually tied at 1 and 2 right now, I do believe. So, you know, there certainly is an opportunity for them to get to the finals and really kind of redeem themselves within the course of this event. You know, they're not happy with their performance. You talked about that. You know, Mithy, talking about their expectations for themselves are much higher, and they still have the opportunity to bounce back and really show what they can do, because Saturday we will have a best of 5, and that is going to be what decides everything.
Yes.
Well, they got to get to that point first, and the way European teams overall are playing, yes, it just hasn't been up to par from the expectations. But that just means it's so much closer, right? One game can mean all the difference. So obviously every game counts, but when you're looking at the way the European teams have been playing right now, one small improvement can really just mean the world. And for Cloud9, of course, they've got to do better than TSM is at the moment. That's going to be a little tougher ask, it would seem. But at the moment, they are set up in this lead if they can just keep it going.
Yep, and G2 now really just kind of trying to reestablish vision control, trying to extend their borders where it's safe to actually move out, find out where the Blitzcrank is, where the Ashe is, and where the C9 engage can come from. And for Ray, they're trying to establish vision for him so he can actually split push more aggressively, start to threaten for these kills, start to threaten for the turrets, because you can't really go for many plays until you know where the rest of the team is at.
Yeah, things are very difficult for G2 to really move out onto the map right now. Especially with Baron spawning in about 40 seconds. This is going to be the big swing point for C9, because with that objective, with only base towers left aside from that tier 2 in the top, C9 have full map control, and this Baron will enable them to just siege into the rest of the base, especially with the lack of, or the difficulty that G2 will have as they get spread out across the map thanks to Ray sitting on those side lanes.
And they just don't have a whole lot of vision, so for G2, it's ever risky to just try and check into it.
Are they doing it again? Are they really doing it again?
He's keeping a little close to the other side, but at least they're at 5 members. Are they going to face check all in?
They're pinging it.
Oh,
they
boy.
know. They have to know. G2, come on. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice.
Oh, he gets got back in. Insta-flashed out, but he's going to go right back once more. Throws the big barrel out, and this time, the bait and switch is a takedown. Smoothie expect getting the kill credit on that one, and they turn over to Ray, who's going to charge and gets bumped in on by Perks. Turns his attention right over to Sneaky. Has to pop out. Contracts looking for a deletion around the side. Gets a shutdown onto Perks. Ray going low, but it's going to be another. The double kill onto Sven, and it looks like that bug's going to happen.
He has the resets here. It's a level 16 Kha'Zix. So many kills on Contracts, and he saves this fight, picking up 2. C9 look for the re-engage, can't find it.
And Contracts, time and time again, is keeping these fights going in the favor of Cloud9. The teleport is coming
they're going for the Baron.
They're going for that objective.
Trick is up. He has no flash, but he does have
no
vision. He'd be the hero, though.
It's too fast.
They can't even see it at all. They don't know if it's even going down. Trick wandering over now, but it's already gone. The Kha'Zix isolation damage so huge there. And Contracts is really putting the team on the back.
It looked like such a good fight for Trick, because he gets hooked in, right? You think this is bad, but then he just goes to the re-engage. The entire C9 team gets split up with Blitz gone and a free access for Perks onto the back line. You think it's done, but then look at Contract.
Yeah, Contracts finding a way back in. He waits by the shadow. Perks goes right back to it. He's able to follow after him. They actually get the shutdown. He has the leap reset going in onto Sven, just deletes him with all the gold he has in this fight. And not only did this save that team fight, it gets them the bear, and he has a GA. This Kha'Zix is a monster.
Yeah, such a good pick for him.
Participated in 10 out of the 12 kills C9 have had. And now, yeah, he's going to be even harder to squish. So this is really, really rough for G2, losing out on yet another Baron. And we'll see if they can push back the aggression. It's going to be difficult.
So much of it is really on Sven. I mean, Sven is the super strong member for G2. The rest of the team is kind of struggling a bit in comparison to their counterparts. I mean, the Kha'Zix is massive. Jensen is a full item ahead of Perks, so that is a problem. So much of the gold, though, on Sven, and he has the ability to carry these team fights if they can have the proper setup, if they can keep him safe, from Ray and Contracts and these guys who are trying to dive him and take him out.
Absolutely, and we saw what happened with Sven yesterday on that Xayah against Cloud9. Had a pretty solid game overall, but remember, that was a long one, 48 minutes plus. This time on the Tristana, he's hoping to do a little bit more, and he's going to need to pull out a Herculean effort to make it done.
C9 also stocking up on these GAs, will make their kind of one-fight punch that much more powerful. They have one on both the Ashe and the Kha'Zix, so it's almost like that 7-man team fight that you can expend.
How do you beat Burst? Come back to life.
There you go.
Yeah. Tower's going down pretty easily, though, even with the rest of the minions there. It looks like C9 can clear that one away.
And Ray pushing mid. He's threatening the other inhibitor turret right there. Already onto it, knocking that down very quickly. So now the C9 squad in the bot lane just have to be a bit careful. But Sven is very low.
Health bar. Contracts coming in for the kill. Able to finish the job off, turning his attention over to Trick, but Sneaky beats him to the punch. He's still getting the resets. Hops, skips, jumps, looking to chase G2 all the way back to their own fountains. He's finally going to fall, but that's just a GA. As he comes right back on up, he can't help but thinking that this one is all over but the crying.
And it was that one big team fight that decided it all, and it was Contracts that gets it for C9. They get the big fight, they're gonna get the win.
Absolutely, and at the end of it, G2 make one last feint of resistance, but with only the Nexus left remaining, just hit it, and it's Contract kills.
Contracts with such an incredible game here against G2. 10, 1, and 2 on the Kazakhs, just ridiculous in the late game. And I was kind of talking about how I feel like it's very difficult for Kazakhs in these late game team fights to really get involved. But Contracts found the right opportunities. You know, he was so over leveled, so much gold on his character that he's able to take down people incredibly fast, hit those resets, and carry a lot of the fights.
Yeah, I mean, there were more hit jobs on him than in a Tarantino movie. He was going all over the place this time, so well played by him, but the whole C9 team really stepped it up on the objective game.
And you want to, like, in a lot of these fights, constantly you saw Sven, like, always being low health, never really being able to get the damage out that you would expect from this Tristana, but it's just because of the pressure that this Kled and the Kazakhs were always throwing onto him. Every time he tried to go in, those two were just diving onto his face, and they were saying, you're going to use your rocket jump out. And then once you're out, we don't care what you do, because now G2 have no damage left. Zed is the only reliable damage source, and he's only going to be a threat to one target. And we have Kled, we have Kazakhs, we have Ori, we have Ash. We have so many tools in our kit that we are more than prepared to handle whatever you throw at us.
It kind of was a bit strange, and although I think Perkz played the Zed well, that you never really saw him in the side lane, never really saw him going for the split push, and you know, perhaps just not feeling like he can actually deal with the Kled in the 1v1, you know, with the dismount, kind of absorbing some of the damage from the death mark and things like this. He was not able to kind of get to that split push win condition. He was forced into team fights where I think it's much more difficult for the Zed to be effective.
Yeah, I feel like he kind of missed that window where he could go roving around the map and try to pick off targets for a couple of reasons, right? You had Contracts kind of almost taking that role on the other side early on because he was fed a couple of kills. You had C9 slowing down that game. He was locked into mid lane, otherwise they were going to lose that tower. He didn't really seem to have many options with the Zed.
Yeah, but as you were saying, I still think he played it as well as he could have. Like, I think that the pick was definitely had a lot of risk associated with it, and he was able to get a lot of big kills that did net some good fights in favor of G2, but it just culminated in that big fight at the very end, that one Baron, because if G2 wins that fight, they get the Baron, suddenly they have a 4-item Tristana with the Baron buff sitting on the great. And like, things are looking very positive for G2, and like, that game could have swung so very quickly in their favor, but this time round, it went in the favor of C9. They now hold a 1-to-1 record, and NA are looking very good on day 2 of this tournament.
Absolutely. So, Cloud9 defeated G2 for the ULCS here in this game. Let's go ahead and head over to Quickshot for a word with their AD carry.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm joined here by Sneaky. First of all, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
A lot of local support. There's Cloud9 Sneaky Zaya cosplay in the audience. I don't know if you've seen that girl yet. Are you surprised by the support you have, the EU fans?
You know, actually, I kind of realized with the streaming schedule I have, it's like so late at night that it's good for EU. So people are like, yeah, you know, we're a bunch of your fans here. You have a bunch of support, Sneaky. So it feels good.
That's really cool. It's great to hear the cheering, of course. Not great to see the European teams lose as an EU caster, but I have to give you a lot of credit for some good games. 2 wins, 2 losses now for Cloud9. That game, Contracts was just popping off. Talk to me about how and why you guys were able to bounce back against G2.
Well, we actually lost in a really weird way against Unicorns. Like, we were in control of the game, we were up 2k gold, and then I die, Smoothie dies, they get Baron, oh, it's a good game. So I don't even know if I call it a bounce back, because like we had such a weird game, and I've never even lost like that before, honestly, against Unicorns. But, I mean, we've been having really weird games overall. Like, we get a little behind, we give up advantages randomly. But Contracts, yeah, he had 10 kills, he was playing pretty well.
Yeah, definitely played pretty well. Here in Europe, we call those clown fiestas. Welcome to EU, it seems. Okay, so TSM currently 3-0. They're the NA leaders. They would need to lose a bunch of games in order for Cloud9 or Phoenix One to make finals. Do you think there's any possibility of not TSM making the final and representing North America?
Yeah, I mean, we beat TSM before we came here, so it's definitely possible. I think if they win even another game, then we're still okay. But if they win 2 more, it's over. So
will Unicorns beat TSM at the end of the day?
Oof,
I mean, they beat you, so come on, 2-0 on the day?
I mean, you know, there's hope for them winning so that we can play in finals, but it's also okay that TSM wins and goes 6-0. I don't know.
Okay, we'll find out. Sneaky, congratulations on the win. We'll see you again tomorrow. For now, we're going to head back to the Analyst Desk to wrap up the games.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. Always fantastic to hear from Sneaky, who thinks, well, they are still in the race, and they definitely are still in the race, and they have taken down G2 as well and evened out that record at least. A very interesting game. Again, you guys said it was going to be a super slow one. However, yeah, it was a bit near the end, but there was more action than anticipated, and you had a thing or two to say about the draft. What do we make of the Zed, and what do we make of the Orianna first pick? Probably.
I mean, I think NA has already kind of showed its preference. If Syndra LeBlanc's banned, they're going to take Ori.
Especially Jensen.
Yeah, especially
Loves
Jensen.
Orianna.
I actually don't really mind this Zed pick in this draft. I mean, it's not as late game as I was expecting, but I think it fits pretty well with the Rumble, and then you have a good target in killing Ashe late game as Zed. So you don't even have to like only kill mid laner. So I think it's actually, this is actually a draft like, I think makes sense for G2.
Because earlier we were talking about, this was off air, about what Zed can do and how he should be played. So maybe that's how we'll look at this game as well. Because it definitely didn't win.
We also think Lucian probably would have been better.
He's a bit scared of that right now,
Perks
maybe.
is really good at Zed, right? And he hasn't had the best games on Lucian, so I could still see why they do it. And he actually pulled off some good plays in it. It's just they weren't making enough plays, and they kept getting hit by Orianna shockwaves when he wasn't doing anything creative. He was just leaving the ball in a minion wave.
They kept getting hit by contracts over and over. He had a great game on Kha'Zix. The first time we saw Kha'Zix in this tournament, and were you impressed, Trashy?
I was for sure. I think I'm a bit surprised actually we haven't seen that much Kha'Zix because I actually think the champion is pretty good right now. In this case, it's a good pick, especially because Zed is in the game. It's good against Zed. It's also good against killing Rumble on side and stuff. So he has a lot of options of picking targets, and we can see in the team fights he was just crushing it.
Yeah, Contracts and Ray made really good dive buddies in this game. Ray always makes it to the back line. Kha'Zix can jump real far. He's also going to be able to get him. So they made Sven's life really difficult, even though he's on a pretty mobile AD carry pick.
And we could see like the team fights were super explosive, and that is mainly due to the pick and ban phase because we have champs like Kled, we have Zed, we have Rumble. The team fights are going to be explosive, and it just came down to execution in the fights, and I think C9 were playing the fights better.
C9 were playing the fights better. I think that's easy to say. You did mention Kled as well. So much Kled and so good even when he gets put behind in lane. Should just be a top pick ban priority.
Yeah, Probably now we're talking about something's up with Kled.
Something's up.
Because he's losing lane, he's going down 0-2 or 0-3, and then all the time he's just one-shotting someone in the backside. I think he's sneakily one of those champions who's becoming higher priority. It's being last picked, even though it seems like they're willing to play it into any matchup.
I mean, I think again, you don't really want to blind pick this. Maybe this has some like hard counters that's preventing it from being blind picked, but picking it into matchups that don't do well, like it's very easy to camp it, and you saw like this game he's dying like twice and stuff like that. But eventually it just gets to the point where, he gets enough items and he can just, the person he targets is going to die.
Is it one of those cases where it's just a pick that needed some time because you need to be very, very good on it? It was always strong and good in those matchups, but now it's been out for a long time. They should be great at it now.
I mean, it has been out for a long time, and I think
people are slow.
we have seen it in EU too. I know my beloved top laner likes to pick too.
Oh yeah. So actually, it's been out for a while. So it took a really long time for people to get.
No, I think people know how it works and how to play it. I don't think that's a problem. I just think in this situation, it's a good pick against Rumble because later on in the game you can win on side lane, and I also think that. Against the set, I'm not 100% sure, but I would assume that the Kled can win against set on side too. So suddenly you have a pick that can win side lane against all the champions on the opposite side. So I think it was just a good pick in this situation.
Yeah, see, that's why I kind of like what NA's been doing with it, because I mean it's been in EU a little bit, but mostly it's been in Apex. And even if they win side lane, they don't really go side lane with it. They kind of just group and then they ult. And I think that's catching a lot of teams by surprise still. Is like, oh my God, Kled's ulting, we're getting engaged on. Like by now it should be they have Kled, like we need to form a team fight or be ready for this kind of pick.
One thing we have to praise the NA teams for generally in this tournament is they seem like the ones willing to force the fights first, and somehow it always seems like it's working out for them when they're forcing the fights first. So I think EU teams maybe need to show some more aggression on the Rift and be willing to force the fights first.
It's supposed to be the other way around, but
it's not the case. The champion presence a little bit though as well, right? We mentioned all three of the NA teams have been doing a lot of Kled. We've seen Doublelift and Sneaky on Ashe, right? They're playing more proactive, initiating champions, and they're shutting down any type of 1-3-1 a European team's going to be thrown at them, at least so far, and it's one of the reasons they've been so successful.
At least so far, and that is why they are ahead right now, and maybe that increases in our next match because Fnatic and Phoenix 1 are looking for a victory in their fight for a spot in the final. We'll be right back after a short break.
Only team to beat Mike.
expect with the bait on, and in comes the Fat Man, flash body slam, and Ray is in trouble. He has to burn his own flash. Still gets hit by the barrel as he hops away to relative safety. Perkz is looking to take him out. Shut down gold in his pocket as they turn their attention onto Ray. The Baron is still aggroed, and Ray's going to take down the AD carry. Can he do one more with the pocket pistol? It's not going to be enough. Right over to Sneaky. Has to pop out. Contracts looking for a deletion around the side. Gets a shutdown onto Perkz. Ray going low. But there's going to be another. The double kill onto Sven.
Be careful, but Sven is very low.
Teleport. Contracts coming in for the kill.
Kha'Zix no flash.
And at the end of it, G2 make one last feint of resistance, but with only the Nexus left remaining, just hit it, and it's contract kills. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to EU versus NA Rift Rivals. Now, Phoenix won. They got a rough start to the tournament when they lost to Fnatic yesterday. They get some chance for revenge as they are stepping on stage for the second time in day number 2 up against Fnatic now.
It should be pretty interesting. I mean, Fnatic, they certainly have the ability to bounce back, to come through and, you know, even just win the whole tournament, right? But they have to start picking up wins. They have to start showing us that they can perform at the same level that they have been during the regular split.
But they are the only team from Europe to defeat Rookie of the split, the legend himself, Mr. Mike Young. The man that's been having a fantastic tournament. Both junglers have been very clutch for their team, but like I do feel that Mike Young really has been stepping up, and I've been so impressed with what he's been able to do in this tournament.
And I mean, I think one of the misconceptions about him for a lot of people coming into this tournament is, oh, well, he's just an Italy one trick. You're just going to ban Italy and he's going to suck. Yep. Right? Well, turns out people ban Italy against him every game, and he's still smashing you. It's just he's just a very good jungler, right? Like he has a multitude of picks. He's a very strong solo queue player, and you can't take him down that easily.
Yeah, but it's funny you mentioned bouncing back because that's exactly what Broxa was able to do when they let him have Zach and they last met up. This guy is also incredibly clutch for his team, and he's had a little bit more experience under his belt to really become this top tier, if not the best jungler that Europe has to offer right now.
The big thing I want to see from Broxa, though, is more of the early game presence that he was so well known for here in Europe. You heard Jat earlier on in the day talk about how Fnatic are like one of the best early game teams that we have, but the last time these two teams met up, it was like 0-3 at 15 minutes into the game because of the simple early pressure that Mike Young and Xpecial specifically were able to exert with their two-man unit.
That being said, in that specific game, although they were down in kills, they were even or up in gold, right? And Fnatic really did showcase the fact that they were a stronger macro team. They played the map better. They were losing fights but taking objectives. They were leading in farm, and that's kind of what I think a lot of people expect against a more seasoned and more experienced kind of team as Fnatic is. So we'll see if they can repeat that against P1, or if P1 can kind of shore up some of their weaknesses from the first games. Try to really play the lanes better, move around the map better, control vision better, and go toe-to-toe with Fnatic.
Yeah, one of those weaknesses that we saw in the game versus Fnatic, but we saw kind of being shored up a little later on, was Ryu. This is a guy who hasn't had the greatest split throughout NA, especially in the summer, but he picked it up in the recent couple of games, and I want to see if he gets his hands on Corki or anything that can come out with big damage. He's got the potential to carry.
And I mean, this is a guy that always had the potential to carry. While he has been having a bit of a rougher split in summer, most of P1 has really, a lot of the guys have not been performing at the same level. They had not been functioning as well as a team. And in spring, Ryu had tons of good games. Yes, he has the bad ones, but he's kind of that polarizing player where he's either going to carry you or he's going to carry the other team.
Yep. Yeah, we had that in Europe for a while as well, but we'll see what he's going to end up doing this time around. Phoenix One on the blue side, clearly done their homework on Fnatic, banning out the Shen and the Kennen, despite teams being able to beat it. Two very key picks for that team.
It'll be fun to see if Nidalee is actually going to get banned out here by Fnatic. Pretty much so far, people have just been taking away time and time again. But as you see, he's successful on Lee Sin, he's successful on some of these other jungle picks. Maybe it's not actually worth banning. So we'll see what Fnatic decides.
Well, Elise is still available, Thresh is still up. We haven't actually seen a huge value on banning away the Thresh, but yesterday, Xpecial did have some fantastic hooks on that champion. You had a great performance, so I wonder if you are Fnatic to just take it away, but instead, they're just going to stick with the convention, and they're going to say, you know what, Mike Young, we don't want you to be the first team to give you Nidalee and find out what all the hype is about.
So Phoenix One, for their side, will have their pick of other strong early game junglers, and it ends up being the Elise that falls into Mike Young's hands.
Not that big of a deal here, though. I feel like for Fnatic, the priority obviously being given over to that Elise, but Corki is up. That's something you can take away. Lee Sin you can take away. Gragas you can take away. So I don't think that it's the most effective first pick unless Mike Young can really go off on it. Because had they grabbed something like the Corki or the Gragas or whatever, you're always going to get Lee Sin or Elise anyway.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think there were other options. Personally, I'm a little surprised that Fnatic put so much early investment on getting themselves a safe champion for caps. Usually they go for something like the Gragas that gives them a little bit of flexibility, or their support down the bottom lane.
For this pick in particular, it's also the takeaway from Ryu. You have to remember that both the games that P1 has won, Ryu went off. He had about 12 kills in the first game. He was deathless in the second Corki game. He has been a monster on the champion in this tournament specifically. So I think it's both, right? It's a safe mid lane blind pick, but it's also stealing it away from Ryu and making him show that he can be successful on something else.
Absolutely. Of course, Broxa, he picked himself up some comfort on that Lee Sin, but we'll see if we're going to see some more comfort for Xpecial. Looks like it is as the Thresh is locked in. Well, what are they going to be doing here? Timer's ticking down, but
I think Gragas would make a lot of sense if they're going to go to lock that in. I don't know if there's a problem here. Okay,
a little delayed, slightly delayed. There we go. The timer's back up, and it's going to be the Renekton for Zig.
I think going for the Renekton means that you have a guaranteed safe top laner, but you're also asking Soaz to pick Gnar right now, because not only is this a champion that he had a lot of success with early on in the split during the regular season of the EU LCS, but also a really good matchup. If they choose not to prioritize it now, I feel like it needs to be a ban for Phoenix 1. And I think that a Rumble would also be a pretty solid ban to make sure that they can get a favorable matchup for the Renekton.
It's definitely fair, but at the same time, there's been so much priority on tanks for Soaz, and if he wants to default to something like the Galio or the Shen or the Gragas, those are all fine matchups for the Renekton, something that he can bully out. Building the Black Cleaver is naturally going to work pretty well against that, so it looks like it's going to be more of a focus actually on Reckless. With Kennen taken away, Tristana now banned out, they could just throw even more bans at Reckless, who has not really been having as varied of a champion pool.
Surprise, it's Corki AD carry.
That would be the trick, wouldn't it?
I mean, it would be the trick,
right? A surprise, but sometimes a surprise is not what you want.
Yeah, no, maybe not. But Reckless is an AD carry that definitely has his comfort picks. There is the Vayne. I think it would be very bold and ambitious to bring it out. But just looking at other AD carries like Varus and Ashe, still very safe. With Caitlyn taken off the ball, I wonder if they do ban away the Twitch right now.
The thing is, it's like, I think banning away Twitch makes a lot of sense. Yes, obviously Reckless can play Caitlyn, like he can play Ashe and Varus and the kind of standard stuff, but that is not the type of playstyle that Fnatic uses. They put him in the side lanes, they allow him to soak up all this farm, they allow him to get these big advantages, and that is really not what you want an Ashe doing, not what you want a Varus doing. So P1 is putting Reckless a bit outside that comfort zone that he has been kind of living in this split, and they'll have to show that they can play a more group-focused game, an initiation-style AD carry from Fnatic, unless they want to go something crazy.
I just feel a Vayne coming. I don't.
The thing is, if you go Vayne, well, okay, I mean, they could try to last pick it, but Arrow was actually famous for his Draven, right? So if they had locked in,
you're right,
a Vayne here, that would have been, I think, very unlucky for them, as Draven hard smashes.
I mean, is he really going to preempt that? I don't know about this.
No, I don't think he is.
But
no.
Phoenix 1 have done what no team in Europe has done to Fnatic this split, which is ban 3 champions against Reckless. The only 3 he's played this split.
Now, what H2K tried in the semifinals of Spring, and then he brought out the Vayne, and then they lost, right? But that's why I'm just mindful. Like, they have a fair amount of roaming in their composition. The fact that the Corki has the package, the fact that the Galio has the ulti, they have means of playing towards the bottom side of the map. But I think that we are forgetting champions like the Jhin as well, and Fogmore's available.
Arrow's having fun with it.
Yeah, and Arrow actually does play Jhin quite frequently. He plays the Kog'Maw, he can play the Varus, he plays all those utility style picks. He's going to be going with the Jhin. I think it's a very strong combo, in coordination with the Thresh. You can have that follow-up if you can hit one of those CCs with the Elise coming in. It's so easy to layer a hook or a flay into the Jhin route, into a Cocoon, and that really does put a ton of pressure onto the bot lane of Fnatic, knowing that Mike Young could come down there.
So we've got 7 seconds left.
Oh, it's Corki!
The surprise! Classic Reckless. Always surprising everyone.
Yeah, even when it's a Corki. Yeah,
now,
what a weird season.
I actually think that Fnatic has a truly awful team comp, and here is why. So this is the thing. You're like, I got you. It's Corki AD carry. Haha, our whole team is magic damage. Your only physical damage is coming from the Lee Sin. This is not the old Corki. It is almost purely magic damage. You can stack magic resistance so easily on someone like the Renekton, build into a Maw of Malmortius, a Spirit Visage. You can build tank on Elise. You can have the Thresh. You can be so efficient with a Banshee's Veil on your LeBlanc, a Maw on the Jhin. It's like, they're so one-dimensional in their composition that Fnatic essentially has to win early, or I feel like your composition is awful later in the game.
I completely agree with you, Azael. There is nothing that I disagree with, but it's Fnatic. This is a team,
but they still trick them though.
No, but they conventionally defy expectations. Like they did exactly the same thing with the Vayne, and they somehow found ways to come back into the game. And you spoke so much about the early game. The composition from Phoenix 1 is all about the early game. LeBlanc has great early pressure against the Syndra. It's a fairly even skill matchup that there's a lot of opportunity, but Elise, Renekton, you're looking at all those dives top, you're looking for early plays, and with the Thresh roaming around with Mike Young like we've seen in the past, I'm expecting P1 to have that early game control.
So you're putting yourself in a position where you must win early game against an early game comp, and that is very concerning. Fnatic could still win through superior play, through playmaking, through domination of lanes.
But it's not looking good.
But it's an uphill battle from the start.
All right, gentlemen. I have one thing I know for sure. This game is going to get off to a flying start. As we load up onto Summoner's Rift, Fnatic are going to have a tough mountain to climb. And Phoenix One looking to pad those stats to the NA teams.
I'm so used to casting with Freak that I thought it was a quirky pun. And then I looked over at his face and he wasn't smiling, and I realized it was just, you know, a generic statement there.
I mean, if you want, I can sit down and
Nope, we're fine. Doing a great job, Parrot.
Fantastic.
But man, this is going to be exciting because in the previous game that we had, C9 versus G2, everyone was expecting slow game, one big team fight to determine everything. That is not what we will have with P1 versus Fnatic. All about early game action. So much skirmishing is going to be going on across the map, and so much of it should be coming from the two junglers. Broxah, his first split in the LCS was in spring of this year, where he took the place of Amazing. And for Mike Young, he came in very early on into this split, or very recently rather, and he's already off to a great start, very similar to the story of Broxah.
Yeah, and I mean, if Broxah can take over this early game, you can outpace the defensive itemization of your opponents, right? If you are up items, if you can get to the Void Staffs and stuff at an early clip, then all of a sudden, this magic resistance that's being stacked isn't as potent.
I gotta say, though, I'm a little disappointed that we get the line of scrimmage after all this exciting early game talk. But,
well, I mean, it's pretty risky, right? Like, you know as Fnatic, if you lose early, you are certainly in trouble. So if you go for a level 1 invade and you die, that would be very,
but if it works.
If it works. If it works, you have a chance to
take a leaf out of the unicorn's book. High risk, high reward.
You have to remember that Fnatic, they're not a dumb team. They are definitely unconventional, and they take a lot of risks, but there are also a lot of calculated risk. And while I completely agree with Zell. I think that this composition has very core weaknesses. Its pick potential and its sieging capabilities, along with the team fight, could be strong early on into the game before magic resistance is really built. Because on an Elise, you're more likely to build something like the Runic Echoes. The Renekton, he's going to be going for something like a Black Cleaver. Like, you have the Gunblade on the mid laner, and then you're going to have a Ghost Blade on someone like the Jhin. So in the first 15 to 20 minutes, there's still a big window for Fnatic where their composition still has a fair amount of damage.
There certainly is. And if you win your lanes, if you could knock down the bottom turret early, you can rotate mid. LeBlanc does not have safe wave clear. Jhin does not really excel with the wave clear there either. Mike Young lying in wait. He's level 2, though.
Oh, insta-flash out from Broxah. He's not going to win that 1v1.
I mean, that's not a level 3 Elise, so he doesn't even have to. They could come up and try to threaten that. But
I don't know why he flashed that, because Mike Young doesn't have Cocoon.
I don't think he saw that he was level 2, right?
So it was just a respect flash, right?
You see the Elise, he flashes, he's expecting the Cocoon to come out. Did not realize that his opponent had not hit that higher level yet.
All right, heading up towards the top side, see if we can get Soaz off to a good start, but Zig's already heading down.
Yeah, Zig actually had gotten the wave shoved in, so is going to be able to back off in time and is making a roam to try to spot out where Broxah may be. And he is going to spot Broxah. The roam coming in already from Xpecial and Mike Young. They are looking for caps. We'll see if they can make the play happen. Cleanse is available.
Ryu does miss the change, though, and looks like he's going to Scout of the Week on to Xpecial. Gets the flay off, and he has to flash the hook. In goes Mike Young for round 2. But Broxah tags his way forward, and he manages to get a Sonic Wave out.
That
no
was
follow-up.
Pretty ambitious from Mike Young because they had not forced the cleanse. So even if he hits that Cocoon, I'm not sure they get the kill. But either way, they do force the flash out of caps.
And this is very much what we were talking about during the pre-game. The simple fact is there's so much moving around the map with Xpecial and Mike Young that it makes Caps' life so difficult. Something that the NA teams have been doing so much is this pressure as Broxah looks for a gank up top.
Zig showing the respect to it. The wave is going to push back to him, so he doesn't have to ever go up. He should be sitting back and waiting for this wave to crash. We also have to note that at the same time, Arrow was forced to flash as Xpecial roam mid.
Yeah, and that ties back to the point. The fact that Xpecial roams around the map so much means that Arrow is forced to lane by himself. And someone like a Corki, not conventional AD carry, someone that you're probably not as used to playing against, and his burst damage in lane can be quite high against an AD carry that doesn't have a huge amount of mobility.
Yeah, exactly. It's so easy for a Braum Corki to just jump to a minion, Valk in, and be able to actually force that out. You know, all it took was the exhaust from Jesus, so they did get some advantages there. That has put their bot lane behind. We'll see if they can actually recoup that or make good on the advantages that they got mid lane to have that roam be worthwhile.
Going to be tough for Arrow in this laning phase for a little while, but as we have seen in the NALCS, when he has pulled out this Jhin, it has been to pretty solid success. Phoenix won.
15 KDA, I think it's more than solid.
Yeah, well, you know, I like to understate things.
It's not bad.
I've seen better KDAs as Zale.
Well, he is playing against Reckless.
Yeah.
Has one of the most incredible KDAs, and that's a big reason why there has been so much hype around Fnatic coming into this event. They've been so dominant in Europe, look so good in the early game, in the late game, playing unique styles, and they just haven't been able to have it come together in this tournament yet.
No, I've been very impressed with the way in which the North American squads have just come over and said, oh, that's very nice. I'm glad you guys have your own unique styles. Welcome to early game junglers. We have a lot of them, and we've been just not giving you an opportunity to get to your style and your playmaking opportunity as P1 look for a Roman next.
Yeah, but Jesus is already here. So is Brox. They have not been spotted. This could go bad for P1.
Oh, Rio looking for the dodge, and he gets the lantern. Yoink right back, but now they've turned their attention onto Xpecial, and it's a 3v3 skirmish as Phoenix 1 trying to make their escape, and Xpecial is left for dead. First blood to Broxa.
And you have to give so much praise to Jesus because he saw that the cocoon was going to land down onto Broxa, and that could have been the window for P1 to get the turnaround onto Fnatic. But he flashes in front of the cocoon, there's still the follow-up from the rest of the team, and then they can get the kill down onto Xpecial and get pressure down the bottom lane.
It really did seem like some miscommunication there, though, from P1 as Xpecial was going forward. Mike Young and Ryu were just walking out. So they wanted to disengage. They did not want to take that fight once they realized it was a 3v3, but Xpecial thought they could manage it. They could not. Really well set up play from Fnatic to be there lying in wait. Broxa off to a good start here in the early game, perhaps getting Fnatic the advantage that they need.
Cap spotting out Zig as he roamed over behind that wall, and gonna be a hard walk back to the safety of the mid lane.
Yeah, Caps is going to be kind of zoned out here.
Yeah,
we'll see if Soaz just comes over to try to help make that a little bit easier. Soaz could walk through and be able to do that wave flare for him.
All right. Owen is going to go on anyone else. Mutually assured destruction. They're not going to be going any further forward.
So things slowing down ever so slightly. Gold is still fairly even, just the first blood difference going in favor of Fnatic as the trading will continue in the middle lane. Ryu trying to assert some dominance.
Ooh, Scout of the Week there. Now Jesus and Brox are taking their way back down to the bottom side, looking for Arrow.
Mike Young is also here, though. They have to be careful. The root lands.
Oh, half health now on the Lee Sin, and they're going to be able to pull the Braum back in, straight to the Cocoon. Instant exhaust. Frostbomb, and it looks like Jesus is trying desperately to get back to safety. No flash on him, and he's going to go down with one more shot. It's Arrow who fires away.
And a good turnaround gank down in the bottom lane from P1. They had the control ward in the river. They wanted to try and answer the pressure from Broxa down in the bottom lane, and because Mike Young was there and he was able to add the root, he's looking for a little bit more.
Yeah, he's actually wrapping around here. They will spot them out on the blue. We'll see what he decides to go for.
Brox is low.
Brox is very low.
Oh boy, still 2-on-1. Mike Young feel that bold right now. Early smite for the health, and it looks like Caps is going to pull the blue buff. No steal attempt.
Yeah, really well played, but still Corki going to get zoned off. Mike Young is wrapping around. The Jin ultimate is up. TP's coming in from Soaz.
Instant flash, but Reckless is still going to take 2 shots at the curtain call as Phoenix 1 have opened fire here. Soaz coming in, flashing forward for the shielded Durant. Justice is denied by Xpecial. Arrow walks it out.
Zig with a really good TP cancel. A lot of confidence shown that his team can actually disengage. Now he gets to shove in the wave fully. CS is going to be lost there by Soaz, and he's going to get some good damage down on the turret. So a nice TP from Soaz to save Reckless, but still, they don't get anything out of it.
And I love the fact that P1 are continuing with the pressure. This is something that we saw them the last time they played up against Fnatic, but Fnatic were always finding ways to trade objectives. But right now, P1 are having more control over the map. They're utilizing the vision control and understanding of where Fnatic are, and they're setting up their plays in a way with which Fnatic are just forced to scramble and try to respond, and it's always P1 coming out ahead.
That's tough now for Fnatic as the timer on the early game that they have a chance to do something. Starting to run out. We're 9 minutes into this game. Reckless has picked up the package. There's no one to deliver it to down on the bottom side.
I would have liked to see them utilize that package to try to set up something around the Dragon. You know, bring down Broxa, have that package to be able to start up the Infernal, which is such a key Dragon. And if you can do that, you can always disengage with the package or really look to heavily start a fight if you have the right people in place.
Might just need to do that, but still a little bit of time on this package, and looks like Fnatic aren't in a huge rush to try and chase it down. Ryu, though, looking for another kill. Caps is able to push him back on a Scout of the Week. Doesn't take as much damage as he was able to dish out, though. Now Arrow. Whoa! Okay, retreat package.
Wave clear.
There we go.
The big thing about like the package also being on an AD carry, Corki, is the fact that like you don't have that same sort of roaming and dive power that you normally would with a mid lane Corki, right? Like the fact is that you have so much mobility with the added movement speed that you get from it, along with the fact that it allows you to go from point A to point B so quickly that it's a great roaming tool and really easy to siege down early towers, but because it's forced down into the bottom lane, the best he can do it for is either look for roam mid or just use it for wave clear in the bottom lane.
And Corki also scales very heavily with levels. Getting the extra ranks of your ultimate in, and that's another reason why it is put mid lane over bot lane, because you have the solo experience. You can hit these power spikes much earlier, right? When you have a Triforce, when you have Sork Boots, when you have level 11 for the rank 2 rockets, it's very powerful. Ryu in some trouble.
Okay, let's see. He's able to walk it away. Still had flash. Caps didn't burn any summoners to try and pursue there. So all of his cooldowns were spent.
Zig is actually coming down behind the Syndra. He's not been spotted. Neither has Mike Young. 3-man play.
Oh boy. Okay.
Caps respects it.
Walks it out. No Renekton on the top side, so you have to respect that he's going to be possibly in your face.
So I have to pay homage to Fischer right now because we always have to talk about wards. It's a very important thing, and we have to just look at the vision from P1 because the amount of control that it gives them is amazing. They have so many control wards all the way through the river in both the bot side and the top side, which means that Fnatic are really struggling to find opportunities. They got two. That's way more than Europe likes to put down. 100% efficiency right there. But the fact is that it gives them so much ease to be able to take objectives like the Dragon. And Fnatic are really struggling to find options as people look for another play down bot.
Can't afford to give things up like that.
Oh, he got it.
Still gets hooked, and Phoenix One are looking to take out this bottom lane. Mike Young bursted down, but he's still able to survive. Okay, that was some explosive potential down there in the 2v3.
Yeah, the Corki burst coming in so heavily. Really quick exhaust from Jesus. It looked like it was going to be a very bad play from Fnatic once Reckless got hooked in there and the 2-man flay, but they're able to turn it around thanks to a lot of burst there out of the Corki.
Oh, yeah, I think Mike Young expected that one.
No, definitely
didn't. Still 1-1 on the clock, but Phoenix One, they have that crucial Infernal Drake. Fnatic need to start making plays.
And it's about the fact that they're going to start being able to itemize very efficiently, like a Null Magic Mantle already picked up here from Ryu. You know, you can expect Zig to start building MR as he gets past his Black Cleaver. That is where you're starting to get more and more worried the later it gets into the game, and you can start to be extremely efficient with your itemization. So Fnatic definitely wants to try to increase the pace, look for some plays, and try to get an advantage before P1 can do that.
I wouldn't be surprised if we even saw a Hex Drinker come out from Arrow, just so that he's that bit stronger up against the Corki matchup, right? Like, he has a fair amount of AD, the item itself looks perfectly fine. And
doubly against Syndra, right?
Yeah, right.
I think you build a full Moss.
So much value out of the item, and you can imagine that all of them will go Merc Treads as well. So it's very much what you talked about. Right now, Fnatic do not have that early lead that we said they really needed to get for themselves, but the early game isn't quite over yet. We're only at the 13-minute mark, and P1, they're looking to continue with their proactivity.
Yeah, but this has been spotted out. Multiple members roaming up here from Fnatic. This is going to be a tough dive to pull off because Braum and Lee Sin are coming. We'll see if they can make it happen.
All right, how long is that health bar on Soa is going to last? Not very, as they pull the kill and they just back right on out. Broxham trying to push them off, but they'll still be able to melt through this wave, and their own is coming up.
Yeah, I think Soaz maybe could have tried to use the flash and the ultimate to retreat back to his team, try to buy a little bit more time there, but perhaps overestimating how tanky he was. If he could have survived under the turret, it could have worked out.
Oh, Caps!
Oh, he could get chased down here. Still flash is available for Ryu.
He's going to have some fancy footwork, but Ryu's deterred by Jez coming to the rescue. That was a close call.
Very close stuff from Caps, but while all this is happening, P1 are continuing their push in the top lane. There is no answer from the rest of Fnatic. The best that they can hope for is a trade from their AD carry, Reckless, down in the bottom lane to get that tier 1. But P1, with this swap, have been able to accrue a significant early game lead, and now we're starting to question this composition from Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, not only do they get the first turret, they get 2. They're right over onto the Rift Herald. They should be able to pick this up as well. Brox is still down there in the bot lane, and they're sending Zig now down to the bot lane. He has already picked up a cowl. Merc Tread's already completed on Ryu. They're starting to piece together some of this efficient magic resist itemization. We'll see how Fnatic can deal with it. They're not in trouble yet, but it's certainly trending badly for them.
And it's trending the way that we've seen from both these teams average throughout the tournament so far. Phoenix One, they tend to build up these gold leads, especially through a tower advantage. Fnatic just haven't been able to match it.
I like how Mike Young just missed the cocoon on the skull, and he's like, nah, didn't want it anyway.
But to backtrack to this stat, like, this is extremely fascinating because typically what you'd expect from Fnatic is that they are actually like, they're always willing to trade towers. They have one of the highest tower taking teams, but they're also one of the teams that loses the most towers too, because they're always willing to trade for objectives, and they're the kind of team that's super proactive, and they say, hey, look, we don't mind if we lose this tower because we're always going to get something back and a little bit more. Whereas so far in this tournament, they haven't been able to demonstrate that play style. And I just feel like it comes back to the early presence. Like, where has Broxah been in the early game? We've seen him be involved in 1 kill, but aside from that, it's all been about Mike Young and Xpecial.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they're not going to be able to rely on what they like to do in the later stages of the game, pushing on the side. Maybe the Corki can do that, but when everyone's itemized against what you can bring, I mean, it feels like they just get out-comped pretty easily.
Yeah, and I mean, P1 is showing respect to that, right? There's 3 Merc Treads already completed at 15 minutes. Like, that's very atypical. It's because this is a team with A, a lot of CC, and B, a lot of magic damage. Yep. So it's an incredible item to be picking up. Reckless, you know, he's going to be able to itemize into a Void Staff, so is Cap, so that is going to help to alleviate some of that problem, but you need a number of items before you really want to pick that up. Like, traditionally, you want to grab a couple before you actually do so.
So I was just back in full vision to Ryu there. Let's see, as Caps get stopped up, no follow through from Arrow and Xpecial, who've taken their place in the mid lane. Zig still pushing on the bottom. And Ryu's going to be able to hold this. I mean, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of advantages or a lot of openings for Fnatic to really try to make a play here.
No, they really needed to make things happen during the laning phase. Bear in mind that you have a Syndra in the middle lane, you have a Corki Braum down in the bottom. There were definitely windows or lanes that you could have tried to snowball if you're Broxah, but he tried to make a gank happen bot, and then it went awry and it went in the favor of P1. They never really put that much pressure in mid because it was Ryu that had the support of Mike Young and Xpecial, and just the early game presence of P1 has outshone that of Fnatic, and now we're starting to see issues with their composition. And the later this game goes for P1, the better they're going to be able to itemize. And even though you expect this to be a more early game composition, like their mid game is still potent, and they can try and really abuse that.
Yep. Got themselves the Rift Herald as well to try and charge down into the mid lane. Here it goes, rearing up, right into the tower for about a good chunk of health damage. And Fnatic are going to be able to clean it up, but it's going to be a slow push.
Not really the best timing on it, though, because they didn't have a minion wave to come up with it, so they couldn't actually move up and get more damage down. Still better than nothing. You know, if it's going to expire, you should at least drop it to get some of that chunk damage down. The Dragon is spawning, so that's perhaps what they were using it for, trying to just get that pressure over in the mid lane. They're already down here on the Dragon. Fnatic not looking like they want to contest whatsoever, so it's going to be about Fnatic setting up for the top side, going for the vision in the blue side jungle of P1, and then trying to siege those turrets, and that'll be what they're looking to trade back.
Yeah, Fnatic just haven't been able to get a break on Dragons this entire tournament. That's the 12th they've given up, and they just haven't been able to grab anything. Now Jezz and Reckless are going to try to get some time on that top, as you said. Plenty of wave clear to make it happen, but not a whole lot of minions just yet, as the next wave is still trying to arrive. And meanwhile, Phoenix One are fixated on the mid, but Caps see if he can make a play. No, has to turn tail and run as Broxah at his back is the only assistance he has, and he's tanking curtain calls, flashing away, but Mike Young and Ryu are hot on his back. Playback by Xpecial, and Ryu gets one.
Oh, they're going to go for more. I mean, Fnatic is very far up here. Reckless is trying to base. There's no way that's going to complete. He's going to go down too, I think.
Oh, has to Valk, and right into Xpecial's hook, pulled back and away, and nowhere for Reckless to go. He's got a flash. And I don't think he's even going to use it. There is no chance here as Ryu grabs his second of the game.
And a beautiful fight from P1. They recognize that both Reckless and Jezz are in the top lane. They know that they can force a fight onto Caps because the best he's got is his flash, and there is so much chase power from the side of P1 that they so reliably get themselves 2 very quick kills.
Yeah, it was really well executed here from P1. Nice sidestep from Ryu, dodging out the Lee Sin Q, dodging out the Syndra stun, and Reckless just hoping that P1 guesses wrong and checks somewhere else to not be able to stop that bait.
He gave his life for his support.
Got to do it sometimes.
Sometimes.
Even a KDA player has to die every once in a while.
Well, Ryu's got not too bad of a KDA himself, picking up 2 kills in the back of that fight, and even though he'd been holding Caps relatively well all game, now there's another threat that Fnatic have to worry about. And to top it off, you know, you're starting to see these big item spikes here. Spirit Visage finished for Zig, so he's going to be real hard to kill by anybody on the Fnatic side.
Yeah, I mean, Xpecial is going to be building towards that locket. We could be seeing a Banshee's Veil second here for Mike Young. Likely going to be seeing a Banshee's Veil probably purchased up by Ryu as well. Zig is getting collapsed on.
Right, time to test that.
He's going to be pretty
Spirit
tanky,
Visage right now. He is tanking it up, and he's got the assistance of Mike Young. Teleport coming back in. Broxah turning his attention onto the jungler. Zig, he's flashing over the wall, and all of a sudden, Looks like Ryu's a little bit out of his depth here as Brock's able to lead him, but in comes Arrow, Fnatic special. Round 2, taking down Reckless Arrow with the big 4th shot. And Soaz is going to make a hero's entrance on top of himself. Caps coming in. This has been a messy fight. Insta-cleanse the hook, and they turn onto Arrow. Fnatic are winning this one.
But Fnatic win a fight. We were expecting them to be so far behind in the mid game. We're expecting them to not have many options. They just go straight onto Zig down in the bottom lane. The rest of P1 try to answer the fight because they think they're stronger. But Fnatic, they just play the fight better and they come out ahead.
Yeah, and they had this jump on the fight, right? They're able to, even though Zig survives for so long, they're able to have this fight starting up much faster. They have more members here faster, so they're able to negate a lot of those disadvantages. And this is kind of part of the problem with having all this magic resist on Zig already. He's so hard to take down, but Mike Young has been chunked out of the fight. Everyone is kind of coming in piecemeal. Ryu, great kick from Broxa, taking out Ryu. They execute him, and then despite all the magic resistance, I mean, Arrow has flashed forward. The rest of the squad has survived, and Caps comes in and is able to clean up even more kills.
And I love the instant cleanse as well, because he knows that as long as he gets his ulti down to Arrow, that is a team fight win, because Zig can't do anything anymore. Mike Young can't really get into the fight, and you have to praise Broxa too in the way in which he just zoned Mike Young for a huge amount of time. But the fact that Ryu just TPs into so many members, just awful.
Well, and I think credit to Broxa for zeroing him out, right? Ryu literally got no damage done as one of the strongest members in the game in that team fight, and that was really the critical juncture. Had Ryu been able to have a big contribution to that fight, it certainly could have gone P1's way, but Fnatic winning that fight buys them some more time, gets them kind of a second lease on life.
And they need that as soon as possible, because P1 are going to force another fight.
Okay, Caps taking 1-2 shots. Flayed back. The third is going to dodge right around him, but Arrow is still going to finish it off with a flourish. And now Jez is all by himself with 3 Phoenix 1 members. Make that 4 right on top of him. I don't think he's that unbreakable as they flay him back and just take him down. The Fangs go in, and Mike Young picks up a kill.
Baron is up. They're not going to decide to go for that. Going to take the safer play. Go for mid lane special. A few misses.
Okay, this time he throws the hook out. It's going to get dodged. Mike Young on the cocoon manages to find Broxa. No more aggression there, and it looks like mid tower is on the menu as Phoenix 1 will be able to fire it down.
Big miss there for Broxa. That could have been a kill back in favor of Fnatic, but instead it results in a big win for Phoenix 1 once more. They force another great fight in the middle lane, constantly trying to make plays happen, and they're doing it by utilizing Arrow's ultimate. The amount of crowd control that it provides can really catch teams off guard, and while the Braum is doing his best to try and mitigate some of the damage, the reality is Syndra can only do so much when there are all these people collapsing down upon you.
Fnatic does well to trade back that 1 kill. They do get Ryu down, but still the 2 kills and the turret going the way of P1, certainly heavily in their advantage, and they are looking strong in this game, but Fnatic sieging up that mid lane turret, gonna knock another one down, and they're staying close.
Yeah, not going down without a fight. Fnatic are still trying to keep that gold game the way it is. Getting a tower in the mid finally puts the goal within about 1,000. But Phoenix 1, they just keep on piling up the magic resist. The Aegis coming out now for a special.
The Banshee's Veil as well for Mike Young. He's still going to get damage off that item, but the Spell Shield is going to be absolutely huge thanks to the Braum Q, the Syndra Stun. So many single target abilities that really start the CC chains are heavily mitigated by this Banshee's Veil.
All right, I feel like this is the time when your jungler just has to go full solo Q and just build full damage. Forget
Full
tanking
AD
Brox and just go
elite
all AD.
He can go for it. I mean, so far he's having a good game. We saw what he can do to someone like Ryu, right? Like, if you can catch the Jhin, if you can catch someone like the Jhin or the LeBlanc and take them down immediately, that can turn the course of the fight,
And
right?
not building armor, right? So I mean, he has that chance.
I love the fact that he's going towards what looks like a black cleaver to shred the armor that only he will be able to take advantage of.
Well, the CDR is also very nice.
That's
for
true,
Lee Sin.
yeah. And the AD, of course. Like, there's
yeah.
a lot of value behind it. The item itself is great for Lee Sin too, but I just thought that was just a little ironic. Regardless, what you see right now is a bit of a stalemate between the two teams.
Maybe looking to try to pinch him, but yeah, sitting back for now. P1 does have double mount plus the Infernal, though. Yep. So at this point, if you get a pick, a Baron is certainly on the menu. 24 minutes into the game, that can be killed very, very quickly.
Yeah, Fnatic just have not been able to contest Drakes at all in Caps.
He failed to steal it. The blue actually reset.
Yeah. Ryu walked away from it.
Yeah, Ryu walked away.
I think they both were just like, we're not getting it. All right, Fnatic, they're waiting and baiting this time around. 3 in the brush. Soon to add a few more. We'll see if Phoenix 1 go a little bit too far forward.
It's also interesting to track some of the itemization here for Zig going towards the Blade of the Rune King. So that is very heavily itemizing towards this 1v1 against Soaz. It's also very strong if Reckless wants to go into the 1v1, in a side lane for the dueling potential there. So it's really hard for Soaz to do almost anything against this Renekton, who usually would have to be building some armor and things that are not going to be as efficient against that Galio, but he can go straight for the 1v1.
Reckless, he valved right into the hook of Xpecial, but he did not take nearly as much
Arrow
damage
has ulti here.
Arrow,
TV's
they're all
in.
coming on in. Around the backside, Jez is trying to tank the front. And Ryu's not able to get anything done there on the back, and now they turn it back around, looking for Xpecial, who's forced to flash away right onto him. Mike Young, the rest of Phoenix 1 are scattering instant exhaust down. Fnatic, as a group, unleash the power onto Mike Young is not enough to take him out, but that's going to open onto the Baron, it looks like.
And it's all thanks to Soaz interrupting the teleport flank from Zig. Mike Young is too low to get involved in the fray, and the fact that Soaz was just able to keep that top laner out of the way, make it into a 4 versus 4, punish the fact that Xpecial and Mike Young are still pretty squishy this early on into the game, get themselves the picks, and now they're going to get themselves the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, P1's not even looking. They realize way too late. We'll see if they can actually get some kills on the exit. They're going in.
Going in here. It looks like they got 3, and Zig is able to slice and dice his way to a kill onto Caps. They're going to find another onto Jez, removing 2 Baron buffs, and maybe even 3 as Brox is caught up in the rest of them. A double kill for Ryu. 2 members of Fnatic surviving.
And now the question is, how much more can P1 get? Can they push with all these members down and knock down some of these turrets before they can respawn and get something out of the Baron? And Soaz actually pretty low here.
Zig did not give up, but he's going to get taunted under tower range. Soaz trying to hang out with the Winds of War. Mike Young coming in. Let's see if he's got enough in the tank to keep it going, and Zig getting popped in, but he's going to be able to finish the kill. It is only Reckless that remains with the Baron buff.
Reckless is back, though, with the package. He's going to look for a couple kills.
Right into Mike Young. 1 shot, 2 shot. The tower's going to do the rest, and now Zig bit off more than he could chew. Reckless trying for 1 more, but Ryu coming in. Can Reckless turn that one around? He does push him off for now.
So Zig gets away with his life, but 4 members of Fnatic lose the Baron, and they could have avoided it entirely. Soaz, he could have just pressed B. He didn't have to go top to clear out that minion wave. He could have just gone back to base. And Brock said he didn't have to stick around to the end of this fight. The fact that P1 were able to kill Caps and Jez's hit should have been all. But Broxer tries to get a kill onto Arrow, but what was he hoping to get off the back of that as well? Sure, you killed the AD carry, but what else do you walk away from? At this point, just press B, Soaz. You can get the minion wave after. Why do you have to stick around and try and get that farm when you could have just walked away with the Baron burn?
Yeah, a bit of a greedy move there from Soaz. I think he's just concerned about the fact that there's so many more members of P1 up and that they can go for the push after the play. So trying to cut that wave, thinks he can get away with it. At least Reckless does trade back 1 kill, but it costs him the package 2 summoners as well. So a bit of a pricey one.
Man, nearly good Zig there, but of course, Rio was able to turn it around, and he could have gone down as well. Fortunately, Rio didn't want to hang around too long inside the range of that invulnerable tower with the mid tier 2 still standing. So Fnatic are going to try and utilize Reckless to push down at least 1 wave with those Baron-empowered minions, but it's still going to be harder and harder for them. 28 minutes on the clock. They have half the kills of the opposition, but the gold is dead even.
Yeah, and they did take the Baron away at least, so P1 with that double mountain don't really get any immediate payoff for that just yet. Fnatic just going to group up mid, it looks like. Have Soaz in the side lane where he can group with his ultimate. Ryu is very far out, and remember, there's not good wave clear on the P1 team. So if Ryu is not with the team, if Zig is not with the team, it's very hard for them to hold this turret. I feel like it's probably just going to go down. But Fnatic is backing off, nervous of the flank.
Yeah, they do not want to take another fight. Ryu is looking for an opening to try and delete someone off the face of the map. And Fnatic getting a little skittish here. And you see that this game has gone up and down.
And the fact that Fnatic have been able to find opportunities back into the game has still been pretty promising for them overall. The fact that they are, we have been concerned about their composition, and the fact that they have been able to find these victorious fights is good for them as they come to the flank.
Oh, the Crocodile is big. They found Broxer. Ryu was trying to finish it off, and he will. It looks like Arrow gets the credit for that one, but Fnatic scrambling to try and run away, but the curtain call has opened up. Jez is pulled on in. Soaz gets a big knockup. Winds of War, not enough damage, and Zig tanks the ultimate out of Caps. Can't find the damage to finish that job up, and Phoenix 1 might be bleeding a little bit on the health bars, but they are strong as 5.
So earlier on, Fnatic won a team fight because Zig was not able to come in for the flank, but this time he gets the successful teleport. Thanks to all of the wards that P1 had through the river, they get the flank down onto Fnatic, and even though Reckless had the Baron buff, they are not able to get very much off the back of it. P1 always finding these great fights, and they're going to get themselves a third Mandrake to boot.
Yeah, just taking another of those neutral objectives, and Zig is so strong at this point. I mean, he's about 3,000 gold ahead of Soaz in that one-on-one, comes in for the flank, and just look at how quickly Brox is going down to the combination of Ryu and Zig. They know that they can pile in, go forward, and tank up so much of this damage, and Caps looking for the kill on this Renekton, gonna expend the ultimate, but it was a very good locket coming out of Xpecial to negate a lot of it.
Yeah, things are looking very, very rough for Fnatic right now. Even more magic resistances continue to be stacked by that of P1. And I feel like the best hope for Fnatic right now is that they can just find more of these 3v3, 4v4 fights that just don't include Zig, because he is such a big front line, and Fnatic really don't have the damage or any kind of burst to just shred through the resistances that he's built up for himself.
Yeah, and if Soaz can just neutralize him, keep him in a side lane, and just hold him there, it's so much better if he doesn't join the fight, as long as Zig does not join the fight too, right? You have your team with a much better chance in that 4v4, because then Broxa, if he can make a play, if he can kick in Arrow or Ryu, so much of the threat is gone from the team.
Yeah, but he's going to need to do quite a lot, pulling double duty here, as Fnatic are still struggling. Gold has been close, but the Dragons have made a huge difference. The resistances have made a massive difference now. Zig is going to be checking into 2, but will they even be able to take him down? They're not interested. Reckless still hanging out here, but I don't think he's going to want to stick on the Croc.
And even if they go on him, yeah, maybe you can eventually take him down, but this is a 3 damage item, essentially, Renekton. This guy's ridiculously strong. Like, you need more than 2 members to ensure that you're going to kill him and not die yourself.
Yeah, looks like they're going to send 2 down for the time being, but Reckless just is more interested in the wave. Oh, maybe not. There we go. Looking for Zig. Flashes for Flash.
Wow.
That was anticlimactic.
Fnatic really committing hard to try and put some pressure down to Zig. Ensure you get his flash, his teleport is available. The fact that Fnatic are just, this feels like a lot of desperation plays, right? Like they are really trying to make something happen to just slow down P1.
And I think it's a smart move though, like to try to go for the odd man fights, right? You know you're at a disadvantage on the 5v5, so what then should you do? And these are the kind of plays that they need to look for. They need to look for picks, they need to control vision in order to look for those, you know, if they can establish vision in their own jungle and find someone with a Galio and this Lee Sin.
But let's talk about vision, because look at the 5 control wards on top of P1, and look at all of these extra items that Fnatic is sitting on. Do you really need these 2 cloth armors?
And
do you need the second Doran's ring, the dagger? Like, you could be investing that into vision, which is what you need so desperately, especially. Look, they're trying to set up around Baron now, but the only person being able to drop the wards is Jez's.
Yeah, there's only 1 pink on the entire map right now for Fnatic, so definitely not doing the best in the vision control. It is obviously harder from behind to be able to establish that, but you need to work that much harder then. You know, sell those little pieces, can like hold multiple pink wards so you can advance that line, set the defensive line, then move it forward as you can kind of establish control of those areas. The Baron coming up is going to be a very big point of contention. If Fnatic can get it, their siege is still very strong because P1's wave clear is quite bad. So fighting for vision around this area is going to be so important, because if P1 can deny that, they could get the Baron perhaps a game.
Yeah. Ryu, ultimate taken
he
by
gets
him,
rooted
but now
up.
Mike Young's going to flash into the cocoon, cleansed out by Caps, and it looks like Taunt is back on once again. Oh, they managed to delete Xpecial off the map, but here comes Zig. Let's see if he can get hop over the wall right now. Does not want to take it into 5 members of Fnatic. So it ends up being a 1-for-none so far, but it's a tense moment as Caps getting taken low just outside the fight. They look for Mike Young, not able to finish him off. Reckless just trying to clear that ward out on the backside, and Arrow gets a spree kill as he takes down Caps. The rest of Phoenix 1 looking to keep pushing forward.
And Arrow still has his ultimate available here, so Fnatic has to be very careful if you get chipped down too low. They could look for the re-engage. It was a good start to the fight again for Fnatic though, because Zig was not there.
Exactly.
They have the 5v4, and they're able to eliminate Xpecial before Zig could arrive.
But then the moment Zig arrives, Fnatic still feel confident because they're 5 versus 4, but then they can do nothing about the front line. It's so easy for Zig to just say, I'm a hungry, hungry crocodile, and I'm going to eat you all, so you guys are going to run. And look, you can just see how he and Arrow are zoning the rest of Fnatic away from the Baron, and now they can set up for the objective themselves.
And remember, this is triple mountain. They are going to shred this Baron so ridiculously fast. Look how quickly it's going down.
It's already done.
Even with a relatively poor team for taking Baron, they absolutely destroy it. That is a P1 Baron. now it is going to be so hard for Fnatic because Zig can force people to respond to him with that Baron buff in the side lane. And here's the initial play again. Great start to the fight from Fnatic as they can get the start and take out Xpecial before Zig arrives.
And I feel like this was just P1 forgetting that Caps did have the cleanse because they commit super hard and he's just able to quickly retreat. And at this point, if you're Fnatic, you just leave. You just accept the fact that you don't have mid control. Maybe you kill a few minion waves, but then a great cocoon from Mike Young forces Caps out, and this is where things go crazy.
And it's a tough call to make for Fnatic because even though they do lose this fight, they know they're disadvantaged going to later games, so they feel like they need to get more.
Yeah, for sure.
They feel like they need to win these fights and turn that into a Baron, but P1 still very strong, looking in control of the game. And
ooh, big crits, my friend. Big crits.
Yep, that flash, fourth shot. And in Cap's life for sure. Now Fnatic trying to push a little bit into Phoenix 1 territory, but Phoenix 1 doesn't care about that. They got 3 members pushing up the mid lane right now.
Oh man. I actually wonder, given that he did pick up the dagger, does that mean that Reckless is not actually going for a Void Staff? And instead, he's going to go for a rapid fire cannon plus QSS, so he doesn't even have penetration to get through that magic resist.
That is actually like a really poor build, I think, for this game. I mean, maybe he wants to eventually sell the QSS and get a Void Staff or something, but like Void Staff is so important to be able to deal the damage as Corki. You are essentially an AP damage source almost entirely at this point, so Void Staff is really what you want.
Boy, they're going to be able to pull in Jezzus here.
Galio coming in.
They get one ultimate, stacking up the knockups, and they look for Mike Young as he can't take the lantern out. No arrows knocked into the team. Broxta tanking it all, and holy moly, Fnatic managed to Shrek through Phoenix 1. It's only Zig remaining.
But how have Fnatic, they've just won a massive team fight against Phoenix 1. They should not have done it, but against all odds, they're running down mid lane, and they're looking to end the game.
A miracle fight for Fnatic. This game was over so many times. Everything was going for Phoenix 1, but those death timers, 30 seconds still. How big of a crock is Zig?
Well, Zig's trying to delay. I mean, he popped the ultimate pretty preemptively there. He goes in, he takes down one.
All right, he's got Broxta, but all of a sudden he's subject to all that CC, and they can batter and bruise him for days. Shut down on Caps now. That's the ace. And they're looking for Nexus.
Do they have the time? This is, I think they have it still.
It doesn't matter on the comp, it doesn't matter on the champions. Every time Fnatic find a way, and they're gonna find the win.
Against all odds, Fnatic take the victory in the most unlikely fashion.
And it all came down to that one fight. Zig is not with the team. They find the engage again, and P1 did not play around the fact that Galio can find that engage and they can get the 5v4. Fnatic executed that team fight so incredibly well, and I mean, against all odds, really, like their team comp, I think, was so bad, and the fact that they won is pretty ridiculous.
But it's just, I can't believe how Fnatic found a way to win that game. Like, I'm sure the analyst desk will break down that final fight, because like it all happened so quick. Like all of a sudden, so many members are dying. I thought that Jezzus had been caught out of position, but then Fnatic find the turnaround. Zig didn't really get involved in the fight. We talked so much about how the real way Fnatic could win is if they could just stop this Renekton getting into the fray, and they do it. They get the turnaround, and now they're sitting 2-2.
Yeah, I mean, all the way to the end. I don't think anyone could really believe how it went down. You saw Fnatic getting up, we won, and then Phoenix 1 being like, wait a minute, what just happened?
Yeah, I mean, even Dylan Falco, their coach, you can see his look of disbelief. He's
I mean,
laughing.
You gotta just look at Reckless. He just goes,
I guess we won.
Right.
Oh, okay. Well done.
I mean, that was something else, but 99% of that game was Phoenix 1.
Yeah, I mean, Phoenix 1 had control of the objectives. They got the Baron. They took all the dragons. They had a massively more efficient composition. They itemized very well. They're up in gold. They had everything going for them, but Fnatic finds the pick, finds the fight that they needed. And I mean, 5v4, if you can take down those carries, the rest doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I got nothing else to say, guys. That was insane.
Disbelief. Disbelief.
Yeah. Wow.
But welcome to Europe.
Hey, I mean, there was an old saying. Everybody does beat everybody, and in the end, Fnatic wins.
Congratulations to Vedius, you know.
First time.
You win.
Yeah, I was 0-4
now you're
for
1-4.
European teams. Now I'm 1-4.
Still a pretty good luck charm for NA. So we thank you.
But talking more about that game, like it raises big alarm bells for Fnatic moving forward, because what we've identified is that when pushed against the wall for 80 carries to play, Reckless still will not pick Ashe or Varus. Like Kog'Maw was open too. Like there were very viable meta 80 carries that he said, no, Give me Corki.
You want the vein, man. So we'll see what goes on the rest of this tournament. Now, Fnatic secured the win with a great team fight. Let's get some insight from our analysts on that game.
I never doubted them.
Yes, you did. I absolutely. There was a lot of doubt during the entirety of that game.
That's true. I did. So if you don't look at the result, where do we rate the Corki pick as an AD carry?
5 out of 10.
5 out of 10.
I don't know. You pick a full AP comp, and I'm not that big of a
I mean,
fan.
Corki as a champion is pretty strong right now.
Yeah.
Just generally, when you hit items, it's always going to be powerful. Maybe not necessarily as much in this kind of composition, but
I mean, we're rating it as an AD carry, right?
Reckless's
so relative
performance
to every
on
other
the
AD
Corki
carry
was 9.
And
he got caught that time in the second half.
Yeah,
Pretty
this is
boosted, but
also,
the
at
rest
some
was
point, because he's playing Corki, then he needs to group with the team, and suddenly they're doing stuff as a team. So maybe it's actually...
Dylan Falco, mastermind.
Having Kennen banned against them. That's all Falco right there.
Maybe.
Can we see the last fight again? Do we have that?
Yeah, we're going to take a look at it now because indeed it all looked lost for Fnatic, but they pulled the trigger and they came up big. Here's another replay brought to you by Acer because this is what it turned it all around. And I am going to keep hyping it up because I heard that it is 1 more second, but we're definitely going to look at it in just 1 second. Wow.
We're going to prep
that
it.
was
just
a fight.
1 more second.
Yeah. That's all Fnatic needed, just a little bit more time. What happened exactly here?
Okay, they have a pick comp and they dedicate to a support kill, and they don't have Renekton TP either.
And they don't repel the Galio ult. So Mike Young dies right away, but specifically getting Arrow down at the start of that fight was also really huge. They
Beautiful
dedicated
play
so
by
hard on
Broxah.
that Braum.
Yeah. Props to Broxah for finding Arrow in the fight and kick him into the team. And when Arrow was down, it was just clean up for Fnatic.
Absolute cleanup crew. They ran it down the base, and I was just looking at a lot of Phoenix 1 stats during this because obviously they were doing really well, and I'm still going to say them because I feel like they still deserve praise for having played very good games up until now and even up until this fight. They averaged 1.9k gold difference at 15 above their opponents, which is the highest out of everyone this tournament. 14-1 Dragons, 5-3 Barons. Phoenix 1 is showing up, and TSM is looking like the absolute frontrunner, but I'm absolutely surprised by how consistent they are and how good they've been playing. And Jack, you were the big, you know, doubter, asker of questions about that's not even a thing.
About Phoenix 1?
Yes.
As in they weren't very good?
I'm sorry,
so
guys.
Here's the thing, right? This team has been churning around supports and junglers for a really long time. So I'm hoping they can take this momentum back to the North American LCS because they've been struggling a lot in Summer Split. But we know the core of this team can and has worked as it did in spring with Arrow, Ryu, and Zig. So now that they do feel like they've kind of hit their stride, I think they're back to that form, and that's what's surprising so many people because we hadn't seen it for several months before Rift Rivals in essentially week 5 of the LCS where they went 2-0 and beat Immortals.
So are you convinced yet?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, there we go.
I think they're pretty good.
I think Phoenix 1 deserves all props. But on the other hand, Fnatic walks away with the win. So if you're a coach, right, and you look at that game from Fnatic where obviously there's a lot of trouble, there's interesting picks and whatnot. So what do you take away from this?
And I'm the coach of
You
Fnatic?
are Dylan Falco.
All right, man. I'd probably slap Reckless a few times because I think there's a lot better AD carry picks out there.
Yeah, but then have you not
Corki.
failed him in pick and ban? Because how does he end up picking that if you're going to be mad at him after?
No. Like, we would have figured it out in pick ban. Like, I can touch that mouse. He's not that far away from me. I could probably touch my player if I need to. That came out wrong.
Keep going.
Yeah, we'll keep going on. I
Deeper
will
into the hole.
choose the champion for him if it becomes Corki AD carry. Until, you know, the Korean overlords show me it's good, and then I'll say, you know, I knew it all along.
This is create a problem of power now because
So
they
what he's
won.
saying is that he's basically a meta slave and not open-minded to new picks. He needs to see the better region show that it's good. So yeah.
But on a serious note, though, yeah, Fnatic, they were kind of a bit down, and they come up with this huge, convincing victory. So
they were really happy about the win, and I think that's great for the momentum because I feel like they're a team that feeds off of that positive energy. Also, they are the only team to beat Phoenix 1. They've done it twice right now, which should actually not be understated because Phoenix 1 has shown up pretty well.
It's like Flash Rolls beating SKT at Worlds.
What are we doing? What I will say is the fact that we are hyped or excited for Fnatic beating the last seed from NA means NA is doing really well this tournament.
Yeah.
The fact that this was even a super engaging game, and we against all odds was the call at the end of the. What odds are they against? They're the favorite of the tournament, beating Phoenix 1. Like, come on, that's how much it shifted in the first 2 days.
It's super exciting overall because NA has shown up so strong, and Fnatic really has to be scrappy to be even.
As an EU fan, it is rather
depressing,
disappointing, and depressing to watch right now.
Sad,
because
yeah, horrible.
I feel like we in EU should have learned by now that we should probably not trash talk as much before the event and actually just maybe play better.
Hey,
I disagree.
Yeah, I disagree. And I will say that when all this was happening, there were some voices, me, that was like, are you sure should we trash talk this much? Is this wise? But that's how it is. You look, you think how you're going to perform, and then you don't perform that way, and it's all good.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, at the end of the day, the all-time win-loss record of NA versus EU is as close to 50-50 as it's going to get. Day 1 was 4-2 in favor of NA. Today is currently 3-2 in favor of NA and could very well be 3-3. So as much as we feel like EO has been sucking or NA has been doing great, it's still actually really close.
It is really close, and there's one battle that'll be super close as well. The Unicorns of Love take on TSM once again and to look to take their second win of the day state.
We're going to make it.
We are.
Oh, Rio looking for the dodge. He gets the lantern, yoink right back, but now they've turned their attention now to Xpecial, and it's a 3v3 skirmish as Phoenix 1 trying to make their escape, and Xpecial is left for dead. Flashing away, but Mike Young and Ryu are hot on his back. Playback by Xpecial, and Ryu gets one.
See, they're going in.
Going in here, it looks like they got 3, and Zig is able to slice and dice his way to a kill onto Caps. They're going to find another onto Jez, removing 2 Baron buffs, and maybe even 3 as Brox is caught up in the rest of them.
Galio coming in.
If they get one ultimate, stacking up the knockups, and they look for Mike Young as he can't take the lantern out. No arrows knocked into the team. Broxta tanking it all, and holy moly, Fnatic managed to Shrek through Phoenix 1 against all odds. Fnatic take the victory in the most unlikely fashion.
Keep moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
I think, yeah, in terms of playing, not like in the early game, playing around mid, because I think Fnatic also does that really well, but EU really likes to split push and play like 1-3-1, which is kind of a way where you just slowly starve out the opponent, you get more farm in every lane, and you look for a lot of flanking team fights, whereas NA plays more centered around grouping and vision and looking for team fights that way. So I can definitely see those styles clashing, and I gotta say, we're not as good at playing 1-3-1 as some of these teams, but I think there are certain comps that we can execute a lot better than European teams.
And welcome back to Berlin, Germany, where Rift Rivals is about to continue the last game of the day here on day 2. And I'm joined by Dylan Falco, coach of Fnatic. Just before we talk about TSM taking on UOL, dude, how the hell did you win that last game?
That was an interesting game of League of Legends, I would say. I think given the situation of that game, it was definitely really hard for us to win when we came back and we aced them and we finished the game. But I guess...
Well, look, if we learned one thing, Syndra greater than Anivia, right? That's got to be fair.
Possibly.
Okay, possibly. Let's turn our attention to TSM versus UOL. It's the last game of the day. If UOL win, they tie your record, 2 wins and 2 losses, and we don't know who's going to represent EU. What is the key to victory here from either team's perspective?
I think like for UOL, TSM has been, and actually the North American teams in general, have been very good at playing around the mid lane. They use support rooms really well. They use their jungle mid 2v2 really well. Like TSM's really, even in NA, they're really good at duo roaming top, duo roaming bot. So yeah, I guess Team Solo Mid, it's always been about the mid lane, and I don't expect it to be about anything different here.
If you were to be on heads talking to UOL, what sort of advice would you be giving the players going into this game?
Well, just from a strategy perspective, I think the NA top laners haven't been playing as well this tournament. So I guess, and I know Vizzy's a really good player, so I think a lot of UOL's win condition is probably through top.
All right, let's see whether or not they can do that. Let's turn our attention to TSM a little bit. As a former North American coach, now kind of an inside man here on EU soil, what's your opinion on how TSM have been playing, based on your experience playing against them in NA and now actually playing against them in EU?
I expected TSM and us actually to be the best performing teams. I think we've underperformed a little bit. But I expected TSM to come to this tournament pretty strong. We scrimmed them a little bit, and I think they're a good team. So I'm not surprised, actually, that they've won so many games.
All right, I just have 2 more questions for you. Which 2 teams will do battle in the final between North America and Europe as the first one?
Oh, that's easy. Us and TSM.
All right, Fnatic and TSM. And who then, obviously, is going to win this game and why?
I actually think TSM is going to win this game.
All right, give me a why.
I think they look more coordinated as a team in general, and I think just Bjerg's been playing really well.
Well, let's find out if they can keep playing around that mid lane. Thank you very much for the interview, Dylan Falco. We're going to head over to the casters to take us into the last game of the day.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. We are all ready to go. Unicorns of Love and TSM are ready to hit the rift here in our final clash of the day. We've had some seriously explosive action, but TSM, they are looking pretty solid, and Unicorns are going to have to step it up if they want to take them out.
Yeah, TSM, they're a pretty good team. Got to give it to them. I feel like that. I've had a lot of discussions with like the NA casters, and it's been like, I've really struggled to give them like an identity, and I think that's just because they are a jack of all trades, right? They're kind of good at everything. Like they can play split push, they can play team fight, they have good early game, like they have good mid game, and I feel like this tournament they've demonstrated that like they have like a huge number of styles that they have available to them in their arsenal.
And I think that's kind of always been the TSM goal, right? Like is to be able to get to this level where you have players who can carry from every lane, who can function well as a unit, who can play all the styles, right? And that's something that they had struggled with, I think, in the earlier stages of the split, and it honestly feels to me like they're peaking right for this tournament, because I think that these are the best games that they have shown throughout the summer split.
We'll see if they can continue that performance as we get loaded into picks and bans. Shen is off the table. It's not just a Fnatic ban, obviously, been a staple to take away from the Unicorns of Love, and Chachi in particular. Followed up by the Elise and the LeBlanc.
Now, I find it fascinating that Mr. Falco earlier said that maybe they should look to try and tunnel their focus onto the top lane, because last time Chachi and Hansa met, it was Aurelia into Gnar, and Chachi got 2 solo kills down onto Hansa. He really did make a number on him, and And even though Haunter, his KDA was not the best, his team was still able to come out on top. And the value that he brought to his team was greater, and Chachi couldn't really bring that to the rest of his team.
And I mean, that's one of the problems when you have someone who is, almost only a split pusher. Yes, Aurelia can team fight, but she wants to succeed in that 1v1 against Nanar when she got ahead. But the rest of the map won for TSM, and Haunter was able to be extremely effective when grouping. Pretty standard bans coming through, though. Looks like, so first pick Gragas. We know this can be a flex. It can go either top or jungle, so going to be a pretty strong pick early on for TSM.
Valuable choice for TSM for sure. And over on the Unicorn side, you can see there were some bans targeted at Chachi. Are they going to keep that going? Because he is the man who can be the X factor for the Unicorns of Love. However, the timer ticking down, they get themselves a chance to lock in the Xayah. Will they pair it with the Rakan?
They did last time. I mean, they did go for the Xayah Rakan last time against TSM, and TSM had the answer of the Lucian Braum. Double Lift and Biofrost played that lane incredibly well, absorbing and avoiding almost every initiation that did come out of the Rakan, and they're going right back to it. So Unicorns of Love has the confidence that they can play this 2v2 better. We'll see, though. I mean, it definitely did not go well for them last time against Double Lift and Biofrost.
Clearly, the Unicorns don't believe that was the problem. We'll see if the duo lane does not get picked up on this rotation, if Unicorns decide to throw a couple more bans down that way.
The fascinating thing is, the last time TSM played UOL, they banned away Shen, LeBlanc, Galio, and they picked Gragas, Braum, and Syndra. And right now, they're looking to do exactly the same thing. And it's a matter of, will history repeat itself? Because the draft is identical to what we saw yesterday.
And I mean, the thing is, Bjergsen is so strong on Syndra. Like, he almost always will succeed on this champion. You have to really put him behind in laning phase to be able to shut him down. And this is a bit of an adaptation. Not the Braum, it is the Tahm Kench who can shut down the Rakan engages very, very well. If you hit the grand entrance onto your AD carry, you simply eat them out. So this allows Double Lift some flexibility. He doesn't necessarily have to play someone as mobile as Lucian.
And it's something that we were talking about earlier on in the day, which is very much that the Tahm Kench just shuts down Rakan's ability to lane. And when you look at Rakan as a champion, like, the only way you can win lane is if you're all in and you're being really aggressive. And Tahm Kench is just such a great top and denies that completely. So you've already guaranteed a winning bottom lane in favor of TSM. And Exile, he said to the world, I'm just going to go for a comfort pick. Now, in the past, back when Vlad was a little stronger, he was used as a very common answer to the Syndra, and it is a comfort pick for Exile. But a few weeks ago against Febiven, he died in a 1v1 at level 4 to a Syndra, and I feel like his overconfidence, I want to see him not overcome him today.
And the thing with the Vladimir is, sometimes people talk about it as a Syndra counterpick. I feel like it's a Syndra answer.
It is an answer.
I don't think that it's something that should smash the Syndra by any means. The Syndra will push you in. The Syndra will bully you in the early game. If you can get ahead, then yeah, sure, you can get tanky enough and you can get to this point where the Syndra can't deal with you. But we talked to Dylan Falco right just moments ago, and he talked about how well the North American teams have been playing around mid lane, using their junglers, using their supports to make these roams. And if Exile falls behind, as he has often been doing throughout this tournament, it's going to be really hard for him to succeed against Bjergsen. He's just going to get zoned out.
Completely agree with you. I think that it will definitely be a rough battle for Exile. And now we see the second half of the bans.
Yep, so the Kennen and the Tristana both removed from Unicorns of Love. Target a little bit on double lift there with that Tristana, but the Rumble's taken off from Vizichachi, so TSM still valuing, trying to deny Chachi, but he picks the Nard this time around and says, that's fine. I'm going to go ahead and just do my thing.
The question is, does Haunter now run it back with the Aurelia? That would be really fun. That would show some confidence. I don't think we'll get it.
No.
We may just have this be a Gragas going top, because I think that can work as a pretty good answer.
And I'm thinking that Lee Sin could very well come out for Svenskeren. If they choose to put the Gragas top lane, but they're not actually going to, so they're going to use the Kled. I feel like Kled is a fairly safe top lane that we've seen a lot of the North American teams bring out. We did hear it from Jat earlier on the analyst desk, where it just seems to be a thing that's great for not only North American teams, but is also just a great means of starting fights, and something that works very nicely for TSM when they were just literally running it down mid against the Unicorn.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one of the things, is when you talk about if the focus is going to be on Vizichachi up in the top lane, try to put Haunter behind. Well, if you're on Kled, you can just kind of absorb that pressure. You fall behind in lane, but then you can utilize your ultimate to go mid lane to be able to get pressure on there.
All right, we got ourselves the Ivern lock-in last for Xerxes, one of the champions he really pioneered in Europe.
And I feel like what we're seeing from Unicorns is comfort. What they did in the past, so long ago at so many IEMs against TSM, was they picked comfort and they picked unique champions that caught TSM by surprise, and just because of how confident they were on their own champions, they were able to come out ahead. And what we're seeing is Nafa Vizicachi, a dude that loves to be lane dominant. Ivern, Xerxes was one of the first individuals to bring out Ivern and have so much success with it. And the Vladimir coming out for Exile. This to me just says Unicorns, they're going comfort and they're looking to fight.
Definitely have a lot of comfort. Same style for TSM though, and the Tahm Kench enabling those less safe AD carries. Ashe was so key for TSM earlier today against Fnatic. Doublelift was hitting arrow after arrow after arrow. Really did carry that game, I felt, and now he's going to be able to be given that chance again.
Yeah. Unicorns are definitely going to need all the comfort they can get because there's a lot of potential to get knocked right off their seat as the coaches shake hands to walk off the stage. Unicorns of Love looking to knock TSM down a peg, but TSM, so far, so good. Perfect record on the board, and they have a lot of strengths for themselves. Will the Unicorns be able to overcome? It is going to be a real difficult test, but as you said, Betty, they do like to fight, and they are damn good at it.
Well, the early laning phase will be rough in the middle lane for Exile. It's going to be rough down in the bottom lane for Samix and Hylissang. And while Chachi should have the advantage up in top, playing the Ivern, you're not going to have the same kind of early pressure that you would have typically from things like the Lee Sin or the Elise. So I'm looking forward to seeing how well Unicorns can handle the pressure from TSM in the early game.
One thing I will say too, the fact that this is actually a red side Ivern is very big. For top laners, it means that when you're playing a ranged top laner, you get donated the red buffs. This is going to be a Gnar who gets to pick up the second red buff, and it's already so frustrating to play against that Gnar. When you're given that extra advantage, it's so hard to deal with. So I like that pick on that side.
And the blue buff Vladimir. So going to be so lovely for him. He doesn't have mana, getting some mana regeneration.
CDR, pretty
something
high.
that he's always wanted.
Yeah, it's definitely something that the Unicorns know how to play around, and they are taking 5 members into this brush here, hoping that TSM tries for a ward face check. Looks like nothing doing so far, though, and they are pinging question marks right on top of them. Quiet start, Svenskeren testing the waters a little bit.
Yeah, he wants to get a ward over by the Raptors, but he's a little bit scared that they could even be stacked in the brush by the red buff. And not going to be willing to do that until they can get some eyes on some of these players.
Mm-hmm. So I want to take this opportunity to talk a little bit more about this bot lane matchup because here in Europe, Rakan has been actually a fairly popular pick, but looking at some of the numbers, like over in North America, Rakan was never really that popular. He wasn't really picked up by a number of teams, and so to give some reasons as to why this bottom lane matchup is going to really suck. Every time Rakan jumps in with the W, if he hits Tahm Kench, the Ashe is going to ignore the Rakan, and he's going to go hit the enemy AD carry, right? And Ashe, with the focus stacks and with the ability with the W, you actually get a lot of favorable trades early on, especially with the slight range advantage that you have over the Xayah as well. And if you tried to go onto the Ashe, then Tahm Kench is literally just going to eat the AD carry, and again, you lose the trade. So the powerful thing about this bottom lane of UOL is it has so much all-in potential that just gets completely mitigated by this single Tahm Kench pick.
They do have an advantage, though, because TSM's bot lane was actually leashing. While they are already hard pushing this lane, they have control of the brush, so they are going to be able to get a little bit of an edge there and maybe try to fight for level 2.
There we go, on a double lift, it's level 1. That means the exhaust is going to have to come out, and the deadly plumage is doing a lot of damage, but now Biofrost, he can get that stun off, and Samix, though, is able to walk away, but not without taking some serious punishment.
Yeah, level 1 Tahm Kench is very powerful. So despite the fact that they had the push and the Devour wasn't there for Tahm Kench, if he gets 3 stacks on you, you must leave. You will lose the fight.
They do end up trading Summoner Spells, heal for exhaust. So arguably, in terms of an all-in, it's difficult to say actually which way the advantage goes because I think both have a lot of value.
Arguably, nobody knows.
Yeah, but trade of Summoner Spells, and the fact that they did try to abuse the fact that there was no consume, definitely smart from the Unicorns of Love, and it will give them push down in the bottom lane. And they know as well that Gragas started bot side, so they can continue to look to try and be as aggressive as they can.
Doublelift shooting at that hawk shot, not going to find anyone actually at all. So.
And that's another big thing about Ashe that I feel a lot of European teams really don't fully recognize in terms of her strength. Like, the vision that thing gives early game is immense because you can literally just throw it into the bottom half of the enemy jungle and be like, is a jungler there? No. What camps has he cleared? These ones, these ones. He must have done this recently, or he did them a while. Like, it gives you a lot of information that players like Doublelift are really good at utilizing.
And I think it's a good point because you don't even have to see the jungler, right?
Yeah.
You just have to see where he is not, and that can tell you where he is.
You need the information, all that you need. Seems to be a theme with European teams not really utilizing that vision as well as the NA counterparts here at Rift Rivals. throughout the 2017 season for sure. Now Svenskeren has completed all of his pushes. He's got the
They see him now, but he's going to be here soon. He has flash.
Oh, Samix, he's going to instantly burn that one, and Hylissang's going to get back on forward, but it's followed through, and a double bop now is going to turn into first blood for Doublelift. Can they make it 2? No, Hylissang's walking away.
Really well done there from TSM. They had the play, they had the flashes, full commitment, all 3 flashes blown to ensure that they get those kills.
Really good setup from TSM.
Monster has to be careful.
He's going to be able to get away from that one for the time now. Fan support for the Unicorns still very strong, but early game lead going in the favor of TSM. And the thing to recognize is the fact that the bottom lane of TSM froze the wave to force UOL to constantly be overextended. Remember how that early trade did not go that well for Samix? He gets slowed up by the Ashe, which means that he has to flash away much earlier than he would have liked, making it super easy for Svenskeren to get the body slam and the remaining kill.
Credit to Sven on the placement of that, though, actually flashing right in between to actually stun both of the members, not getting blocked out by the Rakan, making sure he can connect with Xayah, get that first blood over onto Doublelift.
This is what we talked about. It's going to be rough. 2 lanes for Unicorns of Love. Bottom was one of them. Mid lane early was going to be another, but Exile does have that level advantage. Now it's evened out as Bjergsen gets himself level 5. Up in the top, it's been a little quieter, but not without some damage.
Chachi's in trouble.
Chachi, all of a sudden, taken out by Hanser.
Oh my word, the last time these two met, Chachi got 2 solo kills down onto Hanser, and what should be a great laning phase for the Gnar gets turned around as Hanser solo kills Chachi.
And we'll have to see that one again. If you can actually get pulled out of your jump by Bear Trap on a rope, you can get that kill. And that is one of the interactions they have to be very careful about, how you use it. So Chachi gonna have to TP back to lane. Hanser can just walk back if he wants, and TSM are just off to a fantastic start.
Yeah, 5 minutes in, they got themselves 2 kills, a gold advantage, starting to roll forward, and here is that play again. Chachi not respecting the damage that Hanser was going to bring.
We'll have to see what happens to his jump, because I did not see that. Does he get pulled out of it? I guess just no, he just never actually used it. I don't know if it was on cooldown from earlier.
It could
or
very well have been on cooldown, but still props to Hanser being able to get that kill as Hylissang looks for roam mid.
Yeah, that's something you have to utilize very well. Anytime you're playing like Gnar, when you're in mini Gnar, you're very vulnerable, and you have to rely on your jump to actually outplay any engage, outplay that. But Chachi, unable to do so, may have just had that on cooldown from an earlier trade.
And one of the things we were talking about earlier on was that, like, in terms of early action, we weren't really expecting a huge amount of involvement from the laners, from the junglers. We were actually expecting like a lot of advantages to be gained just during the laning phase. We talked about how the bottom lane for TSM in their favor, mid lane should early game go in favor of Bjergsen, but Exile's actually been playing this matchup very well, applying a lot of pressure onto Bjergsen, and then all of a sudden Hanser gets that solo kill up top. So these solo laners, or the laners right now for TSM, building these early advantages, which in the past, they've done a great job of transitioning then into a successful mid-game.
Interesting little mind game going on there in mid lane. Bjergsen backs off, so Exile tries to freeze the wave, and then Bjergsen had actually not completed his base, so he's going to be able to shove that in, and he actually ends up getting the advantage there, because if you go for a freeze and it gets pushed fully in, you're going to lose more.
A lot of trading still going up in the top side, and just haven't seen the junglers get as involved. Svenskeren here on the bottom looking to steal away this blue buff. Hylissang is going to spot them out, but be
Exile's
careful,
coming down.
Oh, gets the knock up. Here we go, and it's going to get taken away. Biofrost licked it.
Successful steal there from Biofrost. TSM utilizing the pressure advantage they do have in the bottom lane, denying that blue buff from Ivan and the Vladimir.
And they're actually holding the wave, so we'll push against them. Doublelift will be 6 relatively soon, and that will put UL in an extremely vulnerable spot. So the wave management has been pretty big across the board.
Question marks starting to stack up here. Now Hanser at half his health is going to get Scarl back, goes up for a joust onto Chachi, hop, skips, and jumps away. Level 7 on level 7, but really, Unicorns, they're just going to fall further and further behind unless they can get a few solo kills of their own, or maybe duo as they look for Doublelift, but Biofrost bringing up the front now. Able to push them back, has his great health on. At the end of that, as Exile finds himself between a mid laner and a jungler. Can he get the kill? Stops the unleashed power.
Doublelift 6.
Oh no, the arrow lands on. Doublelift looking for more, but Hylissang is out of there.
That was close. Biofrost might have been able to flash kill, but with the heal up from Samix, you gotta respect that. Either way, TSM bot lane doing very, very well for themselves here. And Xerxes looking to wrap around. They may try to dive Bjergsen if he hits a cocoon.
But Bjergsen, he's going to get stopped here. Xerxes going in, and that forces the flash out, but he doesn't get it. Auto attack will.
Solo kill onto Bjergsen.
Not too hasty, but Xerxes does it.
And he gets the summoners. He gets the summoners out of there from Bjergsen too. Very well played there from Xerxes. They needed to get something back, and now they get pushed in that mid lane.
And what we wanted to see at the start of the day for Unicorns of Love was just a little bit more assistance towards Exile. He is an individual that likes to be in your face. He wants to try and trade aggressively. And recently, Xerxes has been spending more of his time in the top side of the map. He's been trying to help everyone else rather than Exile. But this game, he's investing more wards around the river. He sees that Bjergsen gets very low, bursts through the barrier. We don't have time because an action
behind Chachi. Who interrupted right now. Chachi's all by his lonesome. Knows it's not even worth burning that flash, and Hanser takes him down. 2 kills now. Feisty Yordle.
Yeah, I mean, Sven didn't have his ultimate, but Chachi doesn't know that. So if you flash and the ultimate is still there, you'll just get knocked right back in. Did not think he could get away. So well-executed play there on the top side. And if you fall too far behind Kled, it gets very problematic.
Yes.
This champion can all-in you so easily, has so many tools to engage.
Yeah, and it's already looking like the opposite of what we saw the last time these guys met. Now, admittedly, Chachi had the solo a couple of times, but Hanser, even with a little bit of assist, still finding himself 2 kills up this game.
And one thing that is a bit different as well here is that the fact that if Chachi has to group, he can be very effective on the Gnar, grouped up. Yes, you don't want to fall too far behind, but it's a bit of a different story than when he was on the Aurelia, who wants more kind of to be in that 1v1 with the Gnar.
I think it's also important to bear in mind that should Chachi go for the Black Cleaver into Frozen Mallet route, he still has the ability to kite very effectively later into the game because your Boomerang effectively has no cooldown once it's at max ranks and you've gotten all that cooldown reduction from the Black Cleaver. And that can be a great tool at just keeping the Kled at arm's length later on into the game. But until that point, we're going to see more action.
Exile getting aggressive here.
Oh, Svenskeren is able to hit him 1 pixel away. He's got flash.
They're trying to wait out the
have to use it. Hemoplague's on. There he's going to last second on the pool.
Really good patience there from Exile, but he gets stunned.
Oh, he goes right back in this time. He's barreled away and doesn't take any damage off the back. Xerxes was there, but
spoke too soon.
Hey, he almost gave his life on that one, but all of a sudden, Unicorns have decided they want to go up topside, and with 3 members here with the delayed swap, they should be able to do it. But Hanser goes and charging, try and cut them off. He's going the wrong direction. Turns back in, tower goes down, and Hanser's chunked right into the wall, into the mouth of Biofrost, but he might just eat it himself, and Hanser is trying to run it out here, but it looks like this is going the way of the Unicorns. 1 tower, 2 kills.
And while all this was going on, Bjergsen kills Exile in the middle lane.
Of course he does.
Trades going all across the board. TSM still with the kill lead, but the action's not done yet.
They found Svenskeren. All of a sudden, the game's gotten a little chaotic, and Unicorns right at home in that kind of environment. Hylissang flashing forward. One more auto looking for Svenskeren, and it's Samix who's able to find it, pulling back the feathers.
Unicorns is getting so much done there on the top side. The bungled engage from Hanser allows them to get multiple kills. The first turret as well, but Double is picking up that solo gold on the turret on the bot side. He's starting up the dragon, so TSM trying to answer back on the other side of the map.
But this is a classic Unicorns of Love play where they move from the bottom lane to the top to try and stop that losing lane from happening. But TSM, they just failed the engage. Hanser, he doesn't get onto the members that he wants. That means Biofrost can't join in, but now Chachi's gonna die.
All right, well, Hanser's gonna get a little bit of quick revenge at the very least. A couple of jousts through and through.
Unicorns, what is going on? Like, giving away all these random kills all across the map when getting such a big advantage in the first Tower Blood along with all those extra kills.
It feels like they're just going a bit too far, right? You know, you make a good play, and then you try to get even more out of it. And to me, that speaks of a lack of confidence. When you make a good play and you feel like, hey, it's not enough. I need more. I need to get something else or I'm going to lose. And that's kind of what it looks like in some of these plays. I mean, Exile, gets away, then he's like, oh, I can go back in. I can maybe kill him. I can get something else. And
nothing doing. Yeah. Although they did stick around to finish that tower off. If they had retreated, that would have been where the Kled would have gotten on him. So at the very least, they called the bluff, and now Exile leading a wave of minions down to the bottom. But Bjerg and Biofrost are here, and he realized he might be a little outnumbered, dodges away from the balls. Keep those wards cleared. Unicorns, they are hunting for the mid lane for the time being. But I mean, like, calm it down for just a second, because at least Unicorns have been able to keep it really close on this game, and picking up that tower certainly helps.
Well, yeah, they're playing well.
Yeah, this was a move that we saw them make earlier on in the day, where they realized that the bottom lane was not going well for them, so they just transitioned to the top side. They try and rush that early tower, and then normally in Europe, teams will just trade. They accept the fact that the map is going to be a little bit open, and they just try and get the 2 versus 2 once again, as we see a 1v1 in the bottom lane.
Alrighty, it looks like Exile getting pushed back by Bjergsen, but he's hoping he can go in one more time, but all of a sudden, everybody's there, and Exile taken out by Bjergsen.
Stop it, Exile! Just stop trying to kill Bjergsen, because you're going to lose again, as Doublelift is now in trouble.
Yeah, Uses his heal, he's got no flash. Chachi knows he can chase him down and he hops right over. But all of a sudden, Hylissang's caught between 4. This game just keeps getting weirder and weirder, but he's able to go out.
The fights everywhere across the map. Chachi able to run down double if they get a kill there, but Exile going down. Hylissang has to blow his ultimate in retreat. So TSM is going to have map pressure now. They're looking to try to shove up and see what they can get done. And this is a fight that Bjergsen is willing to take, A, because he knows the help is coming, and B, because he still has his barrier available. So Exile getting baited a little bit into this, you know, thinking that he can take down Bjergsen, but there's the barrier.
There's just no need, right? Because if you're Vladimir, you can so easily just clear the wave and leave. And all you have to do is pressure. You don't have to kill Bjergsen. If you get a favorable trade, like get some harass down onto him, you have a lot of lifesteal available and you can get out. But instead he just commits so hard and he just gives away a free kill over to TSM. And like, it's just something that we talked about in Jam, is like just overconfidence on comfort champions. He thinks he can go for these plays. But as we saw a few weeks ago in the European LCS, he just dies against Syndras and he just doesn't respect the damage output.
Yeah. It's been the calling card, really, for Exile this entire split, and Unicorns have still been able to find a lot of wins despite it. And even earlier in the day, you look at what they did against Cloud9, I mean, it all turned on one massive Baron, but at least they're still able to pull that trigger.
And that 1v1 between the Vladimir and the Syndra is so important because it's about damage thresholds. If the Syndra gets to a certain point, you can zero out this Vladimir. And if the Vladimir gets enough ahead, you become too tanky for the Syndra to actually burst down. So every kill that you give over essentially pushes the needle a little bit more in your opponent's direction. It allows Bjergsen to have that advantage. And giving Bjergsen an advantage on Syndra is pretty much the last thing you ever want to do, because this guy will take over a game. He will make it so Samix is so hard pressed to ever enter a fight.
But it also, it's big in the sense that it's going to, as you already said, help them reach those item spikes sooner. And because UOL are a team that love to make things happen or about the 20 to 25 minute mark, that means that they're going to try and fight when TSM are already reached those power spikes. The fact that Morello's already done, as we see another exchange in the top lane.
There.
Yeah, he dodges out the slam from Chachi, but Xerxes coming to the rescue, and so is Biofrost and Double Lift. They bring more friends to this party, so they're up on the top, and the Rift Herald is out of its pit.
They're just going to transition this into a turret push. So nice rotation up there from TSM. Really good utilization of that Tahm Kench ultimate. Biofrost bringing Double Lift up to the top side, and they can just knock down the turret while Bjergsen is covering here on the top side.
How about they're going to look for him right now, see if they can take him down. He's rooted and stopped up. Featherstorm, he pushes him back. An auto attack was all they needed, but Bjergsen turns it around.
What a god!
How about that?
What an outplay there from Bjergsen, barely surviving, and now Samix gets tagged by the arrow. In comes Hunter.
The charge is on, and they're just bursting them all down. TSM hit the ghost switch, and it's a doozy, but Double Lift is going to fall to Chachi on the back half of that fight. Still Biofrost and Svenskeren were looking to tangle, and Hanser and Xerxes there, but Daisy's making it a 2v1.
Oh my god, Bjergsen, this man.
What a god, man.
Such a great play, turning a 2v1 around, getting away with his life, and getting a kill onto Hylissang, to then follow up with the rest of TSM, killing the AD carry too. Yes, Unicorns of Love, they're able to find a return kill, but TSM, they seem to just have an answer for everything that UOL tried to make happen.
Yeah, Bjergsen is getting a lot of early CDR built up, so he's going to be having this ultimate up so frequently. Exile's going to have to be very cognizant of that.
Oh. Let's see this one more time with Samix looking for the setup onto Bjergsen. It was looking like lights out.
So the thing is, against a Rakan, it's super difficult to predict this kind of an engage. But look how patient Bjergsen is with his flash. He still has it up. He waits.
And that happens.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Ah! I mean, Bjergsen extremely patient with the flash. A little bit lucky to not go down, and now he's styling on him, 4-1.
Yeah.
He's feeling good, and all of TSM is looking very strong. And now they're pushing up mid lane. No mid laner up, and Ash Arrow is back. The Bjergsen ultimate was not even used.
Unleash the power. Oh, and he's going to be able to delete Hylissang for another one. Svenskeren coming in here. And this is looking desperate for Unicorns. A double kill for Bjergsen. And they are snowballing this game right now. Down falls the tower. Chachi slowed up. Is it going to be yet another Bjerg with those cooldowns? Nearly going to make it happen.
I mean, you give this guy an inch, he'll take a mile, and Bjergsen is off to the races now. Kills Exile without even expending his ultimate. Zeroes out Hylissang. They knock down a turret. They're taking the objectives. They have full control across the map.
And the big thing for me about this game is the fact that this is the second time now where I feel that TSM are just outclassing their opponents. Yes, the first time they met, TSM Haunter died in the 1v1, but this time round, Haunter gets himself a solo kill onto Chachi. Bjergsen is solo killing Exile. Doublelift and Biofrost are dismantling Samix and Hylissang with 2v2. Across the board, TSM individually are just performing better than that of the Unicorns of Love, and they're never getting a proper opportunity to take advantage of their composition.
And stepping forward there, Bjergsen zeroes out Hylissang. Pretty much 100-0'd with that combo. Yep. No real chance for him to get out. And that's what happens when the Syndra gets to that certain point, when you get enough gold on this character that you can one-combo someone. It becomes so incredibly difficult to ever really fight back.
I mean, he was doing that on 1.5 item, and now he's got so much more gold in his pocket. Full stacks on the Darksteel. That Medjais as they're looking for more here. Featherstorm flies out for Svenskeren. Teleport coming in. Haunter, though, is going to be able to push the rest of Unicorns back, and maybe they can get this tower, but there will be some retaliation. And no, they don't even finish the job on it.
Exile
finally turning around. Exile looking to make the hero play as Haunter wants to go with charging, but in comes Bjergsen, unleashes the power right into the wall. He gets knocked by Visit Chachi, but swallowed whole by Biofrost. And in the meantime, Haunter gets shut down. The Unicorns still have some left in the tank.
The reality is, though, that the Unicorns, no matter how far behind they fall, they will still fight as they go in again.
One more time, it's Hylissang, and he's even able to get out, but not before Doublelift fires one more shot into the back of him. Still tenaciously fighting. These Unicorns will not go down.
Oh, Biofrost saving so many people in that team fight, but UOL forcing heavily. Exile, did he go too far?
Oh, that is a clutch pool as he is able to just cheat death one more time, but it's a 1-for-1 on the back of it.
It was a good play from UOL, though, because Bjergsen was not there at the start of the fight, so they can force this play. Bjergsen shows bot. They know that Kled is not immediately with the team, at least, so they force the play. But look at the easy denial of the Rakan ultimate. They go in for the engage. TP coming in from Chachi. It's a 5v4. Exile and Chachi able to get so much work done before Bjergsen really even gets here.
And just keep your eyes on Biofrost, right? Because the number of people that he eats to keep them alive, just make sure that TSM do not lose too much in this fight. Here, Bjergsen, he should have lost his life. He gets away once again. Sure, you lose your Kled, you lose your front line, but you're going to see time and time again. Biofrost, he's about to save Bjergsen one more time. As a great engage comes out from the side of the Unicorns, but there it is. The gobble up from Biofrost. They get the return kill as well, and it actually ends up, and I believe, an equal kill trade in favor of both teams.
Yeah, UOL, that trade, though, from behind plus taking the turret
of course,
is something very positive for their team. They need to be able to take fights like this, and we've seen how effective it can be if you can have the advantages. But Haunter in here on Chachi.
Oh no, it's the 1v2. He's hopping, but just into the brush.
He's gonna go Mega, though.
He does get Mega, and the rest of the team is about to arrive. Svenskeren is going to avoid the knockup of the Rakan, and the barrel comes out to push him back. It ends up being nobody going down here, but the Rift Herald is summoned, and TSM is looking to finish off this inner tower.
Yeah, I think they're gonna get it. Exile zoned out. Bjergsen lying in wait here if anyone wanted to take a short route over. They're going to continue to push. They saw that Samix was mid lane.
Oh no, Samix not even anywhere near the team here. As Haunter looking to push on forward. In goes the Rift Herald, charging in. 2-for-1 on tower so far. Daisy's taken out of the pocket of Xerxes, but just tossed right back towards
looking for the engage on the side.
Can he get it? He's stopped it by Svenskeren now, but in goes Hilly all the same. Chachi looking for another one. Featherstorm on, and Samix is going to be able to find some damage. Take out Doublelift. Can they take down Biofrost? That could have been a hell of a lot worse for TSM, but 2 kills for the Unicorn.
Massive team fight once again for the Unicorns of Love. They don't care about the Rift Herald going into their base. All they say is, let's get a fight, let's get some kills, and let's go for the Baron.
Yeah, they're going straight over to the Baron, but there is some time for TSM to react. Haunter was actually pushing. He has his TP available. Bjergsen's going to run up there. They have a ward I think he can TP into right there, but we'll see when they make the call to join.
And they see that one right now, but they've started off on this Baron. The Kled is backing away. Haunter has his TP up and available. Svenskeren is going to look to try to pull the steal, but the teleport's coming in. The TSM trap is starting to snapshot. Haunter's come in, and they've bought enough time to peel him off the Baron, but Bjergsen is isolated, and if they can take him down, the Unicorns of Love just might be able to do it.
But they do push him back off the Baron. The bot lane is up for TSM. Still a good series of play that's there for UOL. Bjergsen was a split second away from having his ultimate. He would have been able to get at least 1 kill in trade. Woo. But UOL focus him down, and they'll take it.
All right, Chachi's going to knock
Chachi could be in trouble. Haunter has ult. Chachi's going to go down.
Oh, charge it. Here it goes. And all of a sudden, 3 members on top of him. Fake that 4 double lift around the side. TSM going to be able to pick up one more.
And TSM could actually look to threaten the Baron now themselves if they want to go for that. We'll see if they're going to try.
Yeah, the thing they have to be careful of is Bjergsen, 5 seconds left on his death timer, and Chachi has teleport. So by the time he gets there, Chachi will be in a position to try and come in for the TP. And by then, his ulti would likely still be down, but it's still something you want to be mindful of. So, like, so much action has happened in, like, the last 5 minutes of the game. And, like, the thing we have to emphasize is, like, this is so classic of the Unicorns of Love, where the moment they get an item spike or two, they're just so poised and ready to fight. And the great thing about this game is the fact that TSM are just so willing to match them. Their team fighting is so fantastic to watch. And I feel like that every time Unicorns of Love come out and say, let's go, let's rumble, let's battle, TSM are like, all right, we're ready, and they're matching them pace for pace.
Oh, it's such a nice turnaround from the earlier bout that we saw these two face, because Unicorns versus TSM it's just a matchup that you never really forget for several reasons. Usually oddball champion picks in the Unicorns' favor, but right now, with TSM looking so strong at Rift Rivals, the fact that Unicorns have even been able to match them, and TSM are happy to play their game, is just fantastic.
I'm just so excited that I even broke my favorite pen, which I'm a little sad about, but
it's worth it for this game.
It was worth it for this game. It's TSM. They make the way, and they're going to pick up their 3rd Drake of the game.
All right. This has been pretty typical for a lot of these NA versus EU games. Is the NA teams actually prioritizing the Dragons, having control over that area? There has been a severe lack of objective control from the Europeans in general, not just UOL. And that is something that has really been one of the ways that the North American teams have been able to turn the tides in these games.
Yeah, they've put a lot of investment into getting those small values. Sven goes for a flank.
Oh, yeah, the Ash ult. All of a sudden, he's just going to be able to pop and barrel them all as Biofrost gets the kill onto Xerxes. Unicorns were not prepared for that one.
I mean, both these teams have such explosive engage. If you ever see one member not with the team, you can go for the fight right away. You have the Gragas body slam flash. The Ash ultimate comes in. They are right on the Baron as Xerxes is down. TSM likely will have to turn and fight, though.
This is a 2 Mountain Drake TSM right now, but can Unicorns peel them off of it? Hanser distracting, and the Baron still being aggroed here, getting lower and lower as it goes. Chachi has got Mega. They're going to try to turn it. Oh, the big Hemo Plague is on. Now they're charging forward on the Proto. Oh my God! Chachi gets a massive knock, and they're able to clean house. 3 kills. Biofrost remaining. Hanser fired down. Is this the Unicorn ace? Hanser is trying to deny, but he's surrounded by Unicorns.
Exile, I'm sorry for everything that I said, because that play was beautiful. The follow-up from Chachi, the all-in into the wall, the utter destruction of the 2 carries for TSM. UO win the fight, and they're looking for the Baron.
Yeah, they're going to get it. There's no way TSM can do anything about it. The solo laners from UOL playing that fight incredibly well.
Last couple games have certainly been heart attacks, but the Unicorns, this was their last win condition earlier today up against Cloud9, and it was a hard-earned Baron, but they will pick it up at 26 minutes.
Just keep your eyes on Exile on this fight, because his eyes are on double left right here. He knows that he has flash. He's already popped the Ghost. He drops everything onto him, and that damage alone should be enough to get the kill. But then the follow-up from Chachi TSM, they're too focused on Exile to even recognize that there is a giant Gnar ready to knock you into the wall.
And they got very split up. I mean, Hanser was hoping, I think, to set up the flank and to ult in from behind as the team engaged, but UOL preempted that. Exile and Visitachi jumping forward before he could really have a chance to join in, and it ended up being a very split up fight.
Absolutely massive, and now Unicorns have evened that gold out. They've got the Baron buff on, and let's just see how far they can go.
But let's not forget TSM. They're still a team that has demonstrated time and time again that they know what to do with the game when it's even, right? Like, all this gold has done is, sure, like, they now have to play on the back foot, because the Unicorns of Love, they have the Baron buff, but they still have a lot of vision in their favor, and with Sven sitting on the flank, they could be looking for another engage.
Seen this one before.
They are looking, but Nara down bot side. They're going to have to answer that, so.
Here comes Hanser. Charges in, he finds Exile right now, but he is by himself, and there's a teleport coming in for Chachi. They might want to turn this one, but that teleport needs to be canceled.
Yeah, Mega was expiring. He had to actually cancel that off, so still, good job by UOL. The 4-man squad disengages. They kill a turret bot lane. They did get a TP out of Visitachi, so TSM could look for the re-engage knowing he can't join. The UOL 4-man squad has to play very carefully. Look at Doublelift lying in wait, looking for an angle on the Ash Arrow.
Oh, dropping so many Dark Spheres here. Could easily delete someone. The rest of the TSM squad hanging around. Unicorns not poking too deep in enemy territory. Instead, they're more interested in this bottom tier too.
They're just going to focus on getting the towers right now as Exile gets stunned up.
Oh, there we go. Looking for more, and in comes Biofrost, swallowing up Svenskeren whole, trying to keep him alive as Chachi is looking to stack that Meganar Hanser all by his own to defend the turret, but the friends are coming. Down to half health it goes, but the Unicorns are keen to fight this one out. Meganar half down right now, and it looks like the Unicorns have enough power left in the tank to muscle their way through and take it down.
Yeah, really well done there by UOL, not falling trap to TSM looking for that pick. They're playing very well around Vizichachi in the bot lane, split pushing in there. Now they can return to mid, try to push this up, look for even more if they want, but already a pretty successful Baron play. Get a couple turrets, they get the initial gold, and they've done very well for themselves.
Yes, UOL, they're doing a great job for the time being, but I want to see better vision investment from them. Samux, he's earned the title of Shield Bearer because 29 minutes into the game, he still has his Doran shield on rather than a control, but he has the space as Hillisang. Needs to be very careful right now.
He's dodging out, but unfortunately Exile can't dodge on the arrow. Can he get bursted down? Exhaust is on, into the pool he goes, and now the Unicorns realize they can turn the fight.
Oh,
and they're going to be able to do even more. Big knock coming up, but he gets swallowed before he can make a damn thing happen. Bjergsen isolated, taken out by Samix, and the Unicorns find it again.
Oh, the Unicorns come up big again, and they're looking for more.
Okay, stunned up, or rooted onto Hanser. Can they finish him off, though? He's popped off as Skarl. And the Unicorns are popping off themselves. Here comes Exile, trying to finish the job. Biofrost swallows up double lift, but he goes down all the same, and it's another Unicorn ace.
A clean ace for the Unicorns of Love. 5 members for 0. They even have Daisy with the Baron buff just about to run out. I wonder if they have enough time to end the game. No, I think they're just going for the inhib.
5 seconds left on Svenskeren, but clearly Unicorns can get a prize here.
I think they can maybe do it. I mean, double lift is still down for 20 seconds. Hanser down for 20. They should at least go for a Nexus turret here. We'll see if they go for the play.
They do, but they turn on to Svenskeren, who has to instantly flash and dash away as they take down one Nexus turret, looking to fire down a second, but in comes Bergen. That's a lot of low health numbers. Oh man, this is going to be a photo finish as Chachi gets a 2-man. Nor into the wall.
That's it.
They do it. Taking out TSM. Unicorns of Love. Who else to hand them their first loss of Rift Rivals?
What a game from Unicorns of Love. They were so far behind in the early game, they completely turned it on its head with excellent team fighting. Exile falls way behind in the early game, but he came up so big for the team around Baron. Him and Vizichachi, incredible team fighting combo.
It's all about that battering ram, man. It doesn't matter how beautiful broken it is, they still run it down mid and they'll still find the fight. They went for comfort picks. They went for a style that has given them so much success during spring and during the early season of summer, and they made it work beautifully. Getting those mid-game fights, finding ways to turn things in their favor. And while TSM, they fought brilliantly, at the very end of the day, it just came down to finding the right fights to the Unicorns of Love, getting the Baron, and then snowballing from there.
And after day one, disappointing performance from the Unicorns. They come to turn it around, take 2 games in spectacular fashion, taking risks and making huge plays in team fights. This is exactly what makes this team so damn lovable.
And I mean, putting themselves to 2-2, they could still be the team that represents Europe, you know, that represents Europe in the finals on Saturday. TSM still doing very well overall, 3-1, but they do fall, and you know, there's some of the other North American teams have picked up some wins. We don't yet know really who's going to be the clear favorites to go to Saturday.
And that mid lane matchup, early on was definitely heavily in favor of Bjergsen. He really did school Exile, but Exile made up for it in those later game team fights. His positioning, his impact, he really didn't know what to do with that Vladimir.
But let's give some serious props to Chachi, because without the massive gnar into the walls, every single fight, none of that would have been possible.
Yeah, for sure. Like this man, always there to follow up from Exile, always getting onto as many primary targets as he could. Like he was a big part, even though he fell behind earlier. Very similar to how Hanser in their previous matchup found value with the Gnar. Chachi does the same thing.
And I mean, we're seeing how powerful this pick is. Like Gnar on 7-13 has one of the better laning phases in top lane. You can bully out a lot of picks, but even if you fall behind, you can still find effectiveness. I mean, the added range on his jump in Meganar makes it easier for him to find those follow-ups, find the CC combos and stuff, and it's like, even from behind, you see how powerful the AoE is from Gnar, plus Vladimir, the damage amp coming in with ult. It's so much.
And it seems to be a comfort pick for Chachi as well. Like, he did struggle early on, but he did make it work later on. And, I mean, let's give praise. I mean, we've been praising the whole Unicorns of Love team, but like Samix, bit of the unsung hero. 9, 2, and 6. He was getting double kills. He was getting a lot of
kills.
like
Isolating Bjergsen at the end of all those fights.
Like his value in those late game team fights was absolutely monstrous. And like he is always that unsung AD carry hero, but I did feel like he's had a great day overall.
Absolutely. Now, Unicorns of Love got a strong win running it down mid against TSM. For more on that game, Quick Shot is with their coach.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm joined here by Sheepy. And Sheepy, I'd like to know, do you think this game was great?
Yes, that was a great game.
Thank you very much. All fair, Sheepy was trolling me saying he's only going to give me one-word answers, but you're not that kind of guy, are you, Sheepy?
No.
What kind of answers did you give your team after they lost 2 games yesterday, heavily, but bounced back and win 2 games today?
I think yesterday we were kind of caught off guard. This was not our usual performance. I think we had all the tools, but we really didn't capitalize on that, and we went like 0-16 mid lane, and like everything just kind of fell apart. We didn't know how to assert pressure on the map. And we talked about it. And in the end, you know, this was, I think, what kept us going. And I think Exile's performance like made up for yesterday as well.
Well, I voted for him for player of the game in this particular game, that late game Vladimir. Great. This felt like a Unicorns of Love day.
Yeah.
Some messy early game, some strong mid game, and somehow you find these magic team fights. The Casterdex calls it the battering ram down mid lane.
Kind of like this.
Is this a strategy that you employ or just something your team's very good at?
I call the team fight the movie. It's basically, we have Vladimir, and he needs to go on those carries. And if he manages to do it, you just see Vladimir run all the way down. And yeah, in the end, if he survives at the end of the run and killed the carries, then you won. And in this case, I think TSM didn't know how to counter it. And yeah, you just saw how we just destroyed their backline, basically.
Sheepy, normally you're a fairly stoic, you know, serious man.
Yes.
Coming off this victory, coming off a 2-0 day where you played the first game, the last game, you're buzzing with energy. Do you think this Unicorns is going to make finals?
Maybe. I think so. I think we can do it, definitely. And
you've got the support of the Love Hurts crew, right?
So that's a clear yes there. And I think also that our curve is just way better. Yesterday I wouldn't have given this answer, but I think seeing today, like, we definitely have it what it takes.
Okay, you've given Team Solo Mid their first loss of the tournament.
Again.
Again. All-time record, I believe, stands at 5-2 now. UOL versus TSM. How is it that you can always just take down this squad?
I don't know. I have TSM in memory as more of a scrappy team. And, well, they called us the same.
Yes.
But yeah, somehow they called that about us, which I think is not fair for this season particularly. I think we have been improving a lot. And I think we could show it today as well and execute exactly the team comp we wanted to do. I mean, in the early game, we still had like deaths here and there. But yeah, I think against TSM for us, it just feels a little bit comfortable now because we're focusing more on ourselves. The name itself like doesn't matter to us anymore. So now it's just about the game, and that's exactly what we love.
Just a few more questions before I let you go and celebrate with the team, Sheepy. European wins today, Fnatic and UOL. Kind of magic, kind of in the end. European teams as a whole, very slow to start, very messy. Why as a region are we underperforming here?
I would love to have an answer to that. I'm really not sure. I think that, I don't know, maybe NA is just playing extremely meta and very static. And I think against teams like Fnatic and G2, that works out really well. I think G2 right now is not performing so well. So if there's like a wall, I think it's very hard for them to overcome right now. And I think for Fnatic, they had like the style. And maybe we didn't find answers here in Europe, but it's like a very particular style. So I think NA teams might have an easier time with it. And yeah, but I think with the kind of magic that Fnatic did with like Corki towards bot side and something, they still managed to surprise and outscale.
It was the Syndra. Syndra's the OP one that we think. One last question. You've talked a little bit about the North American team, Sheepy. TSM obviously lost. Phoenix 1 definitely showing up and proving some doubters wrong. Which of the 3 North American teams are you most afraid of?
I would have said TSM, but now that we played against TSM, I'm not like that afraid anymore. I think that C9 and P1 are. I'm not sure. I didn't feel so strong when against C9. Didn't feel so strong when we played against them. We lost against P1, so I would really love to have a rematch against P1. That is definitely going to come.
That is how the format works.
I'm really looking forward to the rematch against them, and also playing against Rio again. I think Rio was a good mid laner back then, and he seems to be still a good mid laner now. Yeah. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this.
Well, definitely some chance here for Rio and the audience. Best of luck tomorrow against Phoenix 1. Congratulations on the 2-0 day, Sheepy.
Thank you.
All right, going to head over to the analyst desk to wrap up day 2 of Rift Rivals.
GG, dude.
Thank you so much, Quickshot and Sheepy. And the crowd is stuck around and is yelling all those encouraging words during the intro. Like, it's nice flavor. Woo, indeed.
Scrappy. Yes. Scrappy. Not a
Woo,
negative word.
indeed, for the Unicorns of Love. In the end, they do it through their immaculate team fights and mid lane control, Trashy.
I mean, if any game is a UL game, this one was a clear example. We had the classic Exile dying once or twice in lane. And then we had the classic UL running it down mid as 5.
Vizichachi carrying really hard on Gnar, is what I heard here.
They managed to win a team fight. They get Baron.
But they weren't winning for most of the game, though. And I do want to take a look at some replays first off. Probably earlier you were talking about the kind of interesting use of Kled ultimates by Zig earlier, and how you position yourself behind the enemy to get a better angle. So I think this is an example.
This is a good example of what I'm not talking about. I think this is a pure miss of a Kled ulti, and I don't think I can swing it like in my head where I could see it being good. So
we call it a zoning Kled ulti.
Yeah,
they're going to retreat, but they do not.
It's like a gigantic Anivia wall. They have to go to the left.
Well, this was a little bit of a joke on my part, even though the Unicorns of Love get a couple of kills, because for most part of this game, TSM was very much in the lead and was doing very well, and of course, as always, a lot is to credit to Bjergsen, who is holding mid lane fantastically well. And after this, we're also going to take a look at some replays from his Syndra play, because I didn't think it was going to swing back in the Unicorns of Love's favor, but Jat actually called it very early on when you saw the Ivern.
Yeah, so Bjergsen went to 6-1, which is huge. He made a bunch of really crazy plays like this. But after a certain point, he lost his one-shot potential. So with the new Ivern changes and Athene's giving you AP based on the mana regen you build, when Ivern hits Athene's Unholy Grail, Ardent Censer, and Redemption, his shields are 500-ish with sometimes a 200 or 300 point shield. So he was just kind of pressing that on people that Bjergsen was trying to kill. On top of that, Vlad and Gnar are both building MR, and they have huge kill pressure on Bjergsen. So compositionally, it is really hard for the Syndra to succeed unless he snowballs super hard. But even when Bjergsen was getting kills, Chachi was getting him back, and Doublelift was never able to get to Infinity Edge, so they didn't have the damage to shred through the two front.
Yeah, this replay was actually kind of the last huzzah of the Syndra still being able to kill people that easily, because the next replay we're going to see that whenever it came to fights when Ivern had those 3 items completed, it was very, very hard for TSM to kill just about anybody, and we're going to take a look at that in just a second, I think. Seconds are long today.
Yes.
But,
they're EU seconds.
Well, what does that even mean? All right, here we go. This is the first one of 2 that I wanted to take a look at, because this is where the remontage
This is just super typical UL. Enemy team is trying to seize their base, and the way of getting out of that is fighting through their team, and we just see some of the power of the picks UL has, like the Vladimir and the Gnar that can just run in, and Ivern is kind of supporting these champions to go even deeper in the fights and getting to the carries, and it's kind of hard for a guy like Bjergsen when he's super fed to have a lot of impact in the game when both Exile and Vizichachi are just flashing on top of him and killing him.
Exactly, and this is also a little bit of TSM actually not being used to the way UL plays. Like how much UL dove past the flank that Hanser was trying to do in that play is a little bit comical watching it back. Everyone on TSM is dying as Hanser is engaging on the back line, and it really is all for naught.
Yeah, it really is, and we're going to take a look at the post-game breakdown as well. It's been a very long day, and in the end, the Unicorns of Love do pick up a 2-0 on the day as well, and both show that they can beat the teams that they previously lost to, like in TSM.
Bro, you voted for Exile for player of the game.
Yeah.
27,000 damage on Gnar. I told you it was hard. How does a Gnar do more damage than a Vladimir?
All right, it's top lane meta. He's just fighting all the time, all right?
I mean, we both know that probably has been undervaluing Gnar for a long time.
Since 2016 Gauntlet.
And apparently
Vlad.
Vlad. You know, seeing this, like, you know, start Baron and then Vlad comes in with the magic reduction and then one-shots everyone.
What are you going to do?
Yeah,
I mean, everyone knows what Vladimir does, right? And every time that Exile pulls it out, we're like, oh, it's an Exile pick. But they do win most of those games, so can you really have anything against it?
I mean, I think this is like kind of the, excuse me, the style I expected UL to play the NA teams with and do well are these like kind of team fights. Because yeah, if like Kled dives you, if you're playing Gnar and Vlad, like you don't care. You're going to go back and dive their backline. Yeah. So I feel like this is kind of the composition that UL wants to play against NA. And I'm surprised they haven't like gotten to these team fight comps like up until like now and today.
Yeah, that's a great point, and maybe we'll see a shift and the European teams will take a whole different approach to the games. And with only 1 day left of the group phase, let's take a look at how teams have performed so far. Just to say, on the day, it's 3-3. Yesterday, it was 4-2. So tomorrow, It can be only better for EU. We're moving up, Trashy.
I mean,
That's
as
how
much
trends
as
work.
That's
One direction.
curves also.
as much as we have been disappointed in some of the EU teams, it is still fairly close, and it's kind of hard to draw conclusions from the 2 days because teams are beating each other left and right, and it's a lot on like the individual games and draft dependent in my opinion. So I think overall the NA teams have showed better macro play than EU teams, but we still see some of these crazy games from UL where they just run over some of the team fights, and where NA is not really prepared properly for that kind of play style.
Well, I love that you brought up the macro game and the objectives, though, because we did take a look at that stats-wise, as we're going to do every day. And we look at the gold difference. Obviously, it's smaller, the advantage as is for NA than it was yesterday, but look at those dragons. Woo.
Yeah, I want to check control wards for tomorrow as well, because I feel like there were way more coming out from the North American LCS. Also, how do you win 3 games when you take 2 Drakes across 6? Yeah. 19-2 on the
fight.
That's
maybe Drakes are just
overrated.
The Infernal Drakes have gone, and now it's only like mountain and like ocean.
Why would you take a Drake when you can kill someone?
There were so many games today where there were 2 or 3 mountain Drakes on apparently an NA team, because it's impossible for an EU team to have that many with that stat.
Yeah.
And then they just get aced, and the Europe would take Drake anyway. So.
See, it's that is macro game. You give up the Drakes because it takes time and resources, and you just pull all the control ward gold you'd waste, and then you team fight at Baron that one time.
Yeah, I completely agree. You should take those strats.
Oh,
all the way to Worlds.
I already do.
Yeah.
And what we seem to forget is NA versus EU. That's actually, well, it's also for now and also for Saturday, but we got to see who of the NA teams is going to make it to the final and who of the EU teams. So can we speak to that?
Anything can happen.
Okay.
Well, technically, by the standings. And I'm not willing to bet one way or the other. No, I would say just 3-1, I think, does give TSM the upper hand. They've looked generally solid. They've already beaten the 2 teams that they play tomorrow, so I think they're probably going to do it from NA.
Probably. Yeah, I mean, I think
say.
it's pretty, it'd be weird to bet against them. I think TSM will go for sure.
How cool would it be if Phoenix 1 was in the final?
I mean, yeah, that'd be cool, but hey,
it's
we're talking about probabilities here, and I'm saying TSM's winning this one right now. I think the more toss-up one is Europe. It's really like who does well tomorrow kind of thing, because no one's like consistent right now.
No. So,
I mean, to be honest, I don't really mind. I think both UL and Fnatic have a chance of doing it. I don't really see G2 advancing at the rate they're playing at. So I think we will look to UL and Fnatic to pull up something crazy and beat the NA strats.
TSM Fnatic final.
TSM Fnatic final.
Most likely scenario.
As it was
most scripted scenario.
Thought beforehand. So that would, in the end, be kind of what we expected, but we'll see if it happens because we're not there yet, and we have 6 more games to decide who it will be. So maybe we can get a couple of more clues if we look at the game. So G2's playing T1 and TSM, UL's playing
I think
C9.
we want to look at the Fnatic and TSM series and C9 UL. I think those are going to be important for who is going to advance from EU at least, if any of the EU teams can get a win there. And then, of course, we have good old G2 TSM. Let's see if G2 can show some better play. I think they've been
well, that
very
would be showing
disappointing.
progress because that was the very first game of the tournament yesterday where G2 couldn't win over TSM. So hopefully they can show something by the time they get to that matchup. We will see. Anything else to add, gentlemen?
NA is winning, technically.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Although they're also not winning at all because it's still the #1 NA team and EU team in the final. The cool thing is the final day of group stage will actually matter a lot. There's going to be a lot of tension in a lot of the games to see who actually gets to go to the final, which
nice save.
Might not have happened, right? If TSM wins that game, they basically clinch it.
Absolutely.
Because they would have been 2 wins ahead of every other team in NA.
Oh, so thank you, Unicorns, for making that day even more interesting
Always
tomorrow for NA. Fantastic. Well, that will do it from us here on day 2. Thank you guys very much for watching. We will be back tomorrow for the final battles of the group phase. Have a great night. I can't speak.
I mean, it just means you have a comp that purely relies on scaling.
It doesn't matter anymore. Ribbon time.
Smithy goes in for another trade.
Oh, it's
nowhere to go, no options left. Just gonna let the Sonic Wave connect.
With
Jensen there. Fight. They just want to keep going. The Unicorns love. They need to back off. No one gonna get hit by that ultimate. They're knocked back into the fight. Xerxes with a clutch cast. It may have been an 0-2 start yesterday, but Unicorns of Love are not going to let it be 0-3. Now Perks potentially in trouble. Ryu looking for the outplay. Up goes Elise. She has to come down. Kled is on the way. Oh! Now leaping up. Perks running for his life. Shield. Mike Young with the auto.
Oh, kill this guy.
Kill this guy.
Oh. Can we kill him?
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
All right, nice. All right, let's go. Hey, let's go.
Let's go.
There you go.
Oh my god.
Good job, guys. Forzo has no options left to escape, but the cast keep Monster at bay. He is unconcerned. Gonna try to dive the tower. Dismounts. The body slam goes forward. So out. Walk away. That's the outplay. Gonna get interrupted by Frost. After the backside. Bjergsen finally gonna drop a Fnatic. They started this fight on the back foot, and that may just be how it's going to end because they're getting taken down.
Hey, kill him. Actually, yeah, kill him if you can, Peter.
Yes!
Nice.
We did it! Right over to Sneaky, has to pop out. Contracts looking for a deletion around the side. Gets a shutdown onto Perks. Ray going low. There's going to be another! The double kill onto Sven!
Be careful, Sven is very low.
Teleport. Contracts coming in for the kill.
Kha'Zix no flash.
With only the Nexus left remaining, just hit it! And it's contract kills. Flashing away, but Mike Young and Ryu are hot on his back. Playback by Xpecial, and Ryu gets one. Look for Mike Young as he can't take the lantern out. No arrows knocked into the team. Broxta taking it all, and holy moly! Fnatic managed to Shrek through Phoenix 1 against all odds. Fnatic take the victory in the most unlikely fashion.
Well, Bjergsen is covering here on the top side.
How about they gonna look for him right now, see if they can take him down. He's rooted and stopped up. Featherstorm, he pushes him back, an auto attack. Oh! Unleash the power. Oh, and he's gonna be able to delete Hylissang for another one. Sven Skaren coming in here. And that's to follow. Desperate for Unicorns, a double kill for Bjergsen. The big Hemo Plague is on. Now they're charging forward on the Proto. Oh my God! He gets a massive knock, and they're able to clean house.
Nice. Good job, guys.
Nice. Unicorns of Love. Who else to hand them their first loss of Rift Rivals?